Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 200. It's really a transport ship. In the vast sea of stars, there was nothing but bright stars, but a pure black transport ship was hiding its body and quietly moving towards Vegan's base camp, the second moon. It's really a transport ship. Arthur exclaimed. Yes, it is really a transport ship. Gerald and Lena nodded in agreement. Then the three looked at Yang Hui with even weirder expressions. Aren't you all sure? This is a transport ship. Why are you looking at me like this? How should I put it? Arthur's face was tangled. I don't think it fits your style, Uncle. Yes, Lieutenant General, how about you tell us? Are there countless gun muzzles hidden under the armor? Or, missile launch bays? Gerald added. Haha, this ship is so big, and you have visited it several times. Don't you know what it is? And the missile launch bay, where is it installed? Where is the ammunition placed? Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said unhappily. But, Uncle, don't you hate sitting in a space coffin? So I installed the engine overload system and the sunshade system. That's right, Yang Hui's transport ship is completely inconsistent with his crazy style. It is a transport ship without any weapons. But, in addition to the weapons, there are many other things. For example, the expensive new alloy, which can only be used in the skeleton joints of ordinary MIS, but the material of the entire transport ship is this expensive material. Not only that, in addition to the 3 layers of armor inside and outside, electromagnetic armor obtained from Vegan is also added. At the same time, this transport ship is also equipped with the most advanced radar search system and energy system. In terms of maximum speed and instantaneous acceleration, it is definitely higher than the most advanced battleships of the Federation Army. There is also the extreme propulsion engine used by Zant, and the sunshade system. This is a great escape weapon, and the use of a new energy system greatly shortens the charging time. So, to say that it doesn't fit Yang Hui's style at all, not really. This transport ship, apart from the weapons, can be considered crazy, right? If it wasn't for the lack of time, Yang Hui would definitely use the technology obtained from ExoDB to upgrade the transport ship again. The Federation does not allow warships outside the military. Armed transport ships are also called warships. Well, I won't install any weapons. It's okay for me to build a fast-running tortoise shell, right? Arthur, Gerard and Rainer were silent. Well, this is very Yang Hui. By the way, Yang Hui, do you have a plan? Graham asked. The second moon is the headquarters of Vegan and a restricted area of the Earth Federation. Since the destruction of the giant ring base, all the spies planted in Vegan have lost contact. Now it is impossible to plant spies in Vegan again. Without the guidance and support of spies, how can they sneak into the iron barrel like second moon? Someone will come to pick us up. Huh? Who? Yang's independent intelligence system, people planted inside Vegan. Is this true? Arthur and the other two were shocked. They were familiar with Yang Hui, but not with Yang's. They only knew that Yang's was an unshakable giant in military and civilian machinery. Their machines were also prepared by Yang's. The machinery and electrical appliances used at home were all products of Yang's. Even Arthur often went to Yang's because of the Gundam age too, but that was all. I didn't expect Yang's power to be so great. They were able to plant people in Vegan. Wait? The 3 of them thought of a very serious problem at the same time, that is, Yang's never interfered in military and political affairs, and never explored Vegan's intelligence. This was a guarantee made to reassure the federal high-level officials. But planting people inside Vegan, wouldn't this be a breach of contract? The 3 of them looked at Yang Hui with burning eyes, waiting for Yang Hui's answer. It can be regarded as a leisurely move. In case of an emergency, there will be no backup plan. Yang Hui spread his hands and said. The 3 accepted this explanation, because in their eyes, Yang Hui never fought a battle without confidence. He would consider things 4 or 5 steps ahead of others. He didn't know how many cards he held in his hand to prevent trouble before it happened. But the truth is, how could Yang Hui think so much? He placed a few people in Vegan just to wait for the rescue of Kyo. Although he was unwilling to admit it, The facts had told Yang Hui many times that a mysterious thing called correction force still existed, and some important nodes were difficult to change. Kyo's capture was almost certain. But Arthur's trajectory was changed by himself. He was not severely injured by Sid, and he did not become a space pirate. So he could not expect Arthur to successfully rescue Kyo like the original trajectory, and he could not just watch, so he made preparations in advance. The reason why these people were not found out was that they were never used after being placed in, and they were all in an insignificant position, so they were not discovered. As for relying on them to pass on Vegan's intelligence, it's really unnecessary. For Yang Hui personally, the intelligence from the intelligence department is enough. Don't worry, Yang's enterprise has no intention of replacing the Federation, and I don't have the idea of controlling the Federation. If I were to join the Federation conference, I'm afraid I would be unable to resist and shoot those fat-headed and big-eared congressmen. Yang Hui said. Yes. The three nodded in agreement. It was the Yang Hui they were familiar with. He could really do such a thing. Okay, go and rest. There will be no chance to relax in a while. Yes. X3. As Yang Hui expected, Kyo, who was worried about by everyone, did not suffer any harm. Instead, he was taken care of by Isolkanda as a VIP. Not only can he enter and leave Isolkanda's official residence freely, but he can also tour Vegan at will. There is not even a surveillance person. It can be said that he eats well, drinks well, and is free. Here, he also made two friends, Sister Lu Alan and Brother Dean Alan. They are both civilians. Lu is suffering from a disease caused by Martian rays. She will not live long, and most of the time she can only rest in bed. Dean and Lu were both very kind. After learning that Chio was a pilot of the Federation, they did not hate him because of his identity. However, Dean was unwilling to let Chio meet his sister Lu because he was afraid that his sister would be sad. Lu was different. She had spent most of her time lying in bed since she was born. She was full of curiosity about the unknown and the outside world. After meeting Chio, she kept asking him about the scenery of the Earth. She knew that her body might not be able to reach the Eden described by Isolkanda to them, but she still did not give up her longing. Even if it was only in her imagination, she would be very happy. On the high platform inside the second moon, Chio asked for a special medicine for Lu, so that Lu had the physical strength to move freely. The three of them went to play in the city of the second moon together and finally came to a high platform. Chio. Look. Ah. The three of them looked down at the city below, which was gray and white. Although the sky was stealing light, it was as dark as if it was covered with a layer of gray. At a glance, there were all messy low houses. There was no other color at all. The whole city was dead and there was not much life. Isn't it beautiful? Lu asked excitedly. Chio was embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer. To be honest, he didn't think the scenery here was beautiful. Whether it was the colony satellite Tortio where he was born or the Earth where he lived later, there was nothing comparable. But Chio felt very sad. Lu and Dean felt satisfied and excited because of this level of scenery, but there was no way to go to the Eden of their dreams to see the real beautiful scenery. Well, in the end, Chio nodded. He didn't want to hurt Lu and Dean, so he could only hide his true thoughts. But how many people here are like them, who have done nothing wrong, but have to face the threat of death at all times? They have done nothing wrong, but can only live in a narrow city full of twilight. As time goes by, hope is gradually eroded by twilight. Grandpa, Vegan, are they really all bad people? Fighting, killing enemies, killing people, is it really right for me to do this? Chio's heart went through many twists and turns, but he couldn't get an answer. He had always followed Fleet's teaching since he was a child. Even after he learned the truth from Yang Hui, he did not change. Because he was still young and had no judgment of his own, he thought that Fleet was right. He drove the Gundam to fight and protect what he cherished. But now, he felt that what he cherished was too narrow and he was too selfish. He had things he cherished, but what about the people he killed? Did Vegan not have any? He could think that Vegan had not met him before, but now that he knew Isolkanda and his wife, and became good friends with Dean and Lu, he could firmly answer, yes. They are all human beings, and they all have things they cherish, so, can he still fight and kill people as a matter of course? When he thought of this, his hands began to tremble. It's so beautiful. Just as Chio was struggling, he felt a warm touch on his hand. Lu looked at the beautiful scenery and shook Chio's hand. Thank you, Chio. My wish has come true. The gentle and pure smile should have brought beauty, but it deeply hurt Chio's heart. Vegan, it shouldn't be like this. Lu, Dean. What's wrong? Chio. The brother and sister looked at Chio, not knowing why he suddenly became so serious. I will take you to Earth, let you see the real beauty, and cure your disease. You can go to school, go shopping, and live happily like normal people. I promise. Chio. The brother and sister smiled warmly. Although they all knew that Chio's promise was almost impossible, but they were very happy to get such a guarantee. At this moment, a sudden call interrupted the warm scene. Chio. I finally found you. Chapter 201 Infiltration Success. The second moon has appeared in the side of the transport ship. Once again, they came to the familiar second moon. Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin were very emotional. In the past, this place was the only time they had to flee in a hurry in all the missions they had carried out. Especially Graham and Yulin, they never thought that they would come to the second moon again, and in a sneaking way. They carefully avoided Vegan's detection system and patrol troops all the way and landed at an abandoned port. Graham and Arthur will sneak into the interior of the second moon. Yulin, you stay here with Gerard and Rena. No problem. Everyone nodded, and Yang Hui took Arthur and Graham to meet the internal contact person and got a detailed map of the second moon from him. Seeing the map, Yang Hui frowned slightly and asked, how did you get such a detailed map? The people arranged in Vegan did not hold high positions, and they did not even have a slightly important position. How could such an insignificant identity get such a detailed map? What a coincidence, didn't Vegan capture the Gundam and the pilot? The pilot was just a child, and Isolkanda not only didn't hurt him, but also took good care of him and gave him a lot of freedom. But considering that he would not adapt to the new arrival, he asked me to be the guide for the child. It was also because of this convenience that we were able to get such a detailed map. The research area and the production area are restricted areas, and I can't enter, but one of my companions spent 3 years as a cleaner there, so he knew the entire research area thoroughly, but the X-Rounder Research Institute that you once told me about is not possible, and not even a fly can fly into that place. The spy explained calmly. Those who can be selected and sent to Vegan as spies are all smart and cunning people, otherwise it is impossible to stay in the enemy camp for so long without being caught, and I can also maintain my mentality without breaking down. I immediately heard a hint of distrust and worry from Yang Hui's questioning. This is no wonder, after all, my status is not high, and my companions have not penetrated the enemy's inner core, so it is naturally impossible to get such a detailed map. With Yang Hui's character, he would definitely consider whether someone has betrayed him. This map is a bait, a trap to lure them in. However, those who can be sent to Vegan are all familiar with Yang Hui. He will not let go of any traitors, but he will never wrongly accuse good people. He has done his job properly, so there is no need to worry or be afraid. I see. You have worked hard. Can you contact others? Sure. Don't go back. Go to the transport ship and wait. After the rescue is successful, return to Earth with us and inform others that your lurking mission is over. Evacuate as soon as possible. It's over, haha. To be honest, I never thought that there would be a day to go home. The spy sighed. At the beginning, everyone had written a suicide note before leaving, and they were ready to die in a foreign land when they left. Perhaps some people at the beginning still fantasized about making great contributions and retreating unscathed, and living a life of luxury after returning to Earth. But since they came to Vegan, they have cut off all contact with him. The despair of guessing that they were abandoned has swallowed up their hopes bit by bit. No one could have imagined that after all the adversities came good fortunes, and the slim hope that had once been realized became reality. Don't worry, I have never forgotten you. I only cut off all contact for your safety. If it weren't for your efforts this time, we wouldn't have been able to enter the second moon so smoothly. Thank you, I wish you success. Don't worry. The spy boarded the ship, looked at the map, and Yang Hui began to assign tasks. Graham, Arthur, go to the hangar, find the Gundam H3 and wait for me and Chio. No problem. After copying a copy of the map and saving it to the pad, the three of them changed their clothes and separated. Yang Hui entered the city and began to look for Chio. Originally, looking for a child in such a big city was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but the spy had prepared everything for him, including Chio's usual activities. According to his understanding, Chio's activities were very simple. He usually lived in Isolkanda's mansion and went out only to find his new friends. Yang Hui put away the map and headed towards the home of Lu and Dean marked on the map. It was impossible for him to enter the Kanda mansion. He could only hope that Kyo was not in the mansion at this time. Sure enough, just after arriving at the target location, he saw 3 children leaving home to play. Seeing the sunny and lively state of the little girl, Yang Hui matched the time. This was the time when Kyo asked for special medicine for Lu and stabilized her condition. Well, a little troublesome. Yang Hui was not worried about Lu and Dean. The 2 children did not pose any threat to him. What he felt a little tricky was that Lu was not dead yet, but she was on the verge of death. With Kyo's personality, he would definitely ask him to save her, and even willfully affect the rescue operation. It was not a big problem to take the 2 children away. The problem was that he had no way to treat Martian diseases now, so let's follow them first. Putting the problem behind him, Yang Hui quietly followed the 3 people and did not meet Kyo immediately. They were still in the downtown area, with many people and eyes, and it was not suitable to be exposed. Yang Hui followed all the way to the high platform overlooking the scenery. After confirming that there were no surveillance people around, he met Kyo. I found you, Kyo. Who is it? Dean protected Lu behind him, a little afraid of the stranger who suddenly appeared. Grandpa Yang Hui. Kyo was shocked. He didn't expect to see his relatives in vegan. Grandpa. The brother and sister looked at Kyo. Yes. Kyo nodded, ran to Yang Hui happily and asked, Grandpa Yang Hui, why are you here? Of course I'm here to save you, come with me. Wait, I can't leave now. Seeing Yang Hui reaching out to grab him, Kyo subconsciously dodged Yang Hui's hand and retreated. You don't want to leave? Yang Hui knew the reason why Kyo didn't want to leave, but still asked him with a sullen face, give me a reason. Kyo knew that Yang Hui was angry, and he was very happy that Yang Hui came to the enemy's base to rescue him regardless of the danger, but he felt that he couldn't just leave like this. Grandpa Yang Hui, I've met a lot of people in the past few days I've lived in vegan. They're not like what Grandpa said. They're all flesh and blood humans, and from a sense of responsibility, Mr. Da has taken good care of me and hasn't hurt me. I think, even if I have to leave, I have to. Tell him you're leaving, or should I pick you up? To be honest, Yang Hui understood Kyo's idea. After all, he was still an innocent child. He was in a foreign land and thought he would live a miserable life, but he lived a very comfortable life and made new friends. He was touched and grateful. But Yang Hui almost couldn't help but slap him in the face. Yes. Do you think he will let you go? Yes. I think Mr. Kanda is not a bad person. He just has something he has to do, so he will, if you talk to him nicely, he will definitely understand, and he will also understand you, Grandpa Yang Hui. Nonsense. Grandpa Yang Hui. This is not the place to talk. Although this place is sparsely populated, it is also a public area. If someone comes and recognizes Yang Hui, he will be in real danger, so he must go to a safe place to talk. So, child, can I be a guest at your home? The anger on Yang Hui's face disappeared, and he asked Dean and Lu kindly. Although Yang Hui's tone was very gentle, it could not offset the fear just now. Dean did not answer, protecting Lu and retreating step by step, but Lu whispered to agree to Yang Hui's request. Okay, welcome this grandpa to our home. Lu. It's okay, Dean, I can feel that this grandpa is not a bad person. But it's okay, Dean, since he is Kyo's grandpa, I believe him. Okay. Dean could only agree because he couldn't persuade his sister, but he looked at Yang Hui with a vigilant look. If Yang Hui wanted to hurt Lu, he would rush up and fight with Yang Hui at the first time. Yang Hui didn't take Dean's vigilance seriously. After all, it was understandable for a child, but Lu's performance attracted Yang Hui's attention. Before, he only knew this character who appeared briefly from the cartoon. She was indeed an innocent, kind and strong little girl, and it was easy to gain favor. But when they met directly, Yang Hui saw a little shadow of Yalin's childhood in her, but she had endured more hardships than Yalin and was stronger than Yalin. Yang Hui followed the 3 people to Dean and Lu's home. Just as he remembered, Lu fell to the ground weakly as soon as she got home. She had a lot of fun today, but she also exhausted her physical strength. Lu. Are you okay? Dean and Chio immediately supported Lu and said worriedly. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Lu put on a forced smile to calm the tension and worry of the 2. Child, Go to sleep for a while. You're tired after playing all day. Yang Hui suggested. Well, thank you, Grandpa, but I don't want to sleep yet. Because I still want to ask Grandpa about the Earth. It's okay, when you wake up, Grandpa will talk to you about the Earth, okay? Well, then it's a deal. Lu stretched out her slender little hand and raised her little finger. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, smiled slightly, and stretched out his little finger to hook it with Lu. Hook and hang, don't change for 100 years, whoever changes will be a puppy. Well, I knew Grandpa was a good person. After making an agreement, Yang Hui picked up Lu and put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and put on the body detection device, but when he saw the feedback from the device, his smile disappeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 202, Kyo is a traitor? Grandpa Yang Hui, how is Lu? Kyo asked anxiously. She's asleep, but she's not well. How could it be? Kyo's face turned pale, and Dean rushed over and grabbed Yang Hui's clothes, his face ferocious and terrifying. What happened to Lu? Did you do something to her? Calm down. Do you want to wake her up? Yang Hui grabbed Dean's hand and twisted it hard, twisting his hands behind his back, pressing him to the ground, and scolded in a low voice. Although I am a federal soldier, I still disdain to do it to a child. The child's body has reached its limit. If no immediate measures are taken, she won't be able to survive for even a week. How could it be? Hearing this, Dean's pupils lost their color. His sister was everything to him. When he was very young, his parents died, and only his sister was with him. Now his sister is also going to lose because of the disease, and his world is about to lose all color. Impossible. Grandpa Yang Hui, are you mistaken? I got the special medicine from Mr. Kanda, and it's obviously effective. Kyo asked anxiously. I don't know about the medicine you mentioned, but I don't think it can cure it completely, otherwise the disease caused by Martian rays would not have plagued vegan all the time, and I am a researcher. Although I am not a medical professional, I will not read the data wrongly. Yang Hui explained. How could this be? Oh, right. And Mr. Kanda. I'll go and beg him. He will definitely. Stop right there. Grandpa Yang Hui. What identity are you in to beg him? Don't forget your identity. But Lu just needs help. Why should you consider your identity? Because your name is Chio Suno. Your grandfather is the former commander-in-chief of the Earth Federation Army. Your father is the current captain of the Celestial Being Battalion. This is just a name. This is a war, Chio. Have you ever thought about why Kanda is so good to you? He wants me to be a bridge between vegan and Earth. Bullshit bridge. When did a bridge between two countries need a child? You are a child who knows nothing. What qualifications do you have to take on this important task? Do you think the Federation has not sent a request for peace talks to Kanda? Why has he always refused? This. If you go and beg him now, he will agree to all your requests, but there is no charity without reason in the world. If one day, he uses his kindness to you to ask you to agree to him, will you agree or not? I tell you, Chio, if you agree to Kanda, then you are a traitor to the Federation. A traitor to the Earth. Not only are you a traitor, you will also implicate your parents, and grandparents. Implicate the entire Asuno family. I didn't. I just wanted to help Lu. I just don't want to see the two sides continue to fight. Vegan and the others are also human. They are not demons. That's right. Vegan are also human, but so what? Grandpa Yang Hui. I told you, Chio, this is a war, not the savior game you imagined. There is no savior in war, and there is no right or wrong. There is only killing and being killed. You don't even have this awareness. Why do you want to drive the Gundam to fight? Chio, forget it. The two sides argued endlessly, and the content involved Kyo's identity, the truth of the war, etc., but Dean didn't care at all. He only cared about his sister. Moreover, Dean, who had been responsible for the entire family since he was a child, had a maturity that Kyo didn't have, and understood what Yang Hui said very well. Kyo went to ask Kanda to help Lu, But Izalkanda asked Kyo to do something against his will in turn. What should he do? As a brother, he would of course try his best to save his sister's life, but as a friend, he didn't want Kyo to fall into a dilemma because of them, or even go down the wrong path. Dean. Forget it, the old gentleman is right, you, don't become a traitor for us, it's not worth it. But you are my friends. That's right, friends, so don't let us owe you more. But. No buts. Chio. You are a pilot of the Federation. You are an Earthling. And we are vegan. Chio was silent. He didn't know how to express his anxiety and unwillingness. He wanted to refute Yang Hui, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't say anything. Especially when Yang Hui said that he would become a traitor, it was like a heavy hammer that smashed his thoughts to pieces. Grandpa Yang Hui. Knowing that he couldn't refute and was powerless, Chio looked at Yang Hui with tears in his eyes. This was his last hope. Please save Lu, okay? As long as you can save her, I will agree to anything you want, woo woo woo. Alice. Looking at the crying Chio, Yang Hui sighed and touched his head. I can't cure her either. Hearing this, Kyo and Dean both lowered their heads, tears flowing even more violently. But I can save her life temporarily. Really? The two raised their heads in surprise and asked, and the desperate space was opened by hope. Well, the most advanced medical cabin can save her life, but before finding a thorough treatment, she must remain asleep, and, as he said, Yang Hui looked at Dean. She must go with us. This. Dean was stunned, his face became very complicated. He had no hatred for the Earth Federation and was full of longing for the Earth, but he was also a member of Vegan. Just like Yang Hui had just taught Kyo, if he agreed, then he would be a traitor to Vegan. Yang Hui did not urge him, waiting for his answer. Dean's fists tightened and loosened again. In the end, between the honor and disgrace of his identity and his sister's life, he chose the latter. I'm willing to go with you, but you have to promise to cure Lu. Okay, I promise you. Although Yang Hui is not a medical professional and does not know how to treat diseases, he dares to make a promise, because in the original plot, the disease caused by Mars rays was finally conquered. Even if he can't do it, someone else will. Great. Kyo was very happy. He was also worried that Dean would not agree. Now not only has he agreed, but Dean and Lu's wishes have also been fulfilled, and he doesn't have to separate from his friends. It's a happy result for everyone. Okay, pack up immediately, we'll leave right away. Okay. I'll go. Stay here. Seeing that Kyo was about to make a fool of himself and say goodbye to Izalkanda again, Yang Hui pulled him back. But, although Yang Hui taught him a lesson, he still felt that he should say goodbye and thank the other party for taking care of him during this period of time. No buts. Once Izalkanda finds out, not only will you be unable to leave, I will also die here, and they will lose their last hope. How could it be? Mr. Izalkanda won't. You are still young and can't see the true face of people. The world of adults is not that simple. Beep beep beep. At this time, the pad sounded, and Yang Hui saw that it was Graham's call, so he answered it directly. It's me, how is the situation? The Gundam H3 has been recaptured. How is your side? I found Chio and will meet you soon. Got it. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui called Yulin again. This is Yulin, go ahead. We've finished here and are ready to pick you up. Got it. After hanging up the call, Chio asked Yang Hui, Grandpa Graham and Grandma Yulin are here too. Well, there's also your father, so, stop fooling around. Your every move is related to the life and death of all of us. Yang Hui tried his best to persuade Chio, hoping that he would not act so willfully again. Oh, I see. At this time, Dean also came out of the room with Lu on his back. Their family was very poor, and there was nothing they had to take away. If they had to say anything, it was only Lu's favorite diary. Are you ready? Yes. Dean nodded. Follow me. With the three children, Yang Hui found a secret route on the map. He did not meet anyone along the way and returned to the scheduled meeting point. Yang Hui. Chio. Here, the Luna Gundam driven by Yulin greeted them, but was stunned when she saw Dean and Lu. Who are they? Guessed, the child's condition is very poor. You take them back first and send her to the treatment cabin. I will take Chio to receive the Gundam H3. Okay. Dean was shocked by Yulin. He did not expect that such a kind and gentle old lady was also a Miss Pilot, But he understood that the current situation did not allow him to waste time chatting, so he just suppressed some questions in his heart and waited until Lu was safe and they were all safe before asking again. On the other side, Yang Hui brought Chio to the hangar area and found Graham and Arthur waiting for them. Finally here, if you don't come soon, you will be discovered. Graham teased. Chio, are you okay? Arthur hugged Chio and checked him up and down to see if he was hurt. Dad, I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Okay, get on the plane quickly, we have to evacuate. Graham reminded that now is not the time for father and son to be affectionate. Although they have knocked out all the vegan people around them, they will definitely be discovered if time passes. It will be difficult to evacuate safely at that time. Yet, Chio boarded the Gundam H3, but did not start it immediately. He needed to wait for Yang Hui and the other two to return to the transport ship safely and drive his own machine to pick him up. Back to the transport ship, Yang Hui and the other two immediately boarded the plane and ordered the transport ship to set off first and arrive at the designated location to wait for their return. Master, can you really deceive Vegan by doing this? The captain said worriedly. It will be no problem. Just do as I say. Okay. Chapter 203 Legeris Gundam. On the second moon, Isel Kanda stood on a tall building as usual, looking at the chaotic city. His eyes were calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lord Isel Kanda. Why are you so flustered? What happened? Seeing that someone had run in a panic, Isel Kanda was very dissatisfied. This was the second moon, his kingdom. He claimed that everything was under his control, and his subordinates were not allowed to make mistakes. Please look. The attendant was scolded and immediately lowered his head. He timidly pulled out a photo for Isel Kanda. When Isel Kanda saw the photo, his pupils shrank and he could no longer remain calm. Where was this photo taken? The passage leading to port 989 from hangar E21. Why wasn't it discovered earlier? Port 989 was abandoned 3 years ago, and most of the surveillance cameras were damaged due to lack of maintenance. The abandonment of the port also relaxed the surveillance of this area. Assholes. I said that all entrances and exits of the second moon must be closely monitored. Is this how you execute my orders? No. I dare not. When the port was abandoned, we also asked whether we should maintain a surveillance system in this area, but Lord Anad asked us to give up maintenance due to lack of funds and resources. What a waste. The enemy has broken into our home. Why don't you sound the alarm? All garrison troops must be dispatched to stop the invaders. Yes. The attendant ran out in a panic to convey the order, and Isel Kanda grabbed a vase and smashed it to pieces. His kingdom was actually invaded, and by the enemy he hated and feared the most. Yang Hui. Graham, and Asuno, you must die. With a vicious curse, Isel Kanda took a special elevator to the Core Secret Research Institute. He wanted to personally end the nightmare that he was unwilling to admit for many years but made him extremely afraid. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and a big hole was blown open in the hatch of the hangar. The broken Gundam H3 orbital broke through the smoke and flew towards the outside of the second moon. Through the long passage, the Gundam H3 orbital finally joined the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam, and the Gundam H2 Barrett Hunter. Here we are, prepare to retreat. The guests are here too. What joined Yang Hui and others was not only the Gundam H3 orbital, but also countless enemy aircraft. Arthur, take Chio and go first, we'll cover you. Understood. Gundam H2 evacuated with Gundam H3. After capturing Gundam H3, Vegan did nothing but research it. It was the same as when it was captured, with broken arms and legs and no combat power. Moreover, Chio and Gundam H3 were originally their rescue targets. Instead of staying here and getting in the way, it would be better for them to return to the ship early to reassure everyone. After all, the small space was not conducive for the Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam to fight against enemy planes. All of the Dawn Gundam's floating guns formed a shield to protect the front. The Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam fought and retreated, covering the evacuation of Gundam H2 and Gundam H3 while guiding the enemy to an open area suitable for their battle. Tisk, what a hassle. Yang Hui complained. The space was too narrow, leaving him and Graham no room to dodge. In addition, this was the enemy's base camp, and there were too many enemy troops chasing them. The fire suppression did not leave them any room at all, so they could only resist. The floating guns that formed the shield were almost wiped out. Who told you to boast that you would be the last one to leave? Can't we retreat together to fight outside? Graham scolded. With a ragtag look of age 3, can we outrun the enemy? Yang Hui retorted unhappily. Tisk, sooner or later I will be killed by you. When I get tired of fighting one day, I will send you to die. You wish. Fighting is such a happy thing, how could I get tired of it? Although the two of them were bickering all the time, and neither of them seemed to be convinced by the other, their movements were not slow, and they cooperated very well. The Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam took turns to cover, one machine retreated, and the other machine provided firepower cover, without any hindrance. But no matter how well they cooperated and how accurate their shooting was, they could not stop the enemy troops that were swarming towards them like ants. Every time they fired, they could destroy several enemy planes, leaving a pile of wreckage, but the vacant positions could be immediately filled by subsequent enemy planes, forming a seamless firepower network again. In such a frustrating battle, the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam finally arrived at the abandoned dock. The space became spacious, and they finally didn't have to squeeze in a small space to endure the rain of bullets. Swish, swish, swish. The two Gundams rushed out of the exit, and the pursuing enemy troops were pierced by dozens of beams just as they were about to show their heads. They exploded densely at the exit, and the entire passage was filled with fire, smoke, and debris. Yang Hui, Graham, are you okay? Luna Gundam put away its gun, and Yulin asked the two. It's okay, I'm just unhappy. I'll get it back later. Graham said indignantly. Forget it, why don't you retreat quickly? Are you waiting to be surrounded by the enemy? Yang Hui cursed angrily, and retreated with a Luna Gundam to the meeting point. Graham had no place to vent his dissatisfaction, so he could only endure it and retreat with him. But not long after they moved forward, they encountered two Gundams and two G-Titans that were supposed to return to the transport ship. The arms of the two G-Titans were gone, and the broken ends were shining with arcs and flames. And around them, there were several warships and hundreds of MiGs surrounding them, with the muzzles shining, but not firing. This level of encirclement was not taken seriously by Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin. They had encountered this scale of encirclement many times before, and successfully wiped out the enemy. But, this time they might not be able to do it, because the core part of the enemy line, a new type of machine that looked like a Gundam but had never been seen before, looked at them arrogantly, as if looking at a tiger caught in a trap. No matter how ferocious it was just prey. The slender body does not have the sharp edges of the Dawn Gundam and other machines. The edges are more rounded. In addition to the classic blue, white and red color scheme, the joints are painted in gold, adding a sense of wealth and splendor. The left hand holds a gun and the right hand holds a shield. The emerald green circular arc on the chest is like a long tail, both of which are beam cannons. The V-shaped antenna full of Gundam style is not a pair of eyes, but a thin line in the vegan style. Should we say it's our first meeting? Yang Hui, Graham, Yulin, I am Isel Kanda. The unknown Gundam turned on the public frequency and inherited Isel Kanda's voice. Haha, I guess so. I didn't expect you to personally drive the MiGs to face us. Aren't you afraid of dying here? Yang Hui sneered and asked back. HMPH. This Gundam Legeris is the latest machine made by analyzing and studying the Gundam Age 3 and incorporating the technology of ExaDB. It's the technological crystallization of vegan, and you have no chance of winning at all. Haha, what technological crystallization? Have you researched any of it yourself? They are just technologies obtained from others, and then imitated and made. It's neither fish nor fowl, and you are the only one who treats it as a treasure. When it comes to verbal attacks, Yang Hui does not think he is invincible, but he has no defeat at the moment. Isel Kanda's low-level language suppression can be used to fight back against him in minutes. You. Humph. I won't argue with you, Yang Hui, I'll give you one last chance, surrender, or die here. Ha ha ha, you feel guilty, right? Old man, if you are really not afraid of us, would you still persuade us to surrender? You know, we are your nightmare. Yang Hui didn't plan to compete with Isel Kanda in verbal attacks. They were just waiting for an opportunity to learn from each other. This level of encirclement could not trap them, even if there was a Legeris Gundam with slightly higher performance than theirs. It's just that Yang Hui didn't take me and the others who lost their combat ability to retreat safely, so he delayed time. I don't know if the arrangement over there is completed, otherwise Gerald and Rena will be in danger. Lieutenant General. At this time, the communication between Gerald and Rena came. Gerald, Rena, find the right opportunity, we will open a breakthrough for you. Lieutenant General, Don't worry about us. Take us with you, even if you are a lieutenant general, you can't get away. We will help you. Gerald and Reina also knew that they were a burden. Their firm determination made them willing to give up their lives to pave the way for their respected old superiors, mentors and others. But Yang Hui never had the habit of giving up his companions. Even if there was a slight chance, he would not let others use their lives to fight for him. Shut up. Obey orders, SM, seize the opportunity and lead them to break through. Understood. Although Kanda on the other side was very angry with Yang Hui, he saw that Yang Hui and others had not made any move, and thought that they were going to play some tricks again. Kanda did not think that Yang Hui and others were scared and were considering surrendering. If he really thought so, he would have been a member of Vegan decades ago. Sure enough, as he expected, the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam and the Luna Gundam suddenly launched an attack and tore a hole in the encirclement. The Gundam Age 2, which had been prepared for a long time, led the Gundam Age 3 and 2G Titans to break out without hesitation. Originally, Chio was going to be willful again, and couldn't bear to leave Yang Hui and the other two to face danger, but SM, who had anticipated this, controlled the Gundam Age 2 to hold the Gundam Age 3 tightly, dragging it to evacuate towards the rendezvous coordinates. Let me go, Dad. Grandpa Yang Hui and the others. Chio. Don't make trouble. You will only hinder them if you stay here. But there are so many enemies. It's okay, they are the 3 archangels of the Federation, the vegan death gods in the past, and they are still now. And don't forget that the purpose of our trip is to save you. Chio was silent, and his hand holding the joystick loosened, silently, and during all this, he was in a mess now. Whether it was Yang Hui's previous accusations against him or his own helplessness on the battlefield, he didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to drive the Gundam and participate in the battle. On the other side, Kanda saw the Gundam Age 2 and other 4 machines break through, and he was not panicked at all. The analysis and research of the Gundam Age series' latest machine, the Gundam Age 3, had been completed and was no longer useful. As for whether Chio would return to Vegan to serve as the connecting bridge he had reserved, it was no longer important. Yang Hui and the other 2 were still in the encirclement, and this was what Kanda wanted to accomplish the most. Completely wipe out Vegan's death god, his nightmare. Sorry, I missed it. I will contact BJ as soon as possible to adjust the order of the chapters. Chapter 204 was suppressed. Lord Kanda, Gundam Age. Zane drove the Sindorum to the side of the Legirus Gundam and asked in a low voice. Don't worry about them, surround Yang Hui and the other 2 tightly, and never let them escape again. Kanda ordered fiercely. I know. The battleships were dispersed, and the MIS troops were all dispatched, leaving no reserves, surrounding the 3 Gundams in the center like an iron barrel. Not only that, but a part of the battleships were also separated and located behind the front line, which was also the direction where Gundam Age 2 and Gundam Age 3 retreated. Yang Hui and others dared to sneak into the second moon to rescue Chio, so there must be a battleship. Although it is not known what method Yang Hui used to hide the battleship so that Vegan could not find it, it is irrelevant. If Yang Hui and the other 2 do not leave, the battleship will definitely not leave. It is better if it leaves, and Yang Hui and the other 2 will be trapped. Regardless of the battleships and the Gundam Age 2 that broke through, they also had to guard against Yang Hui and the other 2 from breaking out in that direction. In the last defense battle, the engine overload of Bizet caused the foolproof ambush to fail. Legirus Gundam and Sindorum stood behind the battle line, watching the troops rushing towards the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam like a tide, watching the 3 Gundams cut through the waves and slaughter their compatriots. As an old fox, even if Kanda believed in his driving skills and the performance of the Legirus Gundam, he would not rush to the front line to fight with the 3 Gundams. He was waiting for the 3 people's physical strength to be exhausted. At that time, it would be his chance to cut off the 3 heads. Zanid. Lord Kanda. You will personally command the sniper fleet. Not only must you cut off Yang Hui and his men's retreat, but you must also prevent others from destroying the encirclement from the outside. Yes. Centrum left, leaving the Legirus Gundam alone with his arms folded, overlooking the 3 Gundams that were fighting against the wave. Soon we will be able to complete the nightmare of decades. Although many of the Dawn Gundam's floating guns were destroyed, its combat effectiveness did not decrease. With a reduction of multiple firepower, it would be a high-mobility shooting battle. The Dawn Gundam, with its remaining floating guns, turned into two phantoms together with the Flag Gundam, shuttling back and forth between the iron walls, firing all guns at once, sweeping at the speed of light, and wherever the afterimages stopped, there would be a series of fireworks blooming. The Flag Gundam was the same. Graham's chest was already filled with raging flames. He charged and swept an MA form, then suddenly turned into Ms. form with his blade unsheathed, and then immediately turned back to MA form and left the spot, making the incoming beam attack miss. Haha, didn't you say that your body functions won't decline? I'm already tired after such a short time. Graham complained, feeling weak like a vine crawling all over his body. Nonsense. You never stopped your extreme Graham maneuver. Are you trying to kill yourself? Yang Hui cursed in the communication. Tisk, it seems you need to exercise. You play so hard, no matter how strong your physical fitness is, it's useless. Take it easy, delay time. Do you have a backup plan? Nonsense. If you don't have a backup plan, how dare I take you to stay behind to cover us? Then I'll wait and see. With a grin, Graham reduced the driving intensity, and annihilated the enemy on the premise of ensuring that he would not be shot down. Although the efficiency dropped a lot, it was safer and the speed of physical energy consumption was greatly reduced. Yang Hui, who was attacking, noticed a Legerous Gundam waiting for the opportunity, and cursed it as an old fox. Yulin, Coordinate 812, Intensive Fire. Understood. After receiving the order, the Luna Gundam turned its gun, abandoned the enemy plane it had locked onto, and aimed at the direction of the Legerous Gundam. Beep, beep, beep. Well, damn it. Hearing the alarm, Kanda was stunned for a moment, and the next second, he saw a large number of pink beams tearing through the line in front of him and heading straight for him. The Legerous Gundam immediately ignited the flames and tried to dodge, but just as it dodged a long-range sniper, the next beam had already arrived in front of it. Raising the shield for defense, the huge impact force carried the Legerous Gundam back. But once it started, it didn't stop. The beam was like an endless line, separating the line and penetrating the universe. Before one shot was exhausted, the next shot hit the same position. Damn, Moon Angel. Interrupt her for me. Yes. XN. Following Kanda's order, Vegan's Ms. didn't even care about the encirclement line, and rushed towards the Luna Gundam desperately. Tisk. Luna Gundam glanced at the position of the Dawn Gundam, retracted the long-range sniper rifle, and refocused its attention on the attacking enemy aircraft. The floater gun was retracted to protect the Luna Gundam. Mirror system activated. The surface of the floater gun shone with a brilliance of energy, and quickly formed a formation under Yulin's command. In the cockpit, the display locked all the enemy aircraft around, and his eyes scanned back and forth, his hands danced, and planned the order for them. Spiritual link restriction lifted LV-1. Luna Gundam raised his hand and fired a shot. The pink beam quickly hit the surface of the floater gun, refracted in another direction, penetrated two enemy aircraft, and hit another floater gun again, refracted again, and penetrated the enemy aircraft again. Luna Gundam no longer had high intensity and intensive firepower, but the speed of killing enemies was getting faster and faster. No matter how turbulent the waves in the east of the river were, they were easily split by her. As long as they were locked by Luna Gundam, they had to go to the other side of life according to the order arranged by Yulin. The terrifying sniping of Moon Angel finally ended, and Kanda also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also glad that he did not join the battle at the beginning. He had always known that the three archangels of the Federation were terrifying, but he had only learned about them from his subordinates' reports and battle records. This was the first time he experienced it personally, and he knew how terrifying the so-called terror was. But less than a second after Kanda relaxed, the alarm sounded again. Beep beep beep. What? In his sight, the Dawn Gundam had already arrived in front of the Legerous Gundam, and the cold light of the sharp blade pierced the cockpit. Even through the thick armor, Kanda's skin was stung by the cold light. Subconsciously, the Legerous Gundam raised his hand and pulled out a beam sword across his chest. Bang! It blocked the Dawn Gundam's thrust, but the huge force directly knocked the Legerous Gundam away. The huge impact force pressed on Kanda's chest, almost crushing his internal organs. Yang Hui didn't know his situation, nor did he care about his situation. He even wanted to shock him to death. The Dawn Gundam did not let the Legerous Gundam go, and pursued it, shooting and approaching, slashing down with sword after sword, and the lecherous Gundam was defeated step by step. Old bastard, it seems that the machine you are confident in is not that powerful. Yang Hui turned on the public channel to taunt. Don't be so arrogant. Bit, cone cannon. As it retreated, a gap opened in the shield of the lecherous Gundam, and the gap was shining with yellow light, and dense and tiny yellow light spots flew out in 4s and 3s. Danger. A strong sense of danger filled Yang Hui's brain, and the Dawn Gundam sprayed in the opposite direction and retreated quickly. However, Yang Hui underestimated the speed of Bit and could not dodge in time, and the beam submachine gun in his hand was still stained with a lot of it. So fast. Yang Hui made a prompt decision, and the Dawn Gundam immediately threw away the beam submachine gun. The next second, it was melted by the attached golden light spots and exploded. I see. Is this Bit, cone cannon? A small number of beam particles are wrapped in a special force field to form a small beam ball. The moment they touch the object, the force field changes from a sphere to a spiral cone, injecting energy directly into the interior of the object to destroy it. It is a veritable cone cannon. X-Rounder's special weapon. No, it should be the same as the floating cannon, one of the weapons controlled by mental power. Is it worthy of being one of the destroyed technologies? Then, facing the bits that came one after another, the Dawn Gundam chose to face them head-on. Let me see what else you can do. The spiral maneuver combined with instant acceleration, the Dawn Gundam broke through the blockade of Bit, and came to the front of the lecherous Gundam again, slashing with a sword. The lecherous Gundam raised his hand to resist, and at the same time, his chest was shining with brilliance, and the beam cannon was ready to go. The lecherous Gundam was very fast, but the Dawn Gundam was faster. At the same time as the sword slashed, the high-output electromagnetic cannon on the waist had been deployed. Under the acceleration of the electromagnetic track, the shells were fired instantly and bombarded the chest of the lecherous Gundam. The Dawn Gundam used the recoil to roll back, avoiding the attack from Bit from behind, quickly pulling away, and just happened to pass by the beam cannon that followed. The lecherous Gundam put away its raised tail, smoke was coming out of its chest, the armor had been deformed, cracks had appeared on the chest beam cannon, and the arc was jumping. It failed to penetrate the outer armor, not even a crack. The preliminary judgment is that it is twice the mass-produced MIS. The beam cannon generator directly destroyed it, and the defense is extremely low. Yang Hui muttered to himself, while dodging the attack of the lecherous Gundam, while analyzing its performance. The mobility is slightly higher than the Dawn Gundam, and it is on par with the Flag Gundam MIS form. The firepower. At this time, a beam cannon attacked, and the Dawn Gundam did not dodge, but controlled the remaining floater to overlap in front of it to resist. The yellow beam hit the shield formed by the floater, and it was difficult to break through for a while, but the floater's protection only lasted for a few seconds before it was not penetrated. It penetrated 4 in a row before the energy was exhausted. It exceeds the carrying limit of the mirror reflection system, penetrates 4 floating guns, and the handheld beam rifle already has the power of a cannon. The Dawn Gundam controls the distance between it and the lecherous Gundam to about 1 kilometer, preventing the lecherous Gundam from getting close, and gradually distances itself from it. The maximum range of Bit is 10 kilometers, and the optimal operating range is 7.5 kilometers. Yang Hui discovered that the performance of the lecherous Gundam is indeed excellent. Its mobility, defense, output power, etc. have all reached the level of B+. In addition, the most threatening Bit is already close to the A-class body. It is only because of Isolcanda's driving skills that its power cannot be fully exerted. Especially Bit, it is a very excellent weapon. Perhaps by improving the energy output system and the mental power operating system, it may be possible to truly realize the infinite floating gun. However, this is all to be studied slowly in the future. Now, it's about time. Chapter 205, Getaway. After suppressing the Dawn Gundam for a while, Isolcanda's face was filled with an unprecedented excitement. Since Yang Hui appeared, no one in Vegan could suppress him alone, even if he had consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy in advance. And Isolcanda did it, relying on the performance of the lecherous Gundam. Finally. Ha ha ha. As expected. I am the chosen one. I will kill you today. Thinking of this, Isolcanda's face gradually became distorted, but in the next second, his ruddy face turned pale, and he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the mask of the helmet red and covering his eyes. Damn. I haven't At this time, Kanda covered his chest, in great pain. Kanda was older than Yang Hui, working day and night on the Eden project, and his body was also hollowed out by the disease caused by Martian rays. The high-intensity driving and the violent impact made Kanda's body cross the limit of collapse. Opportunity. Seeing that the Legerous Gundam suddenly stopped all its movements, Yang Hui would not miss this opportunity. He used the Dawn Gundam to its full power and rushed straight towards the Legerous Gundam, raising the sharp blade high to chop it down. Lord Kanda, be careful. But at this moment, a backtail pushed the Legerous Gundam away, exposing itself to the sharp blade of the Dawn Gundam, and was instantly cut in half. Tisk. It's in the way. Yang Hui gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. He didn't expect that such a good opportunity would be ruined. The performance of the Legerous Gundam is excellent, but the EB has been obtained by Yang Hui, and the Legerous Gundam is of no use to him. If the Legerous Gundam can be destroyed here and Kanda can be killed, then the blow to Vegan is immeasurable. But now there is no chance. The Legerous Gundam has retreated under the protection of many Mizes, and the Dawn Gundam has reached its limit. Neither the remaining energy nor the condition of the machine can support it to quickly wipe out the troops protecting the Legerous Gundam and destroy the Legerous Gundam. But the main goal has been achieved, and the time is almost up. Seeing that the Dawn Gundam did not pursue, the people who protected Kanda also breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Kanda, are you okay? Everyone worriedly asked. They were all the old people who followed Kanda at the beginning. They were absolutely loyal to Kanda and the people who knew Kanda's situation best. They could be regarded as Kanda's personal guards. They were already old and their bodies were still suffering from illness. They certainly could not persist in high-intensity combat, so when the Legerous Gundam and the Dawn Gundam fought together, they kept paying attention to the situation of the Legerous Gundam. When the Legerous Gundam suddenly stopped all its movements, they knew that something was wrong with Kanda's body, and immediately gave up the original encirclement order to rescue him, so they were able to save Kanda at the critical moment. I'm not going to fall. Go. Go and kill them. Go. I'm sorry, Lord Kanda, your body can't hold on any longer. Everyone saw the red mask covering the face through the communication image. Even if it was Kanda's order, they would not give up protecting him. Execute the order, must kill them, execute the order. But everyone was in a dilemma. On the one hand, they could not ignore Kanda's safety, and on the other hand, Kanda's roaring at the top of his lungs also made them unable to ignore it. Just when they were struggling, a public frequency communication was broadcast in front of everyone on the scene. Notify Vegan. Stop the fighting immediately. Repeat. Stop the fighting immediately. If you don't meet our requirements. What? Everyone in the battle stopped and looked in the direction of the communication. They saw the transport ship they had never found coming towards them under the escort of the Gundam H-2, and with it, there was a shocking gift. Let these asteroids hit your colony satellite, the second moon. The Sunshade system was released one by one, and 4 or 5 huge asteroids followed the transport ship on both sides. All of them were equipped with propulsion devices on the back. As long as they were ignited, no one could stop them, and they would definitely destroy the second moon. How is it possible? A bunch of despicable villains. When Kanda saw the huge asteroid, he knew that he had no chance to kill Yang Hui and the other two. He was so angry that he spit out another mouthful of blood and then fainted. Lord Kanda. Quick! Send Lord Kanda back to the second moon. Everyone stop fighting. The guards immediately escorted the Gundam Legerous back to the second moon, leaving the person with the highest position and seniority to take over the command. Lord we are now. Xanad's emergency communication. He was unwilling to give up this great opportunity, but he could not ignore the safety of his home. In his heart, he hoped that this old predecessor would have the same idea as him, and would make up his mind to issue an order to continue the attack, quickly eliminate the enemy and then destroy the asteroid. At that time, even if he failed to completely stop it, he would not bear any responsibility. Stop fighting and let them go. But I will take all the responsibility. Let them go. Yes. Xanad accepted the order unwillingly, but he was still a little happy in his heart. Now the only vegans who can suppress him in terms of position are Gerhardt and this old predecessor. Once Kanda blames him, this old predecessor will definitely step down. Then, will he have a chance to sit on an equal footing with Gerhardt? But that's all for later. The most urgent thing is, the Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam also stopped attacking, and after reuniting with the Dawn Gundam, they evacuated towards the transport ship. They were not attacked until they returned to the ship, and they were truly relieved. Master, the engine overload charging is complete. Turn 180 degrees and take us away from this damn place. Yes. The transport ship turned towards the Earth, and the engine gradually turned red, and finally ejected a huge amount of energy. The huge thrust turned the transport ship into a meteor in an instant and disappeared from Vegan's sight. The transport ship disappeared and the enemy evacuated, but Vegan was not relieved because these asteroids were left behind. Hurry up and destroy the thruster. Ulse, who was about to give the order, was dumbfounded, and everyone in Vegan was dumbfounded, because the asteroid they regarded as a disaster actually exploded like a balloon and disappeared. Bang! Damn! Cunning Earthlings! Is this the backup plan you prepared? It's too grand, isn't it? Graham took off his helmet and wiped the sweat that was about to blur his vision. If we don't do this, how can we scare them? I agree, but I don't like this approach. I don't like it either, so, it's all fake. Yang Hui naturally knew what Graham meant. He hated the practice of using civilians as hostages or harming civilians, even if they were enemies. Fake. Graham was stunned and waited for Yang Hui's explanation. Those are just camouflage balloons. Puff cough cough. Aren't you afraid of getting out of hand? Hearing this, Graham choked on his saliva and felt a little scared. No, they don't dare to bet. The second moon is Vegan's only colony satellite. Once the second moon is destroyed, Vegan will truly lose their homeland. What's more, they also have families who live on the second moon. For both public and private reasons, they dare not bet that this is a trick used by Yang Hui to bluff. Uncle. And. Are you alright? Lieutenant General. Arthur, Gerald and Rena came to the lounge to show their concern for the three people who were fighting hard. It was a close call, but a little tired. Yang Hui waved his hand and told the three not to worry. Oh, that's good. The lieutenant generals were fighting, and we were not able to be of any use. Really? Okay, don't blame yourself. We are outnumbered, and that new Gundam is really something. It's normal that you were caught off guard. Surviving is the best result. Yang Hui comforted the two. Lieutenant General, please don't comfort us. Lieutenant General, you are all old, but we are all young, but we still can't catch up with you. It's really shameful. What are you thinking? Two brats. Yang Hui knocked on the two's heads in annoyance, and laughed and scolded, if you want to surpass us, it's still 100 years too early. Although Yang Hui and Graham look like old men, due to the special nature of Promise Fortress, their physical functions have always been capped at their peak, so it is impossible for one of them to surpass them just because they are old. Oh, the Lieutenant General is right. Where's Kyo? He's with his friend. Well, Arthur, go and keep him company, we need to take a good rest. Yes. After Arthur and the other two left, Yulin finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsed in Yang Hui's arms, and fell into deep sleep. Alice, it seems that you are really tired. Yang Hui looked at Yulin in his arms tenderly, and tidied up her messy hair on her forehead. It's rare that she can hold on until now, you know, she is really old. Graham recognized Yulin's talent and hard work at first, and then recognized her strength. Until now, his evaluation of Yulin is more respect. For a weak little girl to grow up to this point today, the effort she needs to make is unimaginable to ordinary people, but for Yang Hui, she has never complained, never slacked off, and never given up. Until today, even though she is old, she is unwilling to leave Yang Hui's side temporarily and accompany them through life and death. Graham also thought, if he really reached the age of 80, would he still have the same courage to step into the battlefield of life and death? Or, is the power of love really that strong? Go and have a rest. When you go back, you will be busy again. Yang Hui picked up Yulin and said without turning his head. Yes. Graham nodded, because when he went back, he would start a new battle. Chapter 206, Showdown? Test? What did you say? The second moon was invaded. Vegan had already received news that the Earth Federation was about to launch an operation to recapture the Luna base. As the supreme commander of the Earth invasion operation, Gerhardt led the fleet to garrison the frontline base for attacking the Earth after capturing the Gundam H3, but suddenly heard the bad news from the second moon. Yes, the three Archangels personally led a very small number of people to sneak into the second moon to recapture the Gundam H3 and the pilots. Although they were discovered in time before they escaped and surrounded and killed, the other party used a trick and deceived Lord Ulse with a fake asteroid, and finally let him escape. Fram Nor reported. Is Lord Isolkanda okay? Gerhardt asked with concern. Although they had different ideas, Isolkanda was both an elder and a teacher to him. Lord Isolkanda personally piloted the Gundam Legeris into battle and fought against the Angel of Judgment. Although he suppressed it for a while, he was still defeated due to physical reasons. If it weren't for the timely rescue by the seniors, I'm afraid. Damn it. Gerhardt pounded the armrest of the seat with his fists, secretly cursing himself for not being there. If he had been there. Lord Gerhardt. I'm fine. By the way, what is the Gundam Legeris? A new machine. Gerhardt asked after calming down. He was the commander and could not let his emotions affect his mentality. Yes. Fram Nora called up the data of the Gundam Legeris and explained to Gerhardt, the Gundam Legeris is a brand new machine made by analyzing the Gundam Age 3 and combining it with the technology of ExaDB. Its performance in all aspects far exceeds that of the current MIS, and even exceeds that of the Dawn Gundam of Judgment Angel. Is it a Gundam belonging to Vegan? Gerhardt carefully browsed the data of the Gundam Legeris and the battle records between it and the Dawn Gundam. It is indeed a powerful machine. Gerhardt saw that the reason why the Dawn Gundam was suppressed in the records was because it consumed too much in the early stage and did not go all out, but this did not deny the excellence of the Gundam Legeris. After all, Isolkanda's driving skills were not very outstanding. If you can equip Master Gerhardt with such a machine, then defeating the Gundam is just around the corner. Fram Nora said happily. No, you are wrong. You can't defeat the Gundam with an excellent machine alone. Gerhardt shook his head and said. How could that be? Vegan's god of death has never been the Gundam, but the three of them including Mr. Yang Hui. They not only possess excellent machines, but also unparalleled driving skills. This is what makes the Gundam really difficult to deal with. Both the machine and the pilot are indispensable. Gerhardt said. But Gerhardt's technology is not weak, it's just the machine. You still underestimate Mr. Yang Hui, Fram. Gerhardt interrupted Fram Nora's explanation and continued to explain to her why Yang Hui was so scary. The scary thing about Gundam is that it can evolve infinitely. Although except for the latest Gundam Age 3, other Gundams are not connected to the core of infinite evolution, the Age system, but Mr. Yang Hui himself is another Age system. Another Age system. Yes, look at the development speed of the Federation's military power. It began to rise rapidly after Mr. Yang Hui joined the Federation Army, especially the universal models of mass-produced machines and the reinforced backpacks that can cope with various combat situations. This has achieved the function of the Age system and even calculated various situations in advance, and, as he said, Gerhardt played the battle record of the Legeris Gundam and the Dawn Gundam again, and slowed down the speed so that Fram Nora could watch it carefully. Mr. Yang Hui didn't use his full strength. You can tell from the actions of the Dawn Gundam that he was testing the performance of the Legeris Gundam? In such a dangerous battle. Fram Nora was horrified. She thought it was simply a fantasy. He went deep into the enemy's rear, was surrounded by many enemies, and was outnumbered. He was also caught off guard by the new machine. He actually had the leisure to test the data of the enemy's new machine instead of retreating as soon as possible. But after carefully looking at the battle data, many clues can be found. There are many opportunities to escape from the battle with the Legeris Gundam in the records, but the Dawn Gundam ignored them all and kept fighting with the Legeris Gundam. Moreover, some actions seem to deliberately give the Legeris Gundam room to play. Is this something a human can do? Fram Nora's voice trembled a little. She put Yang Hui to a height that he could not reach. Even, she didn't know if this was Yang Hui's limit. She was afraid that she would think that this was Yang Hui's limit and then be broken again. So he is Mr. Yang Hui, the man who makes the impossible possible. Gerhardt deeply agrees with Fram Nora's evaluation of Yang Hui. That man has been creating miracles since he appeared. Gerhardt has been working hard to improve himself in order to catch up with Yang Hui and surpass Yang Hui. If he wants to realize his ideal future, he must climb over the mountain of Yang Hui. But, every time he climbs up a distance, he thinks he is closer to the top of the mountain, but finds that the top of the mountain is still out of reach, or even farther away from him. Yang Hui is like a black hole. No one can see what exists in the center of the black hole, and what kind of world is inside the black hole. Lord Gerhardt, then your goal Our common wish, is there still a chance to achieve it? Fram Nara asked tremblingly. When she thought of Yang Hui's terrifyingness, she could not see hope. Gerhardt stood up and walked to Fram Nara, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her. There's hope. It is difficult, but because it is difficult, it is worth our efforts, isn't it? Yes. Gerhardt was right. It is because the road ahead is difficult that they will move forward bravely. If the goal can be easily achieved, will they still move forward with a heavy burden? No. Moreover, the more difficult the goal, the greater the sense of accomplishment when it is achieved. By the way, Fram, does Lord Isolkanda have any new orders? Gerhardt asked. Lord Isolkanda has learned about the movement of the Federation Army and ordered us to stop the Federation from taking back the Luna base. Defend it to the death. No, Isolkanda has another order. If things are impossible, you can retreat and restart the Mouth of the Abyss operation. What? Restart the Mouth of the Abyss operation. Gerhardt was shocked. The Mouth of the Abyss operation was the combat plan used against the lost Laulan base. It would detonate a plasma bomb from inside the base, destroying the base and the enemy together. Yes, Lord Gerhardt, should we execute it? I'll think about it, you go down first. Yes. Gerhardt did not deny that Isolkanda's order was correct. The Luna base was not only a large base of the Federation Army, but also a very important production base in the universe. There was a complete production line for battleships and MIS in the Luna base. Once it was recaptured, the Federation Army could quickly replenish its troops, which was a serious threat to Vegan, which was short of resources and had low productivity. But if the Mouth of the Abyss operation succeeds, although it can destroy this strategic and production base and inflict heavy damage on the Federation Army, it will also push the hatred between the Earth and Vegan to an irreversible point. In this way, there will be no room for peace talks between the Earth Federation and Vegan, which contradicts Gerhardt's purpose. But if it is not carried out, it will be a blatant disobedience to Isolkanda's orders. If it is not handled properly, it will become a traitor to Vegan, and years of hard work will be destroyed. Is it time to confront Lord Isolkanda? Or, is this a test you gave me? Lord Isolkanda. The sight shifted to the other side. After a long submarine voyage, Yang Hui and his party finally returned to the Federation and arrived at the colonial satellite Tortia. Chio. I'm so glad that you are safe. Rosemary hugged Chio tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again in the next second. Since she received the news that Chio was captured by Vegan, she missed him day and night, and lost her appetite. Although she believed that Yang Hui and his men would be able to rescue Chio, she would be worried until she saw Chio come back. Now, the big stone in her heart finally fell. I'm sorry, Mom, I made you worry. Chio patted Rosemary's back to comfort her. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Rosemary let go of Chio and wiped her tears. I'm sorry, Rosemary, I didn't protect Chio. Arthur also apologized to Rosemary. He had promised to protect his son, but he broke the promise because he was on another mission. Arthur, don't blame you. Yunoya told me that you and Uncle Yang Hui went to perform a more dangerous mission. I just hope you're safe. Rosemary. The couple hugged each other, releasing their worries and venting their thoughts. The warmth lasted only a few minutes, and Arthur let go of Rosemary and said apologetically, Sorry, Rosemary, I have to go to a military meeting. There will be a large-scale operation soon. Well, go ahead, remember to come back safely. Well, I promise you. After that, Arthur looked at Chio again, his expression very serious. Chio, there will be another battle soon. You, take this time to think about whether you still want to continue to drive the Gundam to fight. Arthur knew everything Chio saw and heard in Vegan. To be honest, he was also a little shocked, but this shock was not enough to shake his belief. This is a war, not a game for children. Only by ending the war as soon as possible can more people be saved. I know. I will think about it carefully. Chio replied with his head down. Well, Rosemary, I'll leave Chio to you. After that, Arthur left. The operation to retake the Moon Goddess base was about to begin. As the captain of the Celestial Battalion, he had to attend. After Assem left, Rosemary noticed that Chio was not in a good state, so she pulled him to sit down and asked, Chio, what happened? Mom. It's okay, Chio. If you have any questions, you can tell Mom. Mom. Am I a traitor? Chapter 207, Stretched to the Limit. Hearing this, Rosemary and Yunoya were both shocked and quickly asked, "Why do you say that? Chio, what happened to you?" "I was caught in vegan, met Mr. Izalkanda and..." Chio told his mother and aunt everything he encountered in vegan, including Yang Hui's scolding of him. After listening patiently, Rosemary and Yunoya looked at each other, feeling a bit amused. "Chio, you are not a traitor, haven't you done anything yet?" "Yes, Uncle Yang Hui said that, but he was just trying to stop you from doing wrong things. Since you didn't do those things and didn't agree to that person named Izalkanda, you are not a traitor." Rosemary and Yunoya comforted him one after another, but they were indeed a little scared. Fortunately, Yang Hui left quickly, otherwise Chio might really become a traitor. Chio was still young and too naive. Facing an old fox like Izalkanda, he fell into the trap of the other party in a few moves and was fooled to the point of not knowing what was right and what was wrong. "Is that so?" Chio raised his head aggrievedly and confirmed. "Of course, so you have to thank Grandpa Yang Hui, understand? Not only Chio, but also Rosemary should thank Yang Hui. Rosemary, who joined the Asuno family, understands what the surname Ashino represents. Yang Hui is right. The Asuno family has a transcendent status in the Earth Federation. If Chio, who has the surname Ashino, really agrees to Izalkanda's request, then the entire Asuno family, including Fleet and Assam, will be discredited and become the object of scorn of the entire Federation. Not only that, it is likely to implicate Arguries, Yang Hui and others who have a close relationship with the Asuno family, causing violent turmoil within the Federation army. I know. And Chio, come home with me," Rosemary said to Chio. "Huh? Why?" Chio didn't react for a while and asked blankly. "You are still too young, and you are too naive. The battlefield is not suitable for you, Chio. But I heard that Grandpa also fought vegan when he was a teenager? And Grandpa Yang Hui, Grandpa Graham, and Grandma Yulin all fought. Why can't I? Do you want to fight?" Rosemary did not answer Chio's question, but asked him in a different direction. I don't want to fight, and I don't want war," Chio replied in a low voice. "In this case, you. But I think I must fight." Chio interrupted Rosemary's persuasion and said seriously. The confusion that had been around in his eyes disappeared a little. "Why?" Rosemary was not in a hurry and asked Chio calmly. "Because I want to end the war. I don't want to see anyone die anymore. But to end the war, someone must die. Chio, do you still have the awareness of killing now?" Rosemary did not understand what fighting was, nor did she understand what war was. She chose to join the army just to keep up with the footsteps of Arthur and Gerhardt. She had never thought about those complicated things. But after marrying into the Asuno family, even if she tried to avoid it, she couldn't avoid it completely. She gradually understood some truths through what she saw and heard. For example, Arthur chose to stay in the army and continue fighting because he wanted to protect the people he cared about. Another example is that there is no right or wrong in war, only positions, and only two choices, killing and being killed. Chio was speechless. After meeting Vigan's people, he could no longer kill them, and even couldn't treat them as enemies. They are all human beings, and they should help each other, but why do they fight each other? He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't kill anyone. So, I have the awareness of not killing people, Chio said seriously. That's right, wouldn't it be better not to kill people? The awareness of not killing people. Rosemary looked at Chio's young but serious face, smiled bitterly and shook her head. Has Chio never killed anyone? Of course he has. Before he was kidnapped, he had never been soft on vegan, so his hands were already stained with blood. And does a person with blood on his hands still have the qualifications to say this? Rosemary didn't know, but what she could do now was to support her child to do what he wanted to do. Then do it, Chio. Do it according to your ideas, and do the best you can. Mom. Chio's eyes were wet with tears. After so long, someone finally understood and supported him, instead of opposing and scolding him. Yes, I will. In the combat meeting room, Yang Hui, the other two, Arguries and Fleet were discussing the combat deployment. Lieutenant General, old commander, it's not easy to do. Arguries looked at the 3D holographic map with a headache. The defense deployment of the Luna base was very strict, otherwise it would not have been possible to stop vegan for so many years. It could only be occupied by bribing the base commander. And according to intelligence, in addition to the original base garrison, There is also a reorganized fleet of vegan to coordinate defense, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of the recapture operation by another level. Have you sent someone to contact the original federal garrison? Yang Hui asked. No, we can't sneak in. Vegan's defense is like an iron barrel. We can't be sure what the situation is like inside. Aragurius shook his head. That is to say, we don't know whether the traitors surrendered voluntarily or were forced to surrender. What the lieutenant general means is, but even if there are forced people, first, we can't determine the number, and second, we can't pass the message to them, and we can't make relevant deployments. Aragurius understood Yang Hui's meaning, but he couldn't find a way to execute it. If the number cannot be determined, there is no way to decide on the action plan. If there are few people, they can lurk inside and control key positions from the inside at critical moments to carry out special operations for surprise attacks. If there are many people, they can directly break out in the battle and stab the enemy in the back. There must be many forced people. After all, there are only a few people who are willing to betray their homes for glory and wealth. If you can't get in touch in advance, just broadcast it directly on the battlefield. Even if you can't immediately awaken their sense of belonging, you can make them hesitate, and even cause them to doubt each other with vegan. Yang Hui suggested. Once the seeds of suspicion are planted, the two sides will not be able to trust each other in battle, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. At the same time, they can be forced to join our side faster. After all, no one wants to turn their backs to someone who can stab them at any time. Fleet added. Although the garrison troops at the Luna base defected to vegan would not completely trust them. Mutual suspicion would create a gap, especially for those federal soldiers who were originally forced. Their resentment would grow. As long as they add more fuel to the fire, they could return to the federal army. In this case, in order to achieve the best results, their families may need their help. Argyries continued to add. Hearing this, Yang Hui and others were stunned for a moment, and praised that this was indeed a good idea. High positions, generous salaries, wealth and honor, none of these conditions could touch people's hearts more than the call of family. However, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin all looked at Fleet at the same time, with eyes that were unclear. Ahem. Fleet coughed awkwardly. After all, he really couldn't refute the point of using his family. The next thing is the deployment of our army. After talking about the previous topic, the next one to be discussed was also a headache. Vegan's Lagrimus fortress is still hovering near the Earth's orbit. The Earth's orbit needs troops to be stationed, and the garrison troops of the colony satellites cannot be easily mobilized. The remaining combat power. It stretched to the limit. Everyone answered in tacit understanding. The Federation's fleet in the universe is divided into three parts. The first is the garrison troops of the Giant Ring base, which has been destroyed along with the Giant Ring base. The second is the fleet stationed at the Luna base, which has rebelled. Whether they can change their minds is still unknown. The rest is the garrison fleets of various colony satellites, which cannot be easily mobilized to prevent vegan from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. By then, even if the Luna base is recaptured, a large number of colony satellites will be occupied by vegan, which will not be considered a victory. Apart from these three major parts, the rest are scattered fleets. Although most of them are elite troops that perform missions alone, their number is still too small. It is difficult to complete the operation to retake the Moon Goddess base. Even with Yang Hui and the three people and the Heavenly Man brigade, there will be a large number of casualties. However, Yang Hui and fleet could not think of a good way to solve the problem of insufficient mobilization of combat power. After all, this is a hard flaw. No matter how smart you are, you can't create something out of nothing. Moreover, Vegan's Lagrimus fortress has been hovering over the Earth. There is not much time left for the Earth Federation to slowly train more troops. No one knows when the sword of Damocles will fall. Use plasma submarine missiles. No. Before Fleet finished speaking, Yang Hui interrupted directly. That is a weapon that is explicitly prohibited and cannot be used. There is no need to talk about morality with vegan. Then what about our own people? Since you have chosen to be a traitor, you are not one of us. Fleet. Yang Hui shouted, and Fleet's extreme roar stopped abruptly, and he lowered his head with a complicated expression. Don't let hatred blind you. Don't forget, vegan is also a human being. And the Luna base, that is a base that the Federation spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build. Once it is destroyed, how many resources will it take to rebuild it? Tisk. Flit. I know, I won't mention it again. Although he is old, Flint really can't harden his temper in front of Yang Hui. Perhaps the shadow left behind from childhood has always affected him, or it is possible that he knows that what Yang Hui said is right, but he is unwilling to admit it. Seeing that Flint's paranoia and madness were suppressed, Yang Hui did not teach him again, but said to Argyres, "The fleet guarding the Earth's orbit is very close to Nordrum now. If it doesn't work, transfer part of the orbital fleet and Nordrum's troops, and the remaining troops will jointly defend the two space domains." Yang Hui suggested. "This is already the only way." "Okay, I know. I will recalculate the minimum force guarantee and mobilize the troops." Argyres nodded in agreement. Chapter 208, Luna Base Recapture Operation. Above the Luna Base, the fleet assembled. After precise calculations, they gathered 18 warships and 200 MIs to ensure that it would not affect other defense zones. They began to carry out the Luna Base Recapture Operation. The operation will enter the third phase from now on. All combat personnel, please prepare to dispatch ships according to the combat schedule. All personnel received the combat notice and became nervous. This was a battle where the enemy was large and we were small, and life and death were unpredictable. Notify everyone, the Luna Base Recapture Operation is about to begin. This fleet is about to leave the standby orbit and complete the MIS airborne operation. The Luna Base is an important stronghold in the Earth sphere and an important production base. It must be recaptured at all costs. I wish everyone good luck in military affairs. Chiyo sat in the cockpit and activated the Gundam with the age system, his eyes full of determination. Age system is normal. Mental support system activated. Sea floating gun two-way communication system confirmed to be normal. Grandpa Yang Hui, maybe you are right. I don't understand what war is, but I can hear the cries of people living in the Martian circle in pain, so please let me. With the support of his mother, Chiyo decided to continue driving the Gundam to fight, not as a soldier, nor as a savior, but as Chiyo Asuno, fighting in his own way. Abyss Team, start the attack. Understood. X and Abyss Team attacked one after another, and the brand new Gundam came to the catapult deck, and the electromagnetic voltage rose. Beep 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 ding. Chiyo Asuno, Gundam Age FX, attack. A month ago, Chiyo had just been rescued, and the Gundam Age 3 was in tatters. It would take a lot of time to repair it. This is a headache. It has to be replaced with a frame, otherwise it will be impossible to repair it to its original state. I didn't plan to repair it to its original state. Roddy Madonna, the new maintenance director of the Diva, said. Directly evolve into a brand new Gundam. Roddy Madonna said excitedly as he looked at the age system running at high speed. He is the son of Mukurad Madonna, and it is definitely an honor for a Miss Craftsman to witness the birth of a new Gundam. How is the situation? Yang Hui asked when he came to the hangar. Long time no see, Lieutenant General. Roddy Madonna greeted. Long time no see, Roddy, our Uncle Madonna and his wife in good health. Haha, my mother's health has always been good, but the old man, he is still unhappy that he couldn't build a MIS that surpassed the Gundam alone back then. Haha, it seems that he is still very energetic, so, has the answer of the age system come out? Yang Hui turned the topic back to the topic. The analysis and calculation have been completed, and only manufacturing and assembly are left. Well, take me to see. Yes. When he came to the control room, Yang Hui saw the answer given by the age system and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the X-Rounder special machine is good and quite suitable for Chiyo, but there are still some flaws. Change the mental connection frequency of the sea float gun. Chiyo is still young and his brain is still growing. At the current frequency, long-term use will affect his development, increase the number of sensors to improve the flexibility of the sea float gun, and restructure the skeleton and armor with this new material. So the age system can also change data manually. The new generation of Fat Man maintenance personnel exclaimed. The age system has always collected data and calculated to complete the evolution of the Gundam. I didn't expect that there would be such an operation. Of course, when it was still the era of Gundam Age 1, the Vice Admiral had already successfully transformed the age system. Compared with the lag of evolution by collecting data in battle, it is the most correct approach to consider various battle situations in advance to prepare weapons and equipment to prevent danger before evolution. Roddy Madonna explained. Then why didn't you use it before? The fat man asked, scratching his head. Well, Roddy Madonna became very embarrassed. Because inputting data in advance, making the correct equipment, only the Lieutenant General has done it so far. Huh? What does that mean? The age system has to produce brand new equipment, and the data has extremely high requirements for precision and rationality. The slightest error will lead to calculation errors. Only the Lieutenant General can input data without error. Even the developer of the age system, Commander Asuno, can't do it. Huh? The Lieutenant General is so powerful. Of course. The Federation's military strength can catch up with Vegan so quickly, which is almost a credit of the Lieutenant General alone. Rody Madonna said proudly, as if all of this was his own. Not only him, but even Yukira Madonna, his father, who is the Federation's leading Miss Craftsman, is full of respect for Yang Hui, but he is just too proud to say it. Okay, get to work. The Luna base recapture operation will begin soon. We must ensure that the new Gundam is completed and adjusted to the best condition. Yes, Vice Admiral, leave it to us. X2, P.S. I really liked this flashback in the original work, so I kept it. If the effect is not good, please forgive me. Doghead saves life. The new Gundam ejects and attacks, still with the classic blue and white color scheme, skirt armor, shoulder armor, and 14C floating cannons, floating swords, on the back. The emerald green glow adds a bit of life to the Gundam Age FX. A small shield is mounted on the left arm. After unfolding, it expands the defense area in the form of an electromagnetic energy shield. The right hand holds the latest Fang's beam cannon. Excuse me, although it is called a gun in the animation, the output of that thing is definitely a cannon. The two nozzles at the wrist position are the beam swords integrated into the arm. Joining the front, as the altitude of the airborne troops gets lower and lower, the Luna base recapture operation also started with the alarm. Let's start, Graham, be careful not to crash. Yang Hui teased, which was also a reminder. Although the gravity on the moon is only 1/6 of that on the Earth, the speed of the MA form of the Flag Gundam is too fast. Graham likes to play tricks. Once he gets too excited and ignores this problem, the plane will still be destroyed and people will die. Stop talking, you just need to take care of my back. As soon as the voice fell, the Flag Gundam accelerated in the MA form, rushed out of its own line in an instant, and rushed towards the enemy. It's really a worry. Yang Hui smiled casually, and immediately followed up in the Dawn Gundam. Together with the Flag Gundam, they turned into meteors and shuttled back and forth in the rain of bullets, like two knives, tearing the vegan formation apart, but not completely separated, crisscrossing and covering alternately. The two planes broke in, and the enemy army was immediately in chaos, and the formation became fragmented. Some people sharpened their knives and were anxious to make merit, ignoring orders and besieging, while others were terrified and turned around and ran when they saw the death coming. The assault of the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam came to the intersection. Neither of them changed their route. The Flag Gundam transformed into Ms mode and stood back to back with the Dawn Gundam, locking all the enemies around in their eyes. Boom 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 boom. The two machines fired at full speed, rotating and firing, and the ammunition and energy were poured on the enemy without regard for their lives. Occasionally, a few enemy planes were lucky enough not to miss them, but it didn't matter, because the next second, several beams of light fell from the sky and sent them to join the ranks of their comrades. The list of the God of Death, no fish can be missed. Yulin murmured while sniping. As the battles increased, Yulin's personality changed subtly. Outside of battle, she was gentle, kind, and amiable. Anyone would have a good impression of her and would not have the desire to hurt her, but in battle, she was the God of Death, giving death to every enemy equally. Luna Gundam had been guarding the fleet, sniping and covering beyond the shooting range of enemy planes, but at this time, the finger that was about to pull the trigger froze for a moment. Because one of her targets was suddenly beheaded by a flash of green light. Not only that, the fatal beam had already sentenced him to death, but he was pulled back by the green light of life at the last moment. Several sea floaters blocked the pink beam side by side. Kyo, is this your choice? Yulin murmured again, and then shook her head. How naive. Although she said so, Yulin did not care that her first sniper missed at the hands of friendly forces. Someone rescued her, so she simply set her target on another enemy. I'll train him well later. The Gundam Age FX led the sea floater and flashed in the enemy's eyes. Just as the enemy turned around to look for his figure, a green meteor flashed from the blind spot of the sight. By the time people reacted, his head and body had been separated. This is the way Kyo chose to fight. He did not kill people, but just cut off the cockpit of the enemy plane to make them lose their combat capability. There is nothing wrong with this approach. Chio and the Gundam Age FX have such capabilities when they work together, but Chio, stop doing this. Not only Eolin, but many other people on the battlefield had their fatal attacks blocked by Chio. Many people are already dissatisfied with Chio's actions. Seeing this, the captain, SYNOPSIS, immediately scolded Chio to stop saving the enemy. Mr. Selig, this is my choice. I want to end the battle in my own way. You will kill your companions if you do this. I have decided, so Mr. Selig, I will cover your landing, please follow me closely. Chio knew that his choice would not be understood, but since he had decided, he had to do it to the end, and Chio really didn't want to kill anyone anymore. What he could do now was to cover his companions as much as possible to complete the landing and end this battle as soon as possible without killing anyone. Chio. Seeing that Chio didn't listen to the advice at all, the Gundam Age FX had already rushed to the front and opened a path for the landing troops. SYNOPSIS was not convenient to teach Chio anymore, so he quickly led his teammates and the Marines to keep up with it. Really? Why are kids these days so willful? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 209 Irresistible Tenderness. The entire battlefield has been divided into 3 parts. One is the area where Yang Hui and Gram are located. It is directly above the Luna base and is also the area with the most concentrated enemy firepower. Not only Vegan and the rebels have deployed a large number of troops, but it is also the focus of anti-aircraft firepower. The second is the airborne area 5 kilometers outside the base, including the Gundam Age FX. There is less anti-aircraft firepower and the least military deployment here, which is very suitable for airborne troops to land, but the progress of the airborne troops is not optimistic, because landing is easy, but it is extremely difficult to advance. In the short 5 kilometers, the area between the landing troops and the Luna base has almost no obstructions. If you want to break into the Luna base from the side, you must rush up against the firepower network. Even if you want to destroy the opponent's firepower point, it is very difficult because both the base armed forces and enemy aircraft are hidden in the bunkers. The last area is the middle part close to the suburbs and the center. Both the enemy's deployment and anti-aircraft firepower are relatively balanced. It is not a threat to Yang Hui and his 3 companions. For the airborne troops, the pressure is too great, so they have to. The Lieutenant General and his men are still as skilled as ever. They easily broke through such a tight formation. Gerald's G-Titan cut off a Dorado and shot down 2 Bacto at the same time, covering the newcomers in the team. At this time, a Daniken had approached the back of Gerald's machine, and the beam spikes on its head were pointed directly at the cockpit of Gerald's machine. The beam flashed and penetrated a Daniken. Rena's machine and Gerald's machine were back to back. If you have time to flatter the Lieutenant General, you might as well worry about yourself. You almost got stabbed in the back. Rena taught him angrily. Hey, don't we still have you? I can't take care of you all the time. Halfway through the conversation, Gerard and Rena turned around at the same time, pointed their guns at each other, and fired without hesitation. The beams passed by each other's heads and hit the enemy plane that was approaching. But Captain, your son is just as worrying as you. Rena said. The Gundam Age 2 Barrett Hunter flew over the heads of the second machine, clearing the surrounding enemy planes with multiple firepower, and led 3 teams to gradually expand the gap in the enemy. Educate him later, Rena, Gerard, lead 4 teams to support the airborne troops. Understood. X4Kyo. Arthur naturally noticed Chio's performance. At first, he didn't think there was anything wrong with not directly destroying the enemy plane, but protecting the pilot's limited order to make the enemy lose its combat capability. There was nothing wrong with this. But he actually took the initiative to protect the enemy, which is incomprehensible. This is obstructing friendly forces from fighting. To put it in a serious way, he could be sent to a military court for treason. Forget it, let's win this battle first, huh? This is. Arguri stared at the combat area. The assault of Yang Hui and his 3 companions disrupted the enemy's position. The Heavenly Man Brigade followed up and directly cut the battlefield into 3 parts. It also attracted a large number of enemies and won precious opportunities for the airborne troops. The airborne troops did not disappoint Argyres. They seized this opportunity well and landed on the ground with 80% of their effective combat power. However, he still underestimated the commander of Vegan. The other party seemed to have considered that the airborne troops would not land directly on the surface of the base, but would choose the outer area. Therefore, in a short period of time, a large amount of flat firepower was arranged around the Luna base, and even all available bunkers were swept away, making the 5-kilometer area around the Luna base a vacuum zone. It's difficult to deal with the other side's commander. Argyres bit his nails and frowned deeply. It seems that we can only use the strategy proposed by the Vice Admiral. Thinking of this, Argyres immediately gave an order: connect all channels on the battlefield, I want to make a speech. Huh? The bridge members of the flagship Amadeus were all stunned. The battle below was in full swing, and the two sides were fighting to the death. Why did they suddenly have to make a speech? The morale of their own side was also at a high level, and they didn't need to be stimulated. Execute the order. Yes. It's connected. Yes. Argyres nodded, picked up the communicator, and began his performance. Telegram everyone in the battle area, I am the Admiral of the Earth Federation Army. Fell to look Argyres. For a moment, the fierce battlefield had a strange pause, and everyone subconsciously stopped their actions, waiting for Argyres' next words. Gerhardt in the command room of the Luna base frowned deeply, not understanding what the other side's intentions were. Persuading surrender? No, although the Federation Army currently has the upper hand, the core of the other side, the airborne troops, are firmly suppressed 5 kilometers away. Although Yang Hui and the Heavenly Man Brigade are strong, they are also held back by sufficient forces and are unable to split their forces. Vegan has no signs of defeat in a short time, so it is impossible to persuade them to surrender. Boost morale? Does the Federation Army's morale need to be boosted now? And if it is to boost morale, it should not be broadcast on all channels. Peace talks? This is even more ridiculous. Argyres is a disciple of Fleet. Although he is not as radical as Fleet, he will never negotiate in the middle of a battle. The Federation Army is determined to obtain the Luna base, and Vegan will not give it up. The interests of both sides have nothing in common. Shake the morale of the army? It was impossible to think about it. How could Vegan's soldiers be shaken by a lecture, even if? Suddenly, Gerhardt's pupils contracted, and he immediately issued an order: immediately cut off the other party's broadcast. Quick. Yes. Everyone's fingers danced quickly on the keyboard, trying to forcibly cut off the other party's communication channel. However, in order to make this plan a success, Argyres had already hacked into the system of the Luna base at the beginning of the battle. Although Vegan updated Vegan's firewall to prevent the command system from being attacked, there was always a loophole. No one thought that the Federation's goal was not the command system, but the communication system, and it was not taken away, but just quietly opened a back door to ensure access to the communication without being cut off. Lord Gerhardt. We can't cut off the other party's communication immediately. The cleanup procedure has begun, and it is expected to be cut off in 15 minutes. Order all former federal troops to disband on the spot. This communication is for the federal soldiers who were forced to commit to Vegan. In the name of the Admiral, I welcome you home and guarantee that you will not be convicted of any crime. Arm. A moment of hesitation allowed Argyres to succeed before announcing the order. Gerhardt certainly knew that most of the federal soldiers who defected with the base commander were forced to do so, but fortunately, the base commander had been threatening them with treason to dispel their idea of rebellion, and Gerhardt had been tempting them with benefits to stabilize their mentality. But Argyres pardoned all their crimes in the name of the current supreme commander of the Federal Army, so this suppressed impulse would definitely break through the shackles and erupt again. Moreover, a plot to sow discord. What a cunning plot. Not only the former Federation Army was shaken, but the Vegan warriors would also be wary of the former Federation Army around them from now on, causing the little tacit understanding that had just been formed between the two sides to collapse. Notice the entire army. Do not listen to the enemy's instigation. When you join Vegan, you are already citizens of Vegan. And as long as you repel the Federation fleet, you will be heroes of Vegan. High positions, generous salaries, wealth and glory will be at your fingertips. And your hands are already stained with the blood of the Federation Army. Even if he alone guarantees it, what does it matter? The Earth Federation is not decided by him alone. You will still be executed as traitors and nailed to the cross of shame. Vegan warriors. Believe in your comrades. Believe in your compatriots. Only by uniting together can we eliminate the demons that imprison Eden and take back the utopia of our dreams. Gerhardt immediately took countermeasures and used words to stabilize the army whose hearts were wavering. It worked a little. In that instant, the cracks that had already begun to separate were glued together, but it was only for that instant. No matter how much they were glued together, the gap that had already appeared would not disappear. And what Arugaris had to do was to make the gap bigger and bigger until it could no longer be glued together. Play it. Arugaris ordered the bridge personnel. Yes. The voice that appeared on the public channel was no longer Arugaris or Jethard's, but the voice of a cute girl. Dad, I don't know if you received my letter. I haven't received your reply for 3 months. Mom said that Dad was busy with work, so he didn't reply. I miss Dad very much, but I know that Dad is protecting us, so I can endure it and wait for Dad to come home obediently. Love you, Tuanchuan. The cute voice of the girl ended, followed by the old and kind old man. Fester, I know the army has confidentiality regulations. Maybe you are on a secret mission. I haven't received your reply for 3 months. Your mother and I are still a little worried. If you receive it, please find a chance to reply. Your mother is very worried about you. We are all very worried about you. Husband, the child is born. It's a son. He is very cute. I don't know when you will come back, but I am waiting for you to come back safely and see our son. Maybe he will be an outstanding federal soldier again. Countless messages were broadcast on the public channel one after another. There were men, women, young and old. The content was very ordinary. It was just an ordinary letter. But everyone could hear that in every letter, the writer's worries and endless thoughts. Worry and longing turned into the softest gun, hitting the heart of the former federal soldier, and opened a gap in the already cold heart again, and wrapped it with warm love. Daughter, my daughter. Dad, Mom. I miss you too. What on earth did I do? I am a federal soldier. I don't want to be a traitor. For a moment, the federal army did not make any move, but the sounds of gunfire and explosions still broke the silence. The former federal soldiers pointed their guns at Vegan beside them and pulled the trigger. Damn federal army. Gerhardt knew that everything was over and there was no way to prevent civil strife within the army. Lord Gerhardt. At this moment, Dalfrost and the other two immediately grabbed Gerhardt and Fram Nara and ran out of the command room. Dal. What are you doing? Bang. Chapter 210 Chaos. In the mysteriously silent command room, there was an abrupt gunshot, bullets entered the body, blood and flesh splattered. The former commander of the Moon God base never thought that the wealth and glory he dreamed of would never come. He exchanged everything he had for just a bullet from his subordinate. It's all you. It's all because of you. Go to hell. I'm a soldier of the Federation. Not vegan. And you. Damn vegan. The former Federation soldiers, whose hearts were touched by the letters from home, left their posts one after another, picked up their guns and shot wildly at the vegan in their sight, venting their frustration and regret since they were forced to surrender to vegan, and fully demonstrated their will as Federation soldiers. As the culprit who led them to this point, the former commander of the moon base became the first target of venting. The moment Dalfrost and the other two realized that the command room was divided into troops, they came to Gerhardt and Fram Nara. When they saw someone took out a gun, they immediately protected Gerhardt and Fram Nara and quickly left the command room. How could it be like this? Fram Nara's mind was still confused at this time. She hadn't reacted yet. Why the change came so suddenly? I was tricked. I didn't expect that the other party would use their family to awaken the beast in their hearts. Gerhardt gritted his teeth and cursed Argyris for being unethical. This move was too cruel and unsolvable. As long as you are human, you must have a family. No matter who you are, the bond with your family is the most profound and the softest place in everyone's heart. Money, beauty, and power may not be able to seduce people with a firm mind, but the call of family, no one can ignore it. Go to hell. Vegan. Lord Gerhardt, be careful. Bang bang bang. Encountering an obstacle, Dalfrost used his body to block Gerhardt and Fram Nara. The other two fired in succession, killing the person blocking the road, but Dalfrost was still shot in the left shoulder. Brother. Well, it's just a minor injury. Don't worry. Although the blood hole on the left shoulder was hideous, fortunately the hole penetrated the front and back, and the bullet did not remain in the body, Otherwise, given their current situation, there would be no way to deal with it. Lord Gerhardt, what should we do now? Fram Nara asked anxiously. Now the entire Luna base is in chaos. Maybe there will be more enemies at the next corner. There is no safe place at all. Go to the hangar. The Luna base is in chaos and it is impossible to defend it. We must restore communication as soon as possible and organize the fleet to retreat. Gerhardt ordered. But our current position is too far away from the hangar, and there is no guarantee that the body is safe now. Fram Nara said worriedly. Don't worry, Fram, our machines are not on the hangar at the Luna base, Gerhardt soothed. After occupying the Luna base, Lord Gerhardt had a separate hangar built just in case. Our machines are parked there. There are no former Federation troops in this hangar, only our own people, so there is no need to worry about the machines being destroyed in advance. Dorfrost added. I see, you are worthy of Lord Gerhardt. If possible, I would rather this hangar not have its original function. Gerhardt said with a grim face. Dor, after boarding the plane, you take Fram back to the flagship to treat the wounds first. Offa, Dieter, you follow me to attack and create opportunities for the friendly forces to retreat. Lord Gerhardt, I can still. Lord Gerhardt, please allow me to escort you on behalf of my brother. When Dorfrost asked Gerhardt to allow him to participate in the battle, Fram Nara suddenly interrupted him. Yes, my X-Rounder ability will definitely help Master Gerhardt. After Fram Nara recognized Gerhardt, she had always wanted to prove to Gerhardt that she was not just a vase that could only stay in the safe area. It happened that her exclusive machine was also completed this time, so she could fight with Gerhardt. Okay. Gerhardt glanced at Dorfrost, and agreed after seeing him nod. Fram Nara had been following him until now, and apart from being his deputy to take care of his daily life, she had not done anything outstanding, so Gerhardt was worried about Fram Nara following him to the battlefield. However, since her brother had given a positive answer, there was no need to object, and Gerhardt was also a little curious at this time, how good Fram was as an X-Rounder. They had no danger along the way, and there were chaotic gunshots and screams all around them. Fortunately, they did not encounter any enemies and arrived safely at the independent hangar. Lord Gerhardt. Since it is an independent hangar, the people working here are all Vegans people, and they are all Gerhardt's confidants. When the Luna base was in turmoil, they decided to defend this hangar and wait for Gerhardt's arrival. Thank you for your hard work. How are the machines? The three machines, Gilsbean, Van Falsha, and your, Kigura, are all in the best condition, but what? If there is any problem, report it directly. Yes. Kigura is equipped with the latest X-Rounder transmitter, developed by the technical department. It can control multiple bits at the same time, but we haven't had time to test it yet, so the performance. I know, you guys should retreat too. Yes. XN boarded, Kigura, and started the system. Gerhardt immediately called up the information of X-Rounder transmitter. The X-Rounder special weapon that releases energy in extremely small units through the mental connection auxiliary system, is it finally completed. Seeing the introduction of the X-Rounder launcher and bit, Gerhardt was very happy. Isn't this the most powerful weapon used by the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam? The individual is extremely small and moves at high speed, making it difficult to detect. The whereabouts are secretive and the angles are tricky, making its attack extremely threatening. There is also Yang Hui's best firepower without blind spots and Yulin's multiple precision sniping, and the beam refraction that both of them have used. This small single combat unit has always been the core of their combat. To be frank, without the floating gun, the threat of Yang Hui and Yulin is at least reduced by half. Now Gerhardt also has the same equipment, and he feels that he is finally qualified to fight against Yang Hui on an equal footing. Lord Gerhardt. Everyone attack. Dor return to the flagship and notify all troops to retreat. Offa, Dieter, Fram, follow me to stop the enemy. Yes. X4 Gerhard Garrett, Jirija, attack. Compared with the chaos inside the Luna base, the chaos on the battlefield outside is even worse. Because Vegan lacks manpower, the defection of the former Luna base garrison has greatly made up for this loophole. Although Gerhard did not completely trust them, he did not mix the troops of both sides together and let them maintain their organization. But even so, it was arranged one by one, so after the former Federation army returned to the Earth Federation, Vegan's Ms troops were surrounded by them at the first time, and the two sides fought together in the arranged positions. And not everyone in the former Federation army has concerns and blood. Those who are willing to rebel for the sake of interests drove the Federation's MIS and fought with their former companions. In addition, with the addition of the Federation Army's airborne troops, no one knows who is the enemy. Too chaotic. Can't tell friend from foe. Salic Abyss cursed. It was a good thing that the locals had internal strife, but he didn't expect the situation to be so chaotic. This put the airborne troops, who had a good chance to break into the Luna base, into an awkward situation where they couldn't advance or retreat. Captain, look at the entrance in the direction of C-51. They are friendly troops. Wait. Salic Abyss also noticed the MIS troops over there. They were the MIS troops of the Federation, and they were guarding the entrance to prevent Vegan from approaching, but they are not friendly troops. Destroy them. Although they were attacking each other, there was no damage at all. Moreover, if you look closely, you can find that near the entrance, including the MIS of the Federation and Vegan, they intentionally or unintentionally pointed their guns at their location. As long as they approached, they could attack them immediately. But they are not. Be careful. Maybe they were impatient to wait, or maybe the current situation did not allow them to wait for a long time. No matter what the reason was, the two troops that were originally attacking each other turned their guns at the same time and launched an attack on the Abyss team. Fortunately, Salic Abyss felt that something was wrong with them from the beginning and reminded his teammates to be on guard, otherwise their team would be wiped out in just the first attack. Under the suppression of fierce firepower, the Abyss team had to retreat to the bunker. Captain, this won't work. I know. Salic Abyss immediately checked the surrounding friendly forces to see if anyone could provide support, but unfortunately, the battlefield was in chaos and the friendly forces were also stuck in the quagmire. At this time, the flying fighter flew at a low altitude, and the beam penetrated Vegan's MIS one by one. When the fighter approached the Federation's MIS, it suddenly transformed into MIS form, holding two swords, with two auxiliary arms, 4 swords in a row, and cut the Federation's MIS into human sticks. Ism. Selic, quickly lead the troops to break into the Luna base and end the battle as soon as possible. Okay. With the support of Ism, the Abyss team immediately protected the armored transport vehicle and rushed into the entrance of the Luna base. Everyone be careful, don't let go of any enemy, and don't accidentally hurt any companions. Salic Abyss reminded. He knew it was difficult, but there was nothing he could do. He thought more than most other team members. Now most of the former Federation troops had returned to the Federation. Although there was a verbal assurance from Arguris, it was impossible to completely dispel their worries. Now they were fighting with a bloodiness inspired by the family letter. If an accidental killing occurred, this bloodiness would immediately turn against them. On the other side, Arthur also considered this problem, so after destroying Vegan, he cut the Federation's MIS into human sticks, leaving them without the ability to fight. Chapter 211. Can you give everything for him? In the flagship Amadeus, Arugaris was also extremely anxious. He had anticipated this result when he used this strategy, but in order to open a breakthrough as soon as possible, he had to take a risk. Now, the strategy has successfully opened a breakthrough, but the effect is too good, to the point of being beyond control. Arugaris. Lieutenant General, old commander, I am so ashamed that the situation got out of control. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Immediately convey the order to all channels, let all returning people meet up with the nearest friendly forces, and restart the safety mark. Fleet suggested. But if that's the case, wouldn't those who are willing to fall have an opportunity to take advantage of it? Now is not the time to talk about this. As long as we restart the safety sign, we can prevent the possibility of them stabbing us in the back. As for whether it was forced, we will investigate after the battle is over. Understood, but this is only a temporary measure. The most urgent task is to end the battle as soon as possible, Lieutenant General. I'll let Graham take, Celestial Being, Fleet, you go too. You and Lieutenant General Yulin. I have a guest here. Understood. During the communication, Yang Hui's actions never stopped. Dozens of tiny beam balls surrounded the Dawn Gundam from all directions. This weapon is really disgusting. The bit weapon is really too good. Its flexibility, quantity, and volume are better than the floating gun. Moreover, the bit is just an energy body. It is not impossible to be unusable after being destroyed. As long as the bit generator is not destroyed, it can be used endlessly. Moreover, The cone gun is not powerful, but the characteristic of being able to directly apply energy to the target through a special position to cause destruction is extremely terrifying. Maybe energy shields such as GN force field or I force field can resist it, but if it is a physical armor, it is impossible to resist it, even if it is coated with a thick and excellent anti-beam coating. It has not been studied in detail, so I don't know how much energy it consumes, but at present, the few disadvantages of it are high control difficulty and small attack range. The beam submachine gun locked in front of him and kept firing, and cooperated with a floating gun to blast a hole in the front blockade. The Dawn Gundam took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and came to the front of Giga. The sharp sword was raised high and fell with a bang. Ding! The sharp sword and the spear collided with countless sparks, and the arc between the two was moving happily, and neither of them was willing to give in. I was right about you back then, Gerhardt. Yang Hui praised Gerhardt through the public channel. Because you gave me enough pressure, I can grow up to this day, and I also got a weapon that can defeat you. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Giga suddenly exerted force, swinging the Dawn Gundam away, and at the same time the beam destroyer on the chest fired. The Dawn Gundam turned sideways and spun, avoiding the beam destroyer cannon while firing its beam submachine gun, aiming directly at the Jiraiger. The spear spun in his hand, blocking all the beams, and at the same time controlling the scattered bits around him to surround the Dawn Gundam again. However, the Dawn Gundam did not choose to avoid, but charged head-on, colliding with the Jiraiger again. It's really annoying. Gerhardt endured the impact of the collision and cursed Yang Hui for being despicable. Under the threat of Bit, he actually gave up the high-mobility shooting battle he was best at, entangled with his own machine, making Bit lose the threat. Boy, don't think you can do it again just because you have a new toy. The excellence of the machine is important, but the most important thing. Halfway through the words, the electromagnetic cannon on the waist of the Dawn Gundam unfolded and bombarded the Jiraiger. Booma! Although it failed to penetrate the armor, the impact of the close shooting made Gerhardt very painful, and even trance-like. He couldn't even control a bit and dropped the spear in his hand. The Jiraiger retreated with thick smoke, and the Dawn Gundam chased after it, holding its sharp sword high. The most important thing is the person who drives it. Don't even think about it. At the limit, Gerhardt forced himself to cheer up, and the tail blade swept across with the momentum of cutting through thorns and brambles. Dang! The physical sword in his hand flew out, and the tail blade pursued it, tightly wrapped around the right arm of the Dawn Gundam, and kept closing, and twisted with a creaking sound. Too tender. The physical sword in his left hand drew a green thin line, cutting off the entire tail blade, and kicked out at the same time, kicking the Jiraiger out. Ah! Master Gerhardt. Two jealous beams came up, one caught the Jiraiger falling to the moon, and the other drove the Dawn Gundam away with firepower. It's okay, how is the progress of the troops' retreat? Gerhardt asked. 40% of the mission has been completed. Most of the troops are entangled by the enemy and cannot escape. Damn it. Gerhardt quickly thought of a solution. Now he no longer wanted to defeat Yang Hui. As long as he could successfully retreat with his fleet, he would be victorious. Lord Gerhardt, we will stop Yang Hui for you. You retreat first. No, once I leave, you can't stop Mr. Yang Hui. Let's join forces to buy time for the troops. Yes, Lord Gerhardt, please stay behind us. Okay, Bit. Compared with the fierce battle between Yang Hui and Gerhardt, the battle between Yulin and Framnara was a bit like a game. When Van Falsha just appeared, it evoked the memories of Yang Hui and Yulin, especially Yulin. This was a painful memory that she wanted to forget but couldn't, and could only bury deep in her heart. Back then, she was forcibly abducted by Vegan, and was used as a spare part by Dixier to sit on the Falsha machine to fight Yang Hui and almost died at Yang Hui's hands. Decades have passed. With Yang Hui's company and teaching, Yulin has grown up and Dixier has died. However, seeing this machine, he still can't help but recall the pain and despair of the past. It's really a familiar machine, but it's annoying. For the first time, Yulin showed a disgusted expression on her face. She raised her hand and fired a gun, aiming directly at the cockpit. Danger. Seeing the beam coming, Van Falsha originally raised her left arm and used the electromagnetic armor to resist, but the X-Rounder's intuition told her, if you can't stop it, you will die. The survival instinct made Framnara slightly push the joystick, and Van Falsha body tilted slightly. The next second, the beam directly penetrated the entire left arm, brushed Van Falcia's head, and reached the moon, leaving a scorched hole on the Luna base before stopping. Ah! Fram Nara, who was new to the battlefield, screamed in the middle of the battlefield. Fortunately, she instinctively controlled the machine to keep balance, so she didn't fall to the point of being slaughtered. Such terrible power and accuracy, but I also. Go. Floaters. 5 pink flower-shaped floaters flew out from behind, revealing the hideous muzzles in the stamens, pointing at the Luna Gundam from afar. But the poison needle hidden in the cuteness just emerged and was blown away by the wind. Several beams fell, and before they could exert their due power, they were all destroyed. How is this possible? Fram Nor thought that Yulin had experienced many battles, and she might not be Yulin's opponent in her first attack, but it should be no problem to delay her to buy time for Gerhardt and the large army. But now, a feeling of powerlessness and despair enveloped her whole body, and she felt cold all over, and even her fingers could hardly move. Looking at the high and mighty Luna Gundam, it was not the beautiful and pure Moon Angel, but the god of death from the abyss, holding a sickle on her neck. Little girl? Were you forced to do this, too? Just like me back then. At this moment, the Luna Gundam removed the muzzle that was locked on her, and the cold edge that was pressed against her neck also moved away from Fram Nala. Yulin's voice was gentle, but also sad. You are. It's painful, right? The feeling of being used. Come out, kid, I'll take you away. Watching the Luna Gundam slowly approaching on her screen, Fram Nala's expression became fierce, and the cane of Van Falcia danced out a long beam whip, lashing at the Luna Gundam. Don't come near me. X-Rounder's early warning allowed the Luna Gundam to safely avoid the sudden attack of Van Falcia, and Yulin was also a little stunned. I know you, Yulin Lutschel, the woman who was captured by us and forced to ride on a Ms, and was eventually rescued by Yang Hui. Later, she followed Yang Hui to learn Ms driving and became the current Moon Angel. But you only exist for Yang Hui alone. Don't compare me with a selfish woman like you. For Master Gerhardt, for my fellow countrymen who are suffering, and for reaching Eden, I can't let you disturb Master Gerhardt even if I die. With Fram Nora's roar, Van Falcia's attack became fierce and fierce. A beam whip was danced beautifully by it, like a perfect ribbon dance, but it always hides a fatal crisis. Is that so? Yulin murmured after hearing this. In Yulin's eyes, Van Falcia, at this time was full of flaws and could be broken at any time, but Yulin did not do so. Luna Gundam just calmly dodged the whip of the beam whip and approached little by little without the other party noticing. Finally, Luna Gundam passed through the gap between the long whips and came to Van Falcia. It raised its hand and grabbed Van Falcia's hand, making it unable to move. So you are the same. You can give everything for someone. You, what are you talking about? I said. I did it for. You like him very much, right? Gerhardt is a good boy, but do you really have that kind of awareness? For him, ignore everything, accept everything, bear everything, and give everything. As long as I can be with Yang Hui, I can do anything. What about you? Can you do it? I don't understand what you are saying. It seems you are not ready yet. As soon as the voice fell, Luna Gundam let go of Van Falcia's hands. The next second, a beam of light attacked from the back of Luna Gundam and penetrated Van Falcia's limbs. Next time we meet, I want to see how you feel, little girl. The weightlessness of falling made Fram Nora speechless. She could only watch herself falling, and the Luna Gundam that upset her became smaller and smaller. Gerhardt. Sir. Bang! At this moment, the weightlessness stopped, and Kigura, who was also in a very embarrassing situation, caught Van Falcia, who was left with only her body falling. Notify all troops in the current area to stop fighting immediately. Otherwise, I will detonate the plasma bomb inside the Luna base. Chapter 212 Yang Hui's Promise. Gerhardt's full-channel communication brought the chaotic battlefield to a standstill again, and all eyes were focused on the two broken machines in the air. Repeat once. Everyone stop fighting immediately, otherwise I will immediately detonate the plasma bomb in the Luna base. Everyone stop attacking. Argyris immediately ordered everyone to stop. He didn't know if this was Vegan's conspiracy, but the experience of losing Laulan was still vivid in his mind. If he hadn't discovered it quickly and Yang Hui and the other two were present, the Earth Federation would have been finished long ago. The Luna base is the top priority of the Cosmic Front, and he didn't dare to gamble. When the order was issued and the Federal Army stopped, the vegan army also stopped attacking and did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, which also made Argyris relieved. Immediately contact the Marines inside the Luna base and find the location of the plasma bomb. Quick! Of course, Argyris would not put all his hopes on vegan. As long as the plasma bomb was not found in the Luna base, he would immediately issue an order for the entire army to attack. If there was a plasma bomb, it would be dismantled immediately. All troops, return to the battleships and retreat immediately. Seeing that the Federal Army had stopped its actions, Gerhardt immediately issued a retreat order. The plasma bomb was real, and it was also true that he could remotely detonate it. Originally, he did not intend to use the plasma bomb, and was even more reluctant to carry out the Mouth of the Abyss operation, but now this was the only solution. Only 1/3 of the remaining misses were left. Except for the maintenance personnel guarding the independent hangar, no one survived. Gerhardt's fleet suffered heavy losses in this battle. Gerhardt's heart was bleeding. This was the team he had developed with great difficulty. Everyone in the fleet was carefully selected by him and supported his ideas. They were also elites. This battle not only severely damaged his fleet, but also caused the entire vegan to lose a large group of elite talents. But at this point in the battle, Gerhardt could only reduce the losses. For the safety of his subordinates, he had to go against his will and use this trump card. Dite, Offa, how is the retreat going? 90% is complete, Lord Gerhardt, shall we withdraw too? Offa advised. Under the threat of the plasma bomb, the Federal Army did not dare to take action, but now the troops' retreat progress is about to be completed. As the commander, Gerhardt no longer needs to stay in the Federal encirclement to deter the enemy. His safety is the key to the survival of the entire fleet. Okay. All the troops that can be pulled out have been withdrawn. He believes that the people of the Federation must have found the location of the plasma bomb. Once it is dismantled, if they still stay here, Gerhardt absolutely trusts that Argyris will keep them here at all costs. At this time, Argyris is waiting for the report of the ground forces. Not long ago, the Marines had found the location of the plasma bomb. In order to prevent vegan from jumping off the wall, Argyris did not let people transport the plasma bomb out of the base this time, but dismantled it on the spot. Fortunately, the plasma bombs were not activated, and the dismantling operation was much easier than if they were activated. He was now waiting for the report of the completion of the operation, and immediately pursued vegan before he got far away. But at this time, Argyris could only watch vegan's fleet disappear from his sight. Report. There are a total of 42 plasma bombs in the Luna base, and they have all been dismantled. Too slow. Before the report was finished, it was interrupted by Argyris' roar. It took 8 minutes to dismantle just a bomb that was not activated. What on earth are you doing? Oh, Admiral, but the plasma bombs are not placed together, and now the engineers at the Luna base are limited except for the former Federation members and Marines who survived by chance. I know, have a good rest. Argyris also knew that he missed the opportunity to completely destroy vegan's reorganized fleet and was anxious. He was not a commander who only cared about face, and his attitude immediately softened. Yes. Order the entire army. The former members of the Luna base shall disarm on the spot and wait for investigation. The Heavenly Man Brigade shall be responsible for the order on the scene. If anyone disobeys orders, they shall be allowed to be shot on the spot. Yes. The battle was over, and the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam landed on the tarmac and joined Graham. Let them go again. Graham teased. This was several times that Gerhardt escaped safely in Yang Hui's hands. It really wasn't me who let him go this time. Yang Hui shook his head and said self-deprecatingly. What? Graham was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yang Hui in some surprise. The potential of that child has been fully stimulated, and his personal guards, although one less, have a better tacit understanding. If he and the 3 personal guards join forces, even I will feel threatened. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. Wow? So interesting? Then let me do it next time. I have been waiting for this powerful enemy for a long time. Graham said with fiery eyes. Let's talk about it later. The battlefield is not a fighting arena. How can you decide who your opponent is? Yang Hui shrugged. That's right. Graham sneered and didn't force him. After all, what Yang Hui said was right, and he knew Yang Hui. If there were conditions, he would let him satisfy his desire to fight. But then again, Yolan, that child looks a lot like me. Yulin knew what Yang Hui was going to ask, and answered before he asked. I know. To Yulin, everything Yang Hui did was right, and she would support Yang Hui's decision. Yang Hui might not be able to do this, but Yang Hui would still support Yulin's decision in most things. For example, the little girl from Nara. To be honest, Yang Hui had a good impression of this little girl at the beginning. For the ideals of the person she liked, she was willing to sacrifice her life for it without regrets. Many people hate this kind of love brain, who does not distinguish right from wrong for love and can do anything for the person they like. But then again, isn't this another kind of enlightenment? In Yang Hui's view, there is no high or low level of consciousness. When a person has the consciousness of sacrificing his life, he is already nobler than many people. Gerhardt should not be fooled by Isolkanda anymore, right? Haha, interesting. Gerhardt's personality has been changed by Yang Hui, and his goal is no longer to blindly follow Isolkanda's last wish. The final battle will definitely change dramatically, and Framnar will not be sacrificed because of Gerhardt's stupid decision, so... is that the only problem now? Thinking of this, Yang Hui's expression became solemn. To be honest, vegan will not be a threat in the final battle. For Yang Hui and others, the biggest threat is the missing Sid and the production factory and the gas. What are you going to do? Why do you want to imprison us? We are also soldiers of the Federation. You can't do this to us. At this time, a quarrel came from not far away, interrupting Yang Hui's thinking. The three looked at each other, guessed what happened, and walked over together. Lieutenant General. It's Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Lieutenant General Graham and Lieutenant General Yulin. Lieutenant General. Please do us justice. The Admiral clearly promised us that he would forgive us of all our crimes. But now they want to disarm us and even treat us like prisoners. This is too much? That's right. Lieutenant General, please judge. This group of people are all federal soldiers from the original Luna base. After the battle, the blood that was aroused also cooled down. Many people found their own part from the family letters that were played. Now they just want to go home quickly and spend time with their families. But the battle is over, and they did not wait for the return with laughter and joy. Instead, they waited for the interrogation and imprisonment of friendly forces, which made them furious. Fortunately, Yang Hui and the other two were nearby, otherwise the Luna base that had been pacified would have set off a new war. Argyris's guarantee may not be so binding on them, but they absolutely believe in Yang Hui and the other two. Quiet down. Yang Hui pressed his hands together to quiet down the quarreling crowd. Everyone, I know you are disappointed, but please believe me. Admiral Aragris will not lie to you. His promise is also my promise. But no matter whether it was voluntary or forced, you once betrayed the Federation. Even if you come back, a certain degree of questioning and investigation is necessary. You are all soldiers and should know the formal procedures. Hearing this, the troublemakers fell silent. What Yang Hui said was the truth. No matter whether they were forced or not, they once betrayed the Federation. This is an undeniable fact. It is impossible for the former traitors to return to the Federal Army with just a few words. Also, I think you also know that among you, there are people who have truly betrayed the Federation. They are mixed in with you and intend to get away with it, but you must know that no matter who they are or how many there are, if we don't investigate them clearly and miss even one person, as long as they rebel again, all of you will be implicated by them, and such people are not qualified to be our companions, and you don't want to be stabbed in the back by your own people one day, do you? The purpose of questioning and investigation is to find out these people, not to target you. As long as your questioning and investigation results are correct, I promise that not only will you not be branded as traitors, but you will also become heroes of the Federal Army. Lieutenant General, I believe in you. I believe it too. Isn't it just questioning and investigation? A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. I'll take it all. Let's get started quickly. I want to go home and see my family early. My parents must be worried about me, right? Hurry up, I'll be the first in line. Seeing this, the soldiers who were maintaining order breathed a sigh of relief, and saluted Yang Hui with gratitude and respect. If Yang Hui hadn't calmed everyone's mood with a few words, they really didn't know what to do. The federal soldiers at the former Luna base also changed from resistance to active participation in the inquiry and investigation. They just wanted to finish the procedures quickly and go home. With Yang Hui's assurance, all their worries disappeared. But there were also a very small number of people who were afraid to participate in the inquiry and investigation because they were the real traitors mentioned by Yang Hui. Chapter 213, Crazy Isolkanda. Gerhardt returned to the second moon with the remaining fleet. He was still a little uneasy at this time. After all, he did not follow Isolkanda's order, and he also lost a Luna base, which made Vegan's current weak situation worse. Haha, you still have the nerve to come back, Gerhardt. As Gerhardt's old rival, Xanad was waiting for him at the port early when he learned that Gerhardt's fleet had returned in defeat. If Xanad, who had always been suppressed by Gerhardt, could not meet Gerhardt and taunt him at the first time, wouldn't it be unworthy of his identity as the #1 opponent, in his own opinion? However, Gerhardt would not be stimulated by such a petty trick. Xanad, I heard that the second moon was invaded by the Federation army? And they escaped safely. You. Gerhardt's simple counterattack ignited the flames in Xanad's heart. The burning anger made Xanad want to pull out his gun and shoot Gerhardt. His hometown was invaded by the enemy, and he was deceived by the illusion created by the enemy, which led to the enemy's safe evacuation. This was his greatest shame. Gerhardt had no interest in arguing with Xanad. Xanad thought he was his opponent, but Xanad didn't know that Gerhardt had never taken Xanad seriously. People with such narrow temperament and vision were not qualified to be regarded as opponents by him. Gerhardt's opponents in his heart have always been Yang Hui, Fleet, Argyres, and even Isolkanda. What he wanted was always the future of all vegan compatriots, not just personal interests. Gerhardt. Seeing that Gerhardt ignored him, Xanad rushed to Gerhardt, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Xanad, what do you want to do? Let go of Lord Gerhardt. Seeing that Xanad was going to use force on Gerhardt, Dalfrost and Framnara drew their guns and pointed them at Xanad's head without hesitation, threatening him to stop. On the other side, Xanad's men also aimed their guns at Dalfrost and others at the first moment. The two sides, who should have been companions, were as nervous as a gunpowder barrel about to explode. What? Are you going to do it? Gerhardt asked Xanad coldly. You. Humph. Xanad wanted to answer I am going to do it, but he also knew right from wrong. Although Gerhardt returned in defeat, causing Vegan to suffer heavy losses and even suspected of disobeying orders, as long as Isolkanda did not issue a formal execution order, Gerhardt was not a traitor, and he had no excuse to do it to Gerhardt. Gerhardt returned to the ground, straightened his wrinkled collar, glanced at Xanad, and walked past Dalfrost and others with Framnara and walked towards the inside. After they left, Xanad could not help but get angry. When he thought that Gerhardt actually looked down on him and that the spy he sent over also betrayed him, he fired a few shots into the sky to vent his anger. Ah! Gerhardt. Fram. You wait. One day I will make you die ugly. Lord Gerhardt, Xanad is getting more and more excessive. Dalfrost reminded. Don't worry about him, he is just a chess piece after all, trapped in the fantasy of being a chess player and refuses to wake up. Gerhardt said calmly. Yes. Okay, don't worry too much, he is still useful now, and we are about to face Lord Isolkanda. Gerhardt said solemnly. Yes. The 4 of X4 were very nervous at this time. Because of the failure of this operation, they didn't know whether Isolkanda would severely punish Gerhardt, and the slightly tentative order was not executed, and the conflict between Gerhardt's faction and Isolkanda's faction might be exposed. Lord Gerhardt, should we make some preparations in advance? Framnara asked in a low voice. Can you shoot at your compatriots in your homeland? Gerhardt did not answer Framnara directly, but asked them instead. This. The 4 were silent. They could not do it. The disagreement between them and Isolkanda was only a conflict of ideas. They were vegans, and the other party was also vegan. They were all compatriots. They could not be enemies with their compatriots and their hometown. Don't do anything. I believe Lord Isolkanda will understand us. Everything is for vegan. Everything is for vegan. X4. Gerhardt came to Isolkanda's room alone. Isolkanda was also sitting alone in the study waiting for his arrival. Although he was dressed neatly and sat upright, his face was still sickly pale. Gerhardt, you're back. Yes, Lord Isolkanda, I'm very sorry that I failed to meet your expectations and lost a Luna base. Please punish me. Well, when Gerhardt knelt on one knee to report, Isolkanda had already stood up and walked in front of Gerhardt, holding a silver pistol in his hand, slowly against Gerhardt's head. You should be punished. Why didn't you carry out the mouth of the abyss operation? For myself, for my subordinates, and for the entire vegan. Gellert raised his head and let the cold touch transfer to his forehead. He was not afraid at all, and his tone was as calm as a calm lake. I'll give you a chance to explain. Kanda became interested in Gellert's answer, but he did not move the gun away, and his tone was still cold. Personally, I don't want to be branded as a butcher. There are many ways to win, but this is definitely not one of them. For my subordinates, the situation on the battlefield has changed dramatically. The Federal Army's trick has succeeded, and the entire battlefield is in chaos. If they insist on launching the Mouth of the Abyss operation, then less than 1/10 of our compatriots will be able to return safely to the second moon. Finally, for vegan, once the Mouth of the Abyss operation is launched, the hatred between the Federation and vegan will instantly soar to its peak, and there will be no possibility of reconciliation in the future. This is a result that vegan absolutely cannot accept, so why do we need to negotiate with them? Do you think vegan will lose? Kanda interrupted and asked. No, vegan still has hope of victory. Then why do we need to leave room for reconciliation with the Federation? To arouse hatred between the two sides and stimulate the warriors' bloodiness, this is what vegan needs. Even if it means using the lives of our compatriots. That's right. Even if it means using the lives of our compatriots. Gerhard, take a good look at vegan now. Although the whole nation is indignant, how many people can only shout slogans and continue to stay at home, eating and waiting to die, waiting for others to fight for their better future? How many people go to the battlefield with a passion, but lose their lives without doing anything? Lord Kanda. You. And there are also Earthlings who are corrupt, stupid, and shameless. They only know how to ask for things without knowing how to give back. What is their basis? Just because they were born on Earth? Just because they were not chosen back then? Why would a beautiful Eden be occupied by such a group of people? The Eden of my dreams is an utopia without war, disease, chaos and fighting. Only excellent species that have been screened are qualified to live in it. It will be the most perfect paradise in this universe. Lord Kanda. So what's wrong with those mediocre people giving up their only value for the perfect utopia? Their sacrifices for a better future. They should feel honored for it. No, Lord Kanda. You are wrong. When Kanda was going crazy, Gerhardt quickly snatched the gun from Kanda's hand and roared at him. What did you say? Lord Kanda, vegan is also a part of the human race. We are the same race as the people on Earth. We are all living humans, not gods sitting in the sky. You. Are you going to betray me, Gerhardt? No, Lord Kanda, I have never betrayed, because the object of my loyalty has never been a certain person, but vegan, all my compatriots. For the better future of my compatriots, I have fought until now, and I will continue to persevere in the future. Gerhardt said in a sonorous voice. Gerhardt. Kanda found that he didn't recognize Gerhardt now. The child he had watched grow up with his own eyes had now surpassed him. His momentum alone could force him to retreat. Lord Kanda, the Earthlings cannot be completely wiped out, at least vegan cannot. Now that the technological level has been leveled, vegan, which is short of population and resources, is already at a disadvantage. We can only win the decisive battle with the Federation now, negotiate with the Federation as a victor, and strive for the best future for vegan. Gerhardt spoke out his thoughts in one breath, hoping to get Kanda's understanding. Vegan does not need to negotiate with the Federation. We have a small part of ExoDB. As long as we get it all, then. It's impossible, Lord Kanda. The intelligence sent back by the spies shows that the Federation, no, Mr. Yang Hui has obtained ExoDB and destroyed it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There are guardians around ExoDB, even they can't. This is a confirmed fact. Lord Kanda. Wake up. Under Gerhardt's stern shout, the gradually crazy Kanda slowly cooled down, and the whole person suddenly aged 10 years and became decadent. How is it possible? How is this possible? Why? Lord Kanda. Gerhardt. You will help me, right? You will support me, right? Just like before. Kanda grabbed Gerhardt's arms and begged. This was his last pillar, supporting his belief for many years. I'm sorry, Lord Kanda, I can't agree with your ideas. For vegan and all my compatriots, I will use my own methods to realize the Eden Project. Gerhardt shook his head and replied regretfully. You. Poof. Gerhardt's answer was like a heavy hammer, completely shattering the last support in Isolcanda's heart. Chapter 214, Go all out and fight with all your strength. Seeing Isolcanda spitting out blood and about to fall to the ground, Gerhardt hurriedly supported him. Lord Isolcanda. Someone come quickly. Gerhardt just didn't agree with Isolcanda's ideas, but he still respected this old man who was both his teacher and father. No matter if he was so crazy from the beginning or because he was old, no one could slander the contribution this old man made to his fellow vegan people. The guards outside the door immediately rushed in. Seeing that Isolcanda vomited blood again, they quickly sent him back to the bed in the room and called the best doctor in vegan. Doctor, how is the situation? After the doctor diagnosed Isolcanda's condition, Gerhardt said worriedly. Very bad, Lord Isolcanda's body is already exhausted, and he must not get up and work hard anymore, let alone be stimulated again. The doctor said with a sad face. How could this happen? Lord Isolcanda. The guards and servants all cried. Although they were servants of the Isolcanda family, Isolcanda had always been very kind to them and they all loved the old man. Gerhardt. The weak voice reached everyone's ears. They were startled and gathered around Isolcanda's bed. Gerhardt squatted down and held a trembling hand hanging in the air. Lord Isolcanda, please have a good rest. Gerhardt advised. I know. I don't have time. Gerhardt. Lord Isolcanda, please stop talking, I will find better doctors and medical technology to treat you. Gerhardt, my body. I know, it's a pity, it wasn't until now that I realized that what you said was right. I was too blind. Lord Isolcanda. You. Listen to me. Gerhardt, the future of vegan is in your hands. From now on, you are vegan's supreme leader. Execute the Eden plan. This. Lord Isolcanda. At this moment, Gerhardt's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, he was happy that Isolcanda agreed with his ideas and was willing to give up his crazy plan, but on the other hand, he was very sad. He could hear that this was Isolcanda making a will, and his body could not hold on for much longer. Gerhardt, go. Gerhardt, take the hope and will of all your compatriots, and realize our long-cherished wish, the long-cherished wish of vegan. It's just a pity I may not see that day. No, Lord Isolcanda, I will let you see that day, and let you set foot on the land of Eden in person. Now please have a good rest and take care of yourself. Okay. The voice became weaker and weaker, but fortunately Isolcanda's breathing did not stop, but he fell into a weak sleep. Everyone leave, madam, I'll leave Lord Isolcanda to you. Isolcanda fell asleep, and Gerhardt asked Isolcanda's wife to take good care of her husband, and he led the others out of the room quietly. Lord Gerhardt, give the order. Among the people who were present just now, there were also several trusted subordinates of Isolcanda. Although they were not on the army, they also held important positions in vegan. They could also hear something fishy in the conversation between Isolcanda and Gerhardt just now, but now that Isolcanda is ill, vegan cannot be in chaos. There must be a suitable person to take up the responsibility. Since Isolcanda designated Gerhardt as his successor when he was dying, they also acknowledged Gerhardt's status. Even if they were not convinced, even if they knew there was something fishy, they would not make trouble while Isolcanda was in a coma. This is their loyalty to Isolcanda, and loyalty to vegan. Everyone, thank you. Gerhardt sincerely bowed to the few people for their support and everything they have done for vegan. Everything is for vegan. Everyone, please do your job and maintain the order of the second moon. I will formulate a battle plan as soon as possible and start a decisive battle with the Federation. Please leave it to us, Lord Gerhardt. After sending off several confidants, Gerhardt also found Framnara and others and returned to his residence. After returning from the defeat, everyone needed to rest well. In addition, the news that Isolcanda fell into coma again and designated Gerhardt as the heir would soon spread throughout vegan. He could not get everyone's approval immediately. In order to prevent unrest in the country and prevent the army from losing its footing, Gerhardt spent a real month to temporarily stabilize the situation with the help of his confidants. Being able to get the approval of Isolcanda and the help of the entire vegan is the best result for Gerhardt, but the heavy pressure of the entire vegan was suddenly pressed on his shoulders, making him feel extremely tired. Lord Gerhardt, what's wrong with you? Framnara noticed Gerhardt's fatigue and asked worriedly. Nothing, I just feel very tired. Please take care of yourself, Master Gerhardt. You are our only hope now. Yes, I know. Gerhardt rubbed his brows, cheered up, and called up all the intelligence and war news during this period. One of the intelligence caught Gerhardt's attention. The Federation Army is gathering its fleet to attack the Lagrimus fortress? Fram, when did this information come from? 2 days ago, the intelligence came from the spies inside the Federation. Is it reliable? Reliable. After receiving the intelligence, the frontline reconnaissance troops immediately conducted reconnaissance and determined that the Federation's fleet was gathering near the Earth's orbit. The scale has exceeded the giant ring, base attack and Nordrum attack decades ago. Fram Nara reported. Why didn't you report such important news earlier? Case closing. Hart asked with a sullen face. Because Lord Gerhardt has been exhausted in order to stabilize the internal situation, and we are still not sure whether the target of the Federation fleet's attack is Fort Lagrimus, so I want to wait for the reconnaissance team to report to you. Fram Nara explained. Well, such a large fleet is definitely not a small fight. Now the only target worthy of the Federation's use of the large fleet is Fort Lagrimus. The second moon. Fram Nara exclaimed. I will immediately contact the frontline reconnaissance team and make sure to find out the target of the Federation Army. No need. Just as Fram Nara was about to leave, Gerhardt stopped her. Lord Gerhardt. Such a large fleet, I guess the Federation can't come up with a second one, right? Gerhardt looked at the intelligence and asked Fram Nara. It should be. Well, notify everyone, start the second moon, converge with Fort Lagrimus, and destroy this fleet. Gerhardt made up his mind. Now the attack and defense are interchangeable. With a fleet of this size, neither the Lagrimus fortress nor the second moon can resist alone. Now it is impossible to determine where the enemy's attack target is. Instead of being led by the Federation, it is better to merge one place and force the Federation to fight a decisive battle with Vegan. The second moon goes to the front line? Lord Gerhardt, we can't delay it any longer, Fram. Gerhardt knew what Fram Nara was worried about. The second moon was the base camp of Vegan and could not be used easily. As the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood, but, is this sentence suitable for Vegan? Vegan has a scarce population and a shortage of resources. It has reached its current scale. It has only been able to achieve today's level with a very small part of ExaDB. Now that Yang Hui has obtained the complete XTP, Gerhardt expected that Yang Hui would not hand it over to the Federation in its entirety, but even if it was only a small part, it would be enough for the Federation to surpass Vegan in military strength. Once Vegan loses its technological suppression, it will be at a complete disadvantage. They have no other choice but to flee aimlessly in the universe with everyone. So, Vegan can no longer afford to delay, and can only force the Federation to fight a final decisive battle to put an end to the nearly 100-year war. I understand, Lord Gerhardt, I will convey your order. Well, go ahead and tell them that I will hold a combat meeting at 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Yes. Turning to the Federation Army, the fleet assembled, Arguri still reunited with Yang Hui and Flint in his office to formulate a combat plan. Arguris, haven't you determined the target of the attack yet? Flint asked. In fact, I didn't think of taking the initiative to attack at the beginning. Arguri smiled and said. What? Flint frowned deeply. Nice plan, Arguris, you are better than your teacher. Unlike Fleet, Yang Hui saw at a glance that Arguris's arrangement was to create an illusion that the Federation Army was about to launch a large-scale operation. Arguris also deliberately revealed the intelligence of the fleet assembly to Vegan, just to make them nervous. As long as the commander of Vegan is not stupid, he can judge which pre-selected targets there are for such a large-scale operation. After the pre-selected targets are determined, but the exact targets cannot be determined, they will be nervous, and then guess, and finally be tied up. The best result is that Vegan, which is at a disadvantage, will transfer the space fortress back to the mainland in order to preserve the base camp, thus eliminating the crisis on Earth. If it is not transferred back, the Federation Army will not have to rush to attack and fall into a stalemate with Vegan's fortress. In this way, the Federation can gain more opportunities in time, whether it continues to launch more fleets from the Earth or slowly master the technology obtained from ExaDB to strengthen military power, it will achieve the predetermined goal. If Vegan can't sit still in advance and takes the initiative to attack the Federal fleet, then go to war directly. At this time, the assembled fleet really doesn't have to be afraid of the strength of a fortress. The reason for not taking the initiative to attack is to bring more and stronger troops to the universe to increase the weight of the battle to decide the outcome. This is an open conspiracy. No matter what action vegan takes, it can achieve the predetermined goal and is difficult to crack. Thank you for the compliment. I still have a lot to learn, Argyris said proudly and modestly. So that's it. It's really beautiful, but such a good opportunity has been missed. When can we destroy a vegan? Fleet said dissatisfiedly. Fleet, who was slow to realize it, also saw through Argyris's intentions, but he was not very satisfied with his plan. He wanted to end the war as soon as possible and defeat vegan as soon as possible. Fleet, you are anxious. Yang Hui persuaded. Yes, I admit that I am anxious, but have you thought about it? I am anxious, and there are people who are more anxious than us. Fleet said with excitement. Huh? What do you mean? Have you ever thought about another possibility? Vegan has slowly fallen into decline, and this decline will become more and more obvious. Now that we have prepared the stage, will they make a desperate attempt? Huh? After Fleet said this, Yang Hui and Argyris were stunned. Chapter 215 The Eve of the Storm. Commander, what do you mean? Argyris asked. Now that the Federation is getting stronger and stronger, it is inevitable to suppress vegan completely. Vegan, which has lost its advantage and is lagging behind the Federation in all aspects, will continue to fight us. Fleet asked Argyris in return. As long as the opponent's commander is not a fool, he won't. Argyris answered affirmatively. Then, since the switch from offense to defense is inevitable, then, will they watch the Federation grow stronger and trample them underfoot? No, so Commander, your idea is a decisive battle. Argyris' eyes lit up and he understood what Fleet meant. But soon, he shook his head again, thinking that Fleet's idea was a bit far-fetched. Commander, no matter what, vegan is not so brave, right? Once they gather all their forces, aren't they afraid of being caught in one fell swoop? Aren't they afraid that we will send a heavenly man brigade to steal their homes? No, they are not afraid. Yang Hui denied Argyris' idea and called up the image of the second moon. What if they bring their homes with them? This? Improbable, right? Argyris was frightened. He didn't even dare to think about sending out the entire army, let alone taking his home to the battlefield. Vegan is different from the Federation. Not only can't they take the Earth with them, but they also have more than one colony satellite. All vegan people live on the second moon. Whether they are escaping or attacking, they can just walk to the second moon, unlike the Federation, which needs to look ahead and behind. Yang Hui said. If he hadn't watched the anime, Yang Hui wouldn't have believed that vegan pulled out the second moon in the final battle. Although this is the real world, not anime, this is also possible. The second moon may really appear on the battlefield, and we have to be on guard. Well, it's possible, and it's a good thing. Argyris didn't feel it was difficult, but was a little happy. If vegan really brings the second moon to the battlefield, we can really decide the outcome of this war in one battle. That's right. Yang Hui and others nodded in agreement. If we only destroy the Lagrimus fortress, although it can shake the foundation of vegan, it is not a complete victory over vegan. Once vegan uses the second moon to escape from the Martian circle and hides to wait for revenge, it will be quite difficult for the Earth Federation. This is also the reason why Argyris did not plan to take the initiative to attack the Lagrimus fortress from the beginning. But if vegan can be completely defeated, Argyris will not allow the war to continue to drag on. In this case, we have to adjust our plan, Commander, Lieutenant General. Well, we have to be foolproof. Gerhardt. What's going on? Why is the second moon heading towards Lagrimus fortress? The combat meeting of the vegan side had just begun, and before Gerhardt spoke, Xanard questioned Gerhardt aggressively. On the one hand, he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction with Isolkanda handing vegan over to him, and on the other hand, he didn't understand the significance of doing so. Watch your attitude, Xanad. This is not your home. Lord Gerhardt is the heir designated by Lord Isolkanda. You must respect him. What a bullshit respect. Who knows what kind of magic potion Gerhardt gave Lord Isolkanda to designate a young boy like him as the heir. He just lost the important base of Luna Base not long ago. Not only was he not punished, but he was also the commander-in-chief. I am the first to disagree. I don't agree either. Why should he command us? Lord Xanad is the most suitable heir. People loyal to Xanad shouted and cheered for Xanad. Like Xanad, they only cared about their own interests. They were cunning and brutal. They had always had a bad reputation in the army. Only Xanad fit their personality. Only by clinging to Xanad's thighs could they have the opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune. Silence. Gerhardt shouted, and the meeting room suddenly became quiet. Gerhardt stood up, looked at Xanader coldly, and asked, "This is the decision of Lord Isolkanda. Do you want to go against Lord Isolkanda's will?" "Humph. Who knows if you have colluded with these old guys? Maybe Lord Isolkanda's critical illness is due to your contribution. You are too presumptuous." Xanader. "When we were loyal to Lord Isolkanda, you were still wearing open crotch pants. You can't question our loyalty to Lord Isolkanda. Don't think we don't know what you are thinking, Xanader. You don't even check your own reputation. Letting you become the leader of Vegan is the biggest disaster for Vegan. Although Gerhardt is young, his character and ability are obvious to all. Are you worthy of competing with Gerhardt for the commander-in-chief? We only obey the orders of Lord Gerhardt." Xanad's speech completely aroused public anger. Although he had helpers, they were only a small part. The people present were divided into three groups, the Gerhardt faction and the Xanad faction. The rest were neutrals. They did not publicly express their support for anyone. In their opinion, whoever could lead Vegan to better and better, they would support him. But Xanad's speech pushed the neutrals to Gerhardt's side, making himself the target of criticism. Silence. This is not a market. How can you make such a fuss? Seeing that the quarrel stopped again, Gerhardt said to Xanad calmly, "Mrs. Doreen was also present at the time. You don't believe what we say, but do you believe what the lady says? Do you need me to invite the lady?" Humph. Even so, I still don't agree with your plan. Do you want to send the entire Vegan to the Federation by transferring the second moon to the front line? Xanad knew that he could not compete for the position of commander-in-chief now, but he was not unable to find the key point to strike at Gerhardt. It was too risky to send his hometown to the battlefield. He believed that not many people present would support it. But to his disappointment, he thought that many people would agree with him, but at this time, there was complete silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on Gerhardt, waiting for his explanation. "Everyone, I know you are all confused, but what I want to say is that this is Vegan's last chance, the chance to defeat the Federation." Gerhardt explained to everyone confidently. He believed that most of the people present were reasonable and knew the current situation of Vegan. "I think everyone knows that the reason why Vegan has been able to suppress the Federation for nearly 100 years, in addition to our unity and bravery, is because of the exotic brought back by Lord Isolkanda. Although it is only a small part, it has successfully allowed us to confront the Federation until now." At this point, Gerhardt paused, glanced at the people present, and saw that most of them nodded in agreement, and he felt much more at ease. However, since this person appeared, Vegan's situation has become more and more critical. Gerhardt called up Yang Hui's information. "I think everyone present knows him, so I won't introduce him in detail." Under his guidance, Vegan's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only is his personal strength terrible, but he has also cultivated generations of excellent pilots for the Federation. The most important thing is that he is also an outstanding scientific researcher. Under his leadership, the military strength of the Federation has been equal to ours. In this way, Vegan's biggest advantage has been worn down. We are short of population and resources. If we give the Federation more time, the Federation will completely crush us, and we will completely lose the ability to fight against the Federation. So, we have no choice but to fight the Federation with all our strength at this time to decide who will win." After Gerhardt finished speaking, everyone talked about it and had to admit that Gerhardt's explanation made sense. Vegan was indeed at the time of a do-or-die battle, but they still couldn't fully accept Gerhardt's battle plan. After all, the second moon was also their home. Once the second moon was destroyed, their home and family would be gone. "Don't we still have ExoDB? As long as we get the complete ExoDB, we can defeat the Federation. There is no need to take such risks." Xanad raised an objection, and a group of fence-sitters nodded in support. Unfortunately, according to the intelligence of the spies, ExoDB has been found by the Federation, and the main body has been destroyed, so the Federation will only surpass us faster and faster. Gerhardt said regretfully. "What? Is this true? In this case, doesn't it mean that we have no chance of winning? Only a small part of the technology has allowed Vegan to suppress the Federation for nearly 100 years. If the Federation gets the complete ExoDB, wouldn't it be decisive battle? I agree to a decisive battle. This is the last chance. It must not be missed. Seeing that the meeting room agreed almost unanimously, Gerhardt's mouth curled up. He knew that the overall situation was decided. Gerhardt also looked at the Xanard faction. Xanard had an angry expression, and wanted to continue to oppose him but was powerless. This also made Gerhardt completely relieved. It seemed that he could not cause trouble for him anymore. As long as this meeting is successfully concluded, his position as the commander-in-chief will be as stable as Mount I. As for whether Xanad will accept it or not. Haha, Gerhard sneered at this. Xanad's value has been almost exhausted. The only remaining value is the bait. Whether the war is won or lost, the Earth and Vegan do not need him and his supporters. Silence. Gerhard said after the discussion stopped. Since everyone agrees, I will start to arrange the tasks now. Order the Lagrimus Fortress to advance to the L2 space domain immediately, activate the second moon, maintain the cover of the Parasol system and advance to the L2 space domain, and all troops to prepare for war. The logistics department is fully operational, and at the same time, the emotions of the people must be appeased. Above, do you have any objections? Yes. And under Gerhard's glance, everyone stood up at the same time, answering Gerhard with upright postures and firm shouts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 216 The beginning of the decisive battle. Lagrimus Fortress withdrew from Earth orbit, and the Federation fleet seized this opportunity to recapture it without a fight. At first, Aragurius thought that Lagrimus Fortress was only forced to retreat to defend the mainland under the pressure of the Federation fleet. He was still thinking that Yang Hui and fleet were indeed worrying too much. But what he didn't expect was that Lagrimus Fortress actually stopped in the L2 space domain not far from Earth orbit, strengthened the vigilance of the L2 space domain, and showed a posture of fighting a decisive battle with the Federation army. A few days later, the huge second moon appeared in the universe and merged with Lagrimus Fortress. Aragurius knew that the final decisive battle had come. Lieutenant General, Commander, as you expected, Vegan is really going to fight us. At this time, Yang Hui and fleet had already driven their own machines to attack, and Aragurius could only contact them through remote communication. As expected, they have no choice. Fleet said proudly. Since you are here, let's put an end to the war once again. Yang Hui smiled, then became very serious. Please give the order, Admiral Argyris. Order. Argyris also stood up and solemnly ordered Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin, Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam will leave the main camp, break into the rear of the enemy camp, and destroy the enemy's fortress cannon. Before the mission is completed, there is no need to pay attention to any emergencies. Understood. X3 The fortress cannon that is enough to destroy the giant ring base with one shot is the biggest threat. If the fortress cannon exists all the time, the fleet's deployment will be restricted and it will be difficult to launch an effective attack. Argyris understands the truth that if you defend too long, you will lose. Before the fortress cannon is destroyed, the Federation can only passively defend and cannot launch an effective attack. As a decisive battle strategic weapon, it will definitely be under the heavy protection of the enemy. If you want to break through the layers of obstacles and destroy the fortress cannon, only Yang Hui and the other two can do it. Commander. Don't call me Commander, Argyris. I'm just an ordinary soldier now. Just give me orders. After being taught many times by Yang Hui, Fleet also put down his stubbornness and pride. He had retired and did not hold any military post. Now that he had rejoined the battle, he was no longer the high and mighty commander-in-chief. He could no longer overstep his authority and issue orders to the troops. Commander. Order. Fleet Asuno temporarily appointed the acting commander of the Amanto Battalion to lead the Amanto Battalion to hunt freely. The number 1 hunting target is the enemy X-Rounder unit. Understood. After the communication was hung up, Argyris breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little afraid that Fleet would not be able to let go of his former glory and act on his own again. He had already written the entire story for this decisive battle, and he did not want an uncontrollable character to appear, even if this person was his most respected teacher. Arthur, have you received the order? Although he gave up on making his own decisions, Fleet still showed the attitude of a superior in front of Arthur. This has become a habit, and it is impossible to completely change it in a short time. Received, Father. Call me Commander. Yes, Commander, I have received the Admiral's order. The Shinrun Brigade is temporarily under your command. Please give the order. Humph. Arthur will lead 2 teams to coordinate D32 and deploy horizontally to coordinate G19. Gerard and Rena will lead 3 teams to deploy from U45 to Z99. The remaining 3 teams will follow me. Chio, you too. But Grandpa. After the operation to retake the Luna base was over, Chio's actions were criticized by many people, and even Arthur scolded him. But Chio is also a descendant of the Asuno family. The firmness and stubbornness engraved in his blood have been inherited by him. Once he has made a decision, he will not waver easily. Finally, there was really no other way, so they could only temporarily transfer Chio to the Shinrun Brigade and keep him under their care. They didn't ask him to completely change his behavior, but they couldn't let him interfere with the battle of the friendly forces. Shut up, Chio. This is an order. You are a soldier now. Fleet scolded. He now felt that he was too doting on Chio and couldn't tell right from wrong, and priorities. I know. Fleet got Chio's recovery, but from his look, it was clear that this was not a sincere idea at all. Fleet could only decide to try his best to keep an eye on him in the battle and not let him interfere with the battle of the friendly forces. Begin. Vegan's troops had also deployed. When both sides entered the range of each other, the gap between the golden and pink double-number rivers was filled, interweaving into a brilliant and gorgeous picture. Horizontal ellipsis. The Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam, and the Luna Gundam formed a single column formation, as the sharp corner of the entire front, piercing into the enemy's truth. The Flag Gundam turned into a red meteor and took the lead, freely switching between MA form and MIS form. The Dawn Gundam was located in the center, with all its floating guns deployed, maintaining its relative position with the Flag Gundam and the Luna Gundam, which could not only provide fire cover for the Flag Gundam but also protect the Luna Gundam from being attacked by the enemy on both sides. The Luna Gundam fell to the end, and also deployed its floating guns to snipe and cover the 2 machines in front. The 3 days Gundam was like boiling hot oil being poured into a pot of cold water by the big European, and it exploded instantly. The dense front of Vegan collapsed at the first moment of contact. Many enemy planes were penetrated by the beam without any reaction and exploded in the universe. The 3 machines did not penetrate and tear the enemy's front horizontally, but made a concerted effort and turned into arrows to penetrate the entire front. But what they found a little strange was that the central front they chose to attack actually had few misses, and the positions of these misses were scattered, but close to the 2 sides. The center was mostly composed of warships, and there were no escorting MIS troops at all, as if they were deliberately left for them to destroy. Something is wrong. Yulin connected the communication between Yang Hui and Graham. What did you find? Yang Hui asked quickly. These warships. No, these warships are wrong. Yulin found that although these warships maintained their speed and kept firing, their anti-aircraft firepower was not activated at all after they approached, and they just shot at nothing in front of them. Seeing this, Yang Hui's memory played in his brain, and he immediately contacted Arguris. Arguris. Lieutenant General. The warships in the center are all drones. The fortress guns are about to fire. What? Arguris was startled, and there was no time to confirm, and he immediately connected all the troops on the fortress guns beam axis. The whole army evacuates the enemy's fortress guns beam axis. After receiving the order, no one dared to hesitate, and immediately began to disperse up, down, left and right. But the Lagrimas fortress was startled and a dazzling flash of light appeared. Light beams erupted, colliding and refracting back and forth on the spherical device of the fortress, and finally gathered at the front. Boom! The thick light beams carried a devastating energy that swallowed up the warships on the ray axis. Although the Federal fleet began to disperse and advance, it was still a step late. The troops originally located in the core area of the ray axis still could not escape the fate of being destroyed and were submerged by the energy tide. Humph, the Federation must have dared not fire because of our fleet on the ray axis. Gerhardt smiled confidently. The Digmason cannon has been fired. Electromagnetic interference has weakened, and the results have been confirmed. The enemy only lost 7% of its troops. How is this possible? ? Not only Gerhardt, but everyone in the bridge was in disbelief. It was a perfect operation, so why was it so much lower than expected? You have to know that Gerhardt can weaken the deployment of the Central Front, which makes the Federation Army think that the Central Front has an opportunity and will gather a large force to break through the center. It was originally expected to directly destroy more than 30% of the enemy's troops, but now, the enemy seems to have noticed it in advance, and the troops originally on the Ray axis have evaded it in advance. Lord Gerhardt. The Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam have been discovered, and all the machines are live and well. They are moving rapidly towards the Lagrimas fortress. What? Did they discover it? When it was mentioned that it was Yang Hui, Gerhardt was not so shocked. After all, Yang Hui himself was a master of tactics, and it was understandable that he could see the problem. Recharge the Digmazanin cannon and order Zanet's fleet to go to the Central Front to resist the 3 Gundams. They must stop them before they fire again. Yes. Fram, Dor, Dieter, Alpha, follow me to attack. Yes. X4. The battle outside was in full swing. At this time, Iselkanda, who was sleeping in bed inside the second moon, finally woke up. You woke up? How do you feel? Mrs. Darwin cried with joy when she saw Iselkanda woke up, and gently helped Iselkanda sit up. Doran, is there a battle outside? Iselkanda felt a slight vibration and asked Mrs. Darwin. Yes, this is Gerhardt's decision. Mrs. Darwin nodded. Help me up. You need to rest well now. Seeing Iselkanda trying to endure his weakness and struggling to get up, she persuaded. There is no time. Doran, help me go to room 0. Room 0. The lady covered her mouth and exclaimed, and then her face showed an unbearable look. Really, do you want to activate them? Well, originally, everything I have should be inherited by one of them, but, without complete technology, they have no soul, so, I can only hand over the future of vegan to Gerhardt. The lady saw this, although she couldn't bear it, but she felt Iselkanda's persistence, so she could only support his decision, just like she supported him unreservedly for so many years. Doran, I'm here, Gerhardt, although they can't inherit my soul, but they can inherit my body and become Gerhardt's right-hand man, and you, Doran, I hope you will also support him, just like you support me. I will. Thank you, Doreen, you have worked hard for so many years. I believe that Gerhardt will definitely take you and everyone to Eden. Chapter 217 Fleet, I'm still as good as ever. Seeing several warships and the escorting Ms. troops being swallowed by the majestic energy, Yang Hui's expression was very ugly, because there were too many differences between the animation and reality, and they themselves were the biggest distortion point, so Yang Hui slowly stopped paying attention to the original plot, which was also to prevent the occurrence of differences that could not be dealt with in time due to reliance on the original plot. Who would have thought that it was this idea that caused Yang Hui to not recall the details of this battle in advance, and that Gerhardt would use unmanned warships as bait to track the Federation fleet to take the initiative to move towards the abyss of destruction. Although he had given a reminder in advance and Gerhardt had not completely succeeded, 7% of the troops was not a small number. Damn vegan. Argyris had already bitten his lips. The loss this time was entirely the commander's mistake, and he failed to detect the problem of the enemy fleet in the first place. Argyris. All units, there will be a firing interval during the charging of the enemy's fortress cannon. Take this opportunity to find opportunities on the enemy's weakly defended ray axis and break through the center. Understood. All the members of the XN Federation Army were frightened by the artillery bombardment without any warning. After a moment of stagnation, everyone was filled with endless anger, wanting to burn Vegan's fortress and the second moon to ashes. Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, Luna Gundam, and the Amikun Battalion and the Diva, prepare the Diva's Photon Destruction Destroyer. Once the enemy fortress enters the range, fire immediately. Understood. Diva. Maximum combat speed. Captain Innes is now a qualified captain. After receiving the order, he immediately gave the order. The Diva left the front line and came to the front. The photon destruction cannon on the abdomen began to charge. Let's go too. Don't let it fire again. Yang Hui ordered Graham and Yulin. He was also very angry at this time. Although he did not think that all this was his negligence, he could not turn a blind eye. Understood. X2 The 3 Gundams abandoned their formation, and the Flag Gundam changed directly into MA form and rushed straight towards the Lagrimas fortress. The mounted guns and cannons kept firing, blasting a gap in the front blockade, and they didn't care about the danger approaching. The Dawn Gundam followed closely behind, and the floating guns fired one after another. The dense pink beams tore through the Vegans' line, so the Mizor warships that intended to approach would be destroyed in the hail of bullets. Although the Luna Gundam fell behind, its speed was not slow. It followed closely behind the two Gundams. Without the cover of the Dawn Gundam, Yulin showed all her strength. Yang Hui. Understood. Mirror reflection system activated. Mirror reflection system activated, mental link restrictions completely lifted. The Dawn Gundam slowed down and shortened the distance with the Luna Gundam. The two machines' floating guns were scattered around, forming a tight formation. The Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam opened fire at the same time, and the beams hit the surface of the floating guns scattered around one after another. The beams refracted back and forth, weaving into a dense net, extending outward, and clearing out the surrounding enemy aircraft in an instant. The Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam did not stop, maintaining a dense firepower network and moving forward at high speed. Haha Yulin, pay attention to your physical strength. I'm fine, I can still hold on. Yulin did not have the physical characteristics of the Promise Fortress. The elderly girl was already out of breath after just a dozen minutes of high-intensity combat, and her sweat had completely soaked her driving suit. At most 5 minutes, meet up with Fleet. Understood. Yulin was not a hypocritical person. On the battlefield, she could not hold Yang Hui back. It was a fact that her old body could not keep up with the high-intensity combat. For the victory of the battle, she would not oppose Yang Hui's instructions. At this moment, the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam had caught up with the Flag Gundam that had taken the lead, and slowed down like the Flag Gundam. Here they come. Disperse. The three machines dispersed, and several golden beams hit the original place. The Legerous Gundam, with Van Falcia, and several Jill's Bean, blocked them in front of them. Legerous. This feeling is Gerhard. During the collision back and forth, Yang Hui found that the movements of the Legerous Gundam were completely different from before. It was more flexible and weird, and more aggressive. The flexibility and number of bits were significantly improved. Among vegan, only Gerhard could reach this level. Then leave him to me. Hearing this, Graham's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was the opponent he had been waiting for decades. He stepped on the pedal to the bottom without hesitation, and the Flag Gundam rushed towards the Legerous Gundam with a shining tail flame. With full firepower, all the bits surrounding the Legerous Gundam were scattered. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the smoke and dust blocked the view, the sharp sword was unsheathed, breaking through the blockade of the smoke and dust and colliding with the Legerous Gundam. Flag Gundam, Graham. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Boy. The Flag Gundam pushed the Legerous Gundam away from everyone with its huge thrust, and came to an open area alone with it to fight the long-awaited battle. Yang Hui did not stop Graham. The Dawn Gundam fought against the guards composed of several Jill's Bean, alone. The tacit cooperation made it difficult for the Dawn Gundam to break through for a while, but under the deliberate guidance of the Dawn Gundam, it also made way. The last, Van Falcia, was naturally handed over to the Luna Gundam to deal with. This was also Yulin's request. She unilaterally agreed with Framnor and wanted to hear her answer. Now, the local generals are no longer a threat, and the road to the front is opened. Flit, SM, expand the gap and send the diva over. Yang Hui ordered. Understood. X2 without the elite troops to stop them, the Tenjin Brigade was like a pack of wolves that pounced on a flock of sheep and feasted on them. That's it. At this time, Xanad's fleet arrived late and joined the battle from the side, blocking the gap. Xanad himself drove the Centrum, and destroyed several Adel III in succession, and then met the Gundam Age 1 Radiance. Specialized machine? What a strong power. At a glance, the Gundam Age 1 Radiance hurriedly blocked the claws of the Centrum, and was heavily slashed away by the tail blade. Father. Grandpa. The nearby Gundam Age 2 and Gundam Age FX immediately wanted to support, but they were entangled by Xanad's troops and could not get away for a while. Don't come over. Open a breakthrough for the diva first. Fleet said to the two while enduring the pain of the impact and shock. But. Follow the order. Understood. Under Fleet's scolding, SM and Chio had to give up the idea of supporting and concentrate on dealing with Xanad's troops. The Gundam Age 1, which was targeted by the Centrum, fell into a difficult battle. The bloated and obese body possesses powerful strength and impenetrable defense, and is also equipped with powerful firepower. Fleet attempted to use the advantage of mobility to find the flaws of Sindorim, but what Fleet did not expect was that Sindorim was still a flexible fat man, and its weight of more than 1,000 tons was not inferior to the Gundam Age 1 glorious mobility. The Gundam Age 1 seized several gaps to launch a counterattack against Sindorim, but neither the high-powered Vang's rifle nor the missiles could leave a mark on the surface of Sindorim. Damn, what kind of monsters are vegans, Ms.? Fleet cursed. Humph, the old-time machine, the old man, can't defeat me and Sindorim, just be my stepping stone. Gundam. Struggling to resist the fierce attack of Sindorim, Fleet's physical strength and energy are rapidly declining. Even if he is arrogant, he has to admit that he is old. But even if he is old, he will not give up his pride, nor will he let himself fall behind and use age as an excuse. His goal has never changed, that is to surpass Yang Hui and become the savior. It's not over yet. The blade of Centrum attacked, and Fleet's X-Rounder ability was activated, allowing him to see the opponent's movements very clearly. He gently pulled the joystick back and stepped on the pedal slightly. The Gundam Age 1 jumped to the top of Centrum's head, and the shield gun inserted into the gap between the head and the body. It's over, vegan. As soon as the voice fell, Flint pulled the trigger one after another, and the calligraphy beam entered the body of Centrum from the gap and then passed out from the bottom. How could it be possible? How could I lose? Gundam. When it was about to explode, the Gundam Age 1 drew out its shield gun and kicked Centrum away with one foot, with two shields protecting its chest. Boom. The huge impact force pushed the Gundam Age 1 back, but fortunately the shield blocked the flying fragments and the violent blast, and did not cause much damage to the machine itself. Haha, Flit was sweating profusely at this time. The battle of just a few minutes had exhausted him, and the damage to the Gundam Age 1 was not small. Father. Are you okay? At this time, the Gundam Age 2 and Gundam Age FX also defeated the enemies blocking them and came to the side of the Gundam Age 1 together. However, compared with Asem's worry, Chio remained silent, with a struggling expression. Firing from the Lagrimas fortress, seeing many lives disappear easily like a flash in the pan, his heart was surrounded by sadness and pain. Even though he knew that if Flit didn't kill the other party just now, the other party would kill Flit, but he was still struggling. Why can it be so easy to kill people? I'm fine, but the damage to the body is a bit serious. Flit responded to Sem's worry. Father, the diva has broken through and is not far ahead. You return to the ship to maintain the body. Okay. Although he was somewhat reluctant, Fleet also knew that his physical strength and energy, as well as the degree of damage to the body, could not support him to continue fighting. He did not insist, accepted Arthur's suggestion, and moved towards the diva. Chio, let's go. Seeing the Gundam Age 1 return, Arthur said to Chio. The breakthrough was opened, but there were still many obstacles blocking the diva and them. As long as the fortress gun was not destroyed, they could not relax. I know. Chio came back to his senses and drove the Gundam Age FX to follow the footsteps of the Gundam Age 2, but the grief in his heart could not be relieved. Chapter 218, We Must Not Lose. With the experience from last time, Fram Nala did not blindly trust her X-Rounder ability and the performance of Van Falcia, but cautiously stalemate with Luna Gundam. The dancing of the beam whip interfered with the shooting accuracy of Luna Gundam, and Van Falcia successfully avoided the situation where the floater was completely destroyed as soon as it was released. Moreover, Yulin still did not use her full strength against Fram Nala, not because of physical exhaustion, but because she was soft-hearted. Can you tell me your answer now? What? Fram Nala's movement stagnated, but she quickly reacted and attacked more fiercely. Don't talk to yourself. I'll shoot you down here today. Really? Haven't you confirmed it yet? As soon as the voice fell, the beam flashed, and Van Falcia's cane was broken. The next second, the beam fell like raindrops, not only knocking the 5 floaters in front of the opportunity, but also smashing Van Falcia into pieces. The limbs were intact, and the whole body was healthy, but every beam of light just brushed past Van Falcia, and every beam of light just wiped off its outer armor without damaging the internal skeleton. How is it possible? Fram Nala's brain froze. She thought that she could fight Yulin on equal terms after she was well prepared. She suppressed Yulin in the early stage and gave her the illusion that she could defeat the opponent. But soon, The reality of the backbone slapped her mercilessly and told her what the truth was. Multiple firepower sniping, except for the cane and the floating gun, no one really hit Van Falsha. The difference between before and after was very large, but no one would think that this was because Yulin's shooting was all in vain. Because compared with hitting the target directly, the human body outlining gun technique that brushes past a body without damaging the internal skeleton is more difficult. A slight mistake will result in two other results, either directly penetrating the enemy plane, or completely missing the enemy plane. In Fram Nara's eyes, Yulin's shooting ability is no longer something that a human can do, it is completely at the level of ghosts and gods. Your movements are too monotonous. Yulin said softly, it seems that Gerhardt really holds an important position in your heart. Stop joking. How can a selfish woman like you understand my goal? Lord Gerhardt is the hope of Vegan and the heir of Lord Isolkanda. For Vegan and Eden, even if I give everything to Lord Gerhardt, what does it matter? With a roar, Van Falsha moved, her ferocious face flashing red, dragging a red line towards the Luna Gundam. Her bare palm unfolded a beam sword, and pierced the cockpit of the Luna Gundam. Yulin was not good at close combat, but that was relatively speaking. For a charge like Van Falsha, that was so straightforward and desperate, she didn't even need to draw her sword. She raised her foot to kick away her right hand, turned around and kicked Van Falsha in the abdomen with a roundhouse kick. Ah! Fram Nala's scream did not win Yulin's mercy. 4 more beams of light fell, accurately hitting Van Falsha's hands and feet, leaving bare limbs and a skeleton stripped of its outer armor. You are very similar to me. No, it should be the same as me, right? No justice, no country, only one person, an existence that exists only for one person. No. I don't. I just want to chase him, just hope to be by his side, live for him, work hard for his goals, and fight for everything he cherishes. With every word, Luna Gundam would cut Van Falsha's limbs shorter, like a ruthless torturer, executing a prisoner. I'm not. I'm for. We are all the same, selfish, but if we are not selfish, there is no meaning for our existence. Don't stop talking nonsense. Either die in silence or explode in silence. She doesn't understand what Yulin's purpose is. Is it just to force her to admit that she is the same person as Yulin? Or is there more conspiracy? But she doesn't care. She doesn't want to be manipulated anymore. Under Yulin's coercion, she chose to resist. What kind of person is she? And she can't let others make judgments. The thrusters behind the broken Van Falsha were ignited, and it hit the Luna Gundam with fierce flames, and just pushed her towards the distance. Oh, I'm not you. Lord Gerhardt is not Yang Hui. Don't impose your way of survival on me. Bastard. In the roar, Fram Nora looked fierce and activated the last function that could kill the enemy. She wanted to take Yulin to hell with her, and use her life to kill a powerful enemy for Gerhardt and Vegan. Lord Gerhardt. The self-destruct system was activated, and the countdown was 30 seconds. With a resolute smile, Fram Nora looked at the battle zone where Gerhardt was, and saw the red meteors flying in the universe, and the reluctance in her heart was relieved. But the red figure in the distance only existed in Fram Nora's sight for a second before disappearing, and the light in the entire cockpit dimmed. What happened? Why did the system stop? At this time, Luna Gundam drew its beam sword for the first time in battle, beheaded Van Falsha with one sword, and moved sideways with its cockpit to let Van Falsha pass by the advancing Van Falsha, watching it explode in the universe, and the remaining fragments were also proof that it had existed. It seems that this child still needs guidance, otherwise, she will go on the road of self-destruction. Yulin gently muttered to herself. In Fram Nora, she saw the shadow of her past, even if she was used as a part and forced to sit on them as, even if she was scared, even if she died, she wanted to see Yang Hui again. Now it seems that she was so naive. She didn't want Fram Nora to follow the same path. This is, people with the same suffering sympathize with each other. Under Gerhardt's operation, the performance of the Legirus Gundam has been brought to the extreme. Bits surround its body, like a god sitting in the sky. But even so, the flag Gundam shuttles back and forth, always finding gaps in the fire blockade, like a flexible fish swimming in the sea. The high-speed moving strafing does not stop, breaking the waves for the flag Gundam, and the tiny bit nets swarming like ants can never completely catch the flag Gundam. Not only that, the flag Gundam stops suddenly, turns at right angles, and accelerates instantly, making countless irregular right-angle maneuvers in the universe, making it impossible for Gerhardt to grasp the opponent's movement pattern. Huh? Fram's signal disappeared? Could it be? The signal of Van Falsha was lost, and the movement of the Legerous Gundam paused for a moment. At this moment, the Gundam flag caught him. As an opportunist, Graham would have a hard time getting away if he was given a chance. Don't look around during the battle. Bang! A sword slashed at the shield of the Gundam Legerous, and the Shijur blade showed its power, cutting off the arm and shield with a harsh friction sound. Damn it! The X-Rounder launcher was equipped on the shield. In a moment of negligence, Gerhardt lost his most powerful weapon, and his halo disappeared. The god had been dethroned by mortals and fell into the mortal world. Chest, tail, palm, beam gun. While retreating, the guns and cannons fired in unison, regardless of the loss of energy, trying to drown the Gundam flag in the wave of beams. Naive! The Gundam flag immediately transformed into the MA form and left the place. The Gundam Legerous's firepower coverage pursued relentlessly, but the Gundam flag kept making various weird and exaggerated maneuvers, making all the gunfire of the Gundam Legerous fall in vain. Damn it, is Graham a monster? How can he keep doing this? Beep, beep. Don't even think about it. The flag Gundam was already approaching, and the Legerous Gundam drew its sword to meet the attack, and they were in a stalemate. I've been waiting for you to grow up for decades. As long as I can fight to my heart's content, what does it matter if I die? Graham's passionate voice sounded in the cockpit, and Gerhardt was stunned for a moment after hearing it. I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. As soon as the voice fell, the Legerous Gundam struggled to swing away the flag Gundam's sword, and the beam cannon on its chest fired. The flag Gundam used the force to turn over and avoid it. At the same time, the Legerous Gundam's tail was raised, and the tip was shining with golden destructive light. Not enough. The back of the flag Gundam burst into flames, and it rushed out in an instant, making the Legerous Gundam sneak attack fail. Oops. Gerhardt thought to himself that it was not good, but it was too late. When the flag Gundam turned over, 2 cold lights had already fallen on the raised arm of the Legerous Gundam, and the only remaining left arm was cut into 3 pieces and exploded. Damn, is this Graham's true strength? Gerhardt cursed himself for being incompetent. Even with the most advanced Gundam, he could not defeat Graham, who was slightly inferior to Yang Hui. Wouldn't he be unable to surpass Yang Hui at all? Beep beep beep. At this time, several friendly signs disappeared, including Xanad and his fleet, and Alpha Diet. Thinking of the 3 people who supported him at the beginning and accompanied him all the way, and the signal from Van Falsha just disappeared, Gerhardt's eyes under the mask flashed with tears. But he couldn't give up now, because their goal had not been achieved, they had not failed, he was still alive, and he had to move forward with the will of his deceased friends. No matter how hard and lonely it was, he had to realize the Eden Project. Don't be distracted. Bang ugh. The flag Gundam attacked again, but Gerhardt's face was frosty and his eyes were extremely calm. The tail of the Legerous Gundam pulled the flag Gundam out with an afterimage, and he retreated towards the Lagrimas fortress with all his strength. Since the Miz battle was lost, he would regain it in the fleet command. He is not just a soldier now, but a commander. The hope of the entire vegan is on his shoulders. He can't lose again. Chapter 219. Thank you for your hard work all along, Lord Gerhardt. I'm glad you're safe. Fuak Arakuma, who was temporarily commanding the entire army in Gerhardt's place, greeted him excitedly after returning to the headquarters on the second moon. The troops that went to fill the central front suffered heavy casualties under the assault of the Federation. Even Gerhardt's guards, adjutant, and Xanad had lost their signals. If Gerhardt had an accident at this time, there would be no need to continue the fight. Well, what's the situation now? Gerhardt asked hurriedly. It's very bad. I have mobilized heavy troops from the surrounding areas to resist the federal attack. Even the reserve troops have been sent up, but it can only delay the advance of the federal army and cannot stop them completely. What about the charging of the Dygmazanin cannon? It has been completed by 67%. This is the result of the cooling system running at full speed. You know, the Dygmazanin cannon is not a continuous fire weapon. It's too slow. We must find a breakthrough and create a chance for our army to win. But, no buts. Connect Lagrimas to the second moon and use the second moon to charge the Dygmazanin cannon. In that case, I understand. Falk Akramat sighed that he was worthy of being the successor chosen by Isel Kanda. He was quick-witted and thought of a solution in such a short time. The Digmazen gun was Vegan's last chance. Now that the Federation army had hit its combat power and was breaking through the center, as long as they seized this opportunity and fired when they were not prepared, even if the enemy dodged in advance, at least 50% of their combat power would remain. In this way, the balance of victory would tilt towards Vegan again. But the next order stunned Arakuma. Order the 18th, 19th, 27th, and 32nd fleets to move closer to the central front, and the other forces to disperse to the sides. Lord Gerhard. Execute the order. I know what I'm doing. Order them to hold back the Diva, the celestial beings, and the Gundam. They must not be allowed to escape. Gerhard said. Yes. Arakuma had understood Gerhard's meaning, so he was entangled, but when he thought about what kind of people the people named were, he also recognized Gerhard's order. Lagramas separated, docking procedure begins. Cooling system begins supplying, energy output rate increases. Charging accelerated, 50%, 55%, 60%. Energy conduction is normal, cooling is normal, Digmazen cannon charging is normal. I will not fail, I will never allow failure. Gerhard stared at the battle map with his eyes fixed, and he kept hypnotizing himself in his mind. He was carrying the fate of the entire Vegan, and even if he had to sacrifice everything, he had to open up a way to Eden for his compatriots. On the battlefield outside, the Diva led the fleet to charge, and the photon destroyers charging was about to reach the critical point, but their target was still some distance away. Captain, the photon destroyer is about to be fully charged, and it is estimated that the enemy fortress cannot be brought into range within the time limit. How could it be? Captain Anus analyzed all possible methods and found that it seemed that it was impossible to bring the enemy fortress into range within a limited time. The Vegan fleet reinforcements were discovered on both sides. It's very strange. What's going on? What happened? After the Vegan support fleet arrived, the original fleet began to retreat and made way. Captain Anus couldn't figure out the meaning of the enemy's actions. Shouldn't the top priority be to concentrate forces to destroy them? Why did one side retreat when the other side arrived, just like a rotation of guards? At this time, a brilliant light flashed in Captain Anus' mind, and the scene of the enemy's fortress gun firing for the first time played in his mind. Could it be? Thinking of this, Captain Anus immediately connected to Argyris's communication. Admiral, something unusual has happened. Report, Captain Anus. Then, Captain Anus reported all the strange situations and his own guesses to Argyris. You mean, this is another bait of the enemy? Argyris frowned deeply. Yes. But can that weapon really? Argyris naturally didn't think that a weapon of that power could fire continuously in a short period of time, otherwise they wouldn't have had the chance to break through the center, and Vegan's previous resistance didn't seem like a plan to lure the enemy in. At this moment, something unexpected happened on the battlefield, which made Argyris believe Captain Anus's guess. Admiral, the enemy fortress has changed and is separating. What? Call up the video. The video played on the main screen, and the Lagramas fortresses that were connected like a spiral tower separated one by one, rearranged and connected to the second moon. The fortress is connected to the colony satellite? In this case, the tragic scene of the enemy's fortress artillery sweeping across his own troops flashed through Argyris' mind, and he did not dare to hesitate any longer. Entire fleet, immediately moved from the ray axis. Please wait a moment, Admiral, I have a proposal. Captain Anus interrupted Argyris' order and expressed his own thoughts. The enemy's fortress artillery may already be able to fire again, but if we evacuate now and the enemy notices it in advance, they may very likely stop firing. In this way, the fortress artillery that can be fired at any time will be a huge threat to our army. I propose that the songstress and the celestial being battalion be used as bait to attract the enemy's attention and lure the enemy to fire the fortress artillery. In this way, our army will no longer be threatened by the fortress artillery. But in this way, wouldn't you and the celestial being battalion? Argyris only went over Captain Anus' plan in his mind and approved it. It was a perfect plan, but the problem was, Vegan could use his own lives as bait, but he couldn't do it, not to mention that the bait was the Federation's heroic ship and heroic troops. Even if the plan succeeded, the price the Federation would have to pay would be too high. Leave it to us. At this time, Fleet and Yang Hui connected to the communication at the same time. Commander. Lieutenant General. Leave the bait to us. Compared with the Amanto battalion, the Gundam is the most tempting bait, And with the performance of the Gundam, it can leave the ray axis at the last moment. Yang Hui said. The Diva is set to automatic operation mode. The crew abandons the ship and evacuates. It will be received by Zen. Zen is the only battleship in the Federation equipped with a sunshade system. With it, people can be taken away without anyone noticing. Fleet added. But, is this really okay? Commander, the age system cannot be taken away. Algaris reminded Fleet that the age system was Fleet's greatest masterpiece, his life's work, and the core of the infinite evolution of Gundam. Could he just give it up? We won this battle. Both the Gundam and the age system completed their missions, so it's no big deal. Fleet said calmly. Well, I see. Approve the plan. Contact the entire army immediately and move slowly outside the ray axis. Zen will approach the Diva to receive the shipboard personnel. The 6 Gundams will guard the Diva until the last moment. Don't let Vegan notice our intentions. Understood. And the order was passed to everyone. The fleet following the Diva was slowly moving toward the periphery without slowing down its speed. It was completely ready to deploy its formation and fight Vegan to the death. Zen activated the sunshade system and quickly approached the Diva. When he arrived directly below the Diva, he lifted the stealth and greeted the Diva members. After picking up everyone, Zen entered silent sailing again and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 6 Gundams gathered around the Diva, guarding the Diva as it slowly moved forward. The Amanto brigade dispersed and made a gesture to support the friendly forces. Before leaving, they also received several cockpits handed to them by Yang Hui and Yulin. You have worked hard all the time. Fleet watched through the screen as the scarred Diva continued to gain scars in the artillery fire, and many memories came to his mind little by little. Back then, it was the Diva that they moved forward all the way, gathered more and more companions, revealed the true identity of Vegan, and fired the first shot of the counterattack. It was a mark that carried all the ties of the 3 generations of the Asuno family and connected the hearts of their companions. Today, this old friend who has served for nearly 100 years is finally going to end its journey. Flit's heart is filled with reluctance. Flit. I know, I have taken over the authority of the photon destroyer cannon and can fire at any time. Flit opened his mask and wiped his tears, answering Yang Hui. Don't worry, she will be reborn with a brand new attitude. Well, now. Flit stared at the Vegan fleet that was constantly gathering in front of him, waiting for the best opportunity. Finally, after a few minutes, the Vegan fleet in the beam axis of the photon destroyer cannon has reached its peak. Enjoy the last achievement, old friend. Photon destroyer cannon, fire. Swish in the abdomen of the Diva, energy gathered and condensed, and finally burst into a brilliant light. The shining torrent swallowed all the enemies in front of it into its stomach. In the eyes of Flit and others, the photon destroyer cannon at this time was more gorgeous and shining than any time before. All aircraft, maintain formation, wait for orders, Artem, super thrusters ready. Understood. X5. In the second lunar command room, Gerhardt did not dare to blink for a moment, making sure that the legendary battleship Diva and the 6 Gundams did not leave the beam axis of the Diva. Seeing that more than half of the fleet blocking the Diva disappeared in an instant, a wave flashed in his eyes, but soon subsided. Master Gerhardt. The Digmazanin is fully charged. Go ahead. Yes. Digmazanin, fire. Here we go. Artem. Detecting a high-energy reaction ahead, the 6 Gundams quickly gathered around the Gundam H2 and held it tightly. Everyone, ignite at the same time when the super thrusters are activated. Now. Super thrusters activated. The 6 Gundams simultaneously increased to their maximum output. The flames behind them almost illuminated the entire universe, and they quickly broke away, dragging their long tail flames. The next second after they left, the golden divine punishment descended, devouring Vegan, devouring the Diva, and devouring everything. Chapter 220 The Perfect Combat Weapon. The golden glow gradually dimmed, and the shining universe returned to its depth and tranquility. Finally, we have destroyed you, Gundam, Diva, and the mountain that blocked Vegan has finally been flattened. Before the Digmazanin cannon was fired, Gerhardt had been paying attention to the positions of the 6 Gundams and Diva, although he found that the other Federation fleets had been deployed to both sides. But their action seemed to be just deploying formations, and the most important targets were the Gundam and Diva. As long as they were still dragged in the beam axis, it didn't matter if they destroyed a few less Federation fleets. But the excitement were soon interrupted as the electromagnetic environment was restored. Gundam. All the machines are alive. What? Gerhardt had already found the location of Liu Tao's Gundam on the battle map. It was not far from the beam axis, but it was indeed unscathed. Where's the diva? Find the diva's location. The diva. Signal is lost. How much did the Federation fleet lose? The Federation fleet suffered minor losses. The enemy fleet seemed to have performed evasive maneuvers before the Digmazanin cannon was fired. Gerhardt was shocked and immediately realized that his plan had been seen through by the enemy. I was tricked again. Gerhardt was very angry and unwilling. His plan was already perfect, although it was all about setting up bait to lure the enemy fleet to hit the ray axis in an attempt to catch them all in one fell swoop. But the first time they used unmanned warships, this method could not be used the second time. Gerhardt wanted the commander of the Federation Army to think that they would not use the lives of their compatriots as bait, so the second time, in order to make it more realistic and to mislead the Federation Army, they sent part of the fleet to defend the ray axis. On the one hand, it confused the Federation Army, and on the other hand, it eliminated dissidents. It can be said to be a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Who knew? His plan was actually outwitted by the enemy, who also guessed his most important target and used the Diva and 6 Gundams as bait to consume the launch opportunities of strategic weapons. Recharge the Digmazanin cannon again. We can't give the Federation Army a chance. 41% of the cooling system is offline, and it is expected to be back online in 21 minutes. Lord Gerhardt, it's too late. Arakuma reminded Gerhardt that the Federation fleet was not far from the second moon. Under the fierce attack of the Federation fleet, the vegan fleet also suffered heavy losses, not to mention that a part of the fleet had just been sacrificed. Before the Digmazanin cannon is recharged, it will not be able to delay the attack of the Federation fleet, unless... Start charging immediately. I will attack to delay the Federation Army and buy time for you. Once the charging is complete, fire immediately. No. Arakuma immediately objected and held Gerhardt to stop him from going his own way. Lord Gerhardt, you are not only the commander-in-chief of this operation, but also the successor of Lord Isolkanda. Vegan still needs your leadership, and you can't put yourself in danger again. Arakuma was firmly against Gerhardt's attack again. Before, even with the protection of the Royal Guards and Framnora, they could only return in defeat when facing the Gundam. Now that he has lost his excellent guards, Gerhardt is no match for the Gundam. It's not that he doesn't believe in Gerhardt's strength, but the opponent is too terrible. If I don't attack, who will contain the Gundam? Without someone to contain the Gundam, we don't have any chance. But Master Gerhardt. No need to say, I have made up my mind. The command is left to you, Fuck. After saying that, Gerhardt broke free from Arakuma's hand and prepared to leave the command room despite Arakuma's opposition. Gerhardt actually knew that Vegan was likely to lose this battle, but he was unwilling to give up just like that. He still wanted to struggle, and also to understand his past self and to give Vegan an explanation. If he died in the end, he also hoped to use his life to fight for better conditions for Vegan. At this time, the door of the command room opened, and Gerhardt, who was about to go out, almost bumped into the lady outside the door. Madam, why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Please go back to the mansion and wait. The arrival of Madame Doreen startled everyone. At this time, she should be with Isolkanda to take care of him. Moreover, the command room has always been the enemy's ultimate goal. On the ever-changing battlefield, no one knows whether a grenade will suddenly appear and blow up the command room, or whether the enemy's marines will break in. Madame Doreen naturally knew that it was dangerous, but she had a reason to come. This was the last thing Isolkanda asked her before he died. Gerhardt, where are you going? At this time, Madame Doreen was not as gentle and kind as always. Instead, she exuded the aura of a superior who was difficult to look directly at. Madam, please stop Lord Gerhardt. Lord Gerhardt intends to fight Gundam alone. Seeing the arrival of Madame Doreen, Arakuma found a savior. He could not dissuade Gerhardt from going to die, and no one else could. Now in the entire Vegan, Madame Doreen must be the only one who can stop Gerhardt. Madam, how can you be so impulsive as a commander? My dear entrusted the future of Vegan to you. Is this how you repay his trust? To be Isolkanda's wife and to have been together for so long was not just a matter of affection. Mrs. Doreen naturally had the courage and ability of a superior. She had vision, ability, and means. It was only after she married Isolkanda that she slowly buried her ability and became Isolkanda's wise wife. Now that Isolkanda was gone, for vegan, to which he had devoted his life, Mrs. Doreen stood up without hesitation and regained her courage. But Gundam. Gerhard, my dear, is gone. What? The command room suddenly became quiet, and the next second everyone shed tears, unwilling to accept this fact. How could it be? How could Lord Isolkanda die? Did they say that Lord Isolkanda just needed to have a good rest and he would be fine? Impossible. I don't believe it. Silence. Lady Doreen shouted, quieting down the excited crowd. Facing everyone's expectant and even pleading eyes, Mrs. Doreen still chose to tell the truth. This is true, my dear passed away half an hour ago. How could this be? Lord Isolkanda. Cheer up. Doreen's scolding made everyone who were crying raise their heads. Although my dear has passed away, Vegan is still here. He is still fighting. This battle is related to the fate of Vegan. Are you crying now and ready to surrender to the Federation? No. And then cheer up. Although my dear has passed away, his soul has gone to Eden, and he is waiting for your arrival in Eden. Fight this battle with all your strength, all for Vegan. Everything for Vegan. The morale that had fallen to the bottom was stimulated to the peak by Mrs. Doreen, as if adding a lot of firewood to a dying Mars and pouring a bucket of oil on it. Madam. Mrs. Doreen's words can boost morale, but the current situation has not been resolved. No matter how high the morale is, it can only bring greater casualties to the Federation Army, and cannot completely change the situation. No one can stop the Gundam. No matter how brave the vegan soldiers are, they can't stop them. Are you bothering about the problem of the Gundam? Mrs. Doreen asked Gerhard and Arakuma. Yes. The two nodded. Arakuma stopped Gerhard from fighting the Gundam, but he couldn't deny that the Gundam was now the biggest problem and the threat it brought was unparalleled. This is why I came, Gerhard, and this is also a gift from my dear to you, a way to counter the Gundam. A way to counter the Gundam. Gerhard was shocked. That's right. As she said that, Mrs. Doreen took out her pad, clicked on a piece of information and handed it to Gerhard. This is it. Cloning technology, combat strength index rounders made from his cells, 5 in total, all equipped with the highest masterpiece of vegan technology, vegan robot. Already, they will definitely be able to defeat the Gundam. Lady Doreen said with certainty. Lord Isolkanda's clones. Seeing the information about the clones, Gerhard felt extremely complicated. The cloning technology had been sealed long before the War of the Old Era because this technology was too inhumane. He didn't expect that Isolkanda would be so crazy that he not only unlocked this forbidden technology, but also created 5 clones with his own cells. Turning the page, the information about vegan robot appeared in Gerhard's eyes. The whole body is black, and the height of 31 meters makes it stand out among them is. However, it is not bloated at all. Instead, it is skinny and slender like a bug. The lumbar spine drags a slender tail, and the tip of the tail is equipped with a beam cannon called Delta Gazer, which is as powerful as the beam cannon of the Legirus Gundam. The drywood-like hands are equipped with claws shining with cold light. This is not for the sake of beauty, but a thermal saber comparable to a high-output beam sword. Although tall, due to its slender figure, it has more mobility than the Legirus Gundam. Perfect combat weapon. Gerhard and Arakuma exclaimed at the same time. The clones have no thoughts of their own, and will only loyally carry out the orders of their masters. At the same time, they are also X-Rounders who are specially strengthened for combat. Coupled with a vegan robot, specially made for killing, they suddenly feel that this battle has hope again. Gerhard clenched his pad and sincerely thanked Mrs. Doreen. Thank you, Mom, this power is just in time. Use it well, Gerhard, don't forget, you are the hope of the entire vegan. Mrs. Doreen nodded and left the command room. Her mission was completed, and now she had to go back and wait for the outcome of this war. After Mrs. Doreen left, Gerhard no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, Vegan, Mechas, attack immediately, target, Gundam. Chapter 221, Runaway. Yowlin. After successfully consuming the enemy's fortress artillery, the Federation Army also launched a general attack. Given the distance between the two sides, neither Yang Hui, fleet, nor Auguries thought that the fortress artillery would be able to be used again in a short time. They immediately made a decisive move and launched an all-out attack on the second moon. But just as the offensive began, the 6 leading Gundams stopped. What's going on? This feeling. So cold, so scary. Something is coming. Fleet, Yulin, and Chio, 3 X-Rounders who are ranked at the top of the world, felt several strong malice coming at them at the same time. Yang Hui is not an X-Rounder, but he is a transformer. Even without the assistance of GN particles, his ability to perceive emotions is beyond ordinary people. He also felt several cold murderous intentions knocking on them. Disperse. With an order, the 6 Gundams dispersed, and several thick beams bombarded the place where they were originally located. At the same time, 5 black meteors quickly came in front of them, hitting the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam, and 3 Gundam Ages respectively. Everyone be careful. Seeing this, Yulin immediately locked onto the 5, vegan, without any hesitation, but just as she was about to open fire, the tails of the 5, vegan, simultaneously lifted up and locked onto the Luna Gundam. Yulin was shocked to see this, and quickly cancelled her shooting posture and dodged, but in the process of dodging, the enemy's artillery fire actually destroyed several floaters in succession, and even scratched the right shoulder of the Luna Gundam. This feeling. What a powerful X-Rounder. Although she was injured, Yulin was not afraid, and she fired back while dodging. The vegan naturally would not stay where they were in service targets. The 5 Gundams tried to entangle them to create opportunities for Yulin's sniper, but their thin bodies burst out with powerful strength, repelling the Gundams one by one and dodging easily. What is this weird feeling? Flit looked at the vegan robots that gathered together and stared at them, and cold sweats ran down his face. The opponent's X-Rounder ability is extraordinary, and it can already stand shoulder to shoulder with Chio. This kind of ace has never been heard of before, and, compared to Flit, Yulin and Chio who can only vaguely sense it, in Yang Hui's perception, the brain quantum waves of the 5 enemies are exactly the same. This is beyond common sense. You must know that in the perception of the Transformers, brain quantum waves are another kind of identity card. Everyone's brain quantum waves are different. Even twin brothers will have subtle differences. It is impossible to be exactly the same, and these 5 people are like one person. You can really do it. Yang Hui said viciously. There has never been any intelligence on the opposite machine and pilot, but Yang Hui still knows it. It is a clone of Isel Kanda. The vegan robot is also the highest technological achievement of vegan, even the Legeris Gundam is slightly inferior. The reason for this is that the driving requirements of vegan are too high. Not only does it require powerful X-Rounder capabilities, but it also requires a strong physique. Even clones specially made for combat cannot fully withstand the damage caused by super performance. Therefore, clones are just parts of this machine, and are not seen as people. But it is precisely because of this that a perfect combat weapon can be created. 5, haha, it's really a big trouble. Seeing 5, vegan, even Yang Hui's forehead began to sweat. How strong is vegan? One can suppress 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren by itself. How strong do you think it is? Not to mention that it merged with Sid in the later period and entered a rampage state. In the end, if it weren't for Chio turning on the full energy mode that is said to be invincible in this world, and if all the Ms of the Federation and vegan joined forces to contain it, the anime Gundam age might have been a different story. Wait, Sid. All machines. Watch out. Don't let. Before Yang Hui finished speaking, 3 SIDs suddenly deactivated their parasol systems near Yang Hui and the others, and pounced directly on the 3 vegan robots. The sharp legs on their lower abdomens pierced into their slender torsos, and no matter how they struggled, they could not get rid of them. Ugh. Ah. The 3 captured vegan robots screamed at the same time, and the painful emotions burst out in waves, affecting all the X-Rounders around them. Ugh, what is this? It's so painful. Malice. Malice has increased. Ugh. The strong painful emotions made Fleet, Yulin and Chio hold their heads in pain, unable to bear it. Even the other 2 clones without emotions could no longer control their bodies at this time. Graham. Stop them. Yang Hui was also in unbearable pain. Fortunately, he entered the transformer mode. The absolutely rational state slightly suppressed the painful emotional storm, and he was still able to think rationally. Graham received the order and executed it immediately without asking the reason. The flag Gundam rushed towards one of the vegan S that was restrained by Sid, unsheathed the sword, and cut it in half without hesitation. Seeing this, Arthur on the side did not dare to hesitate any longer, and quickly found his target, but when the sword was about to fall, the struggling vegan Sid raised his hand to block it, and swept its abdomen with its tail. Ugh! It's too late. Yang Hui saw that the vegan S were struggling less and less, and he knew that Sid was about to control the clones. He wanted to take action to break them before they completely ran away, but his body was powerless. Sure enough, the next second, the two vegan S stopped struggling and then fired all their cannons on the spot, not only hitting the two companions who had lost their ability to move, but also hitting the Digmason cannon not far away, pouring firepower around like crazy. Seeing this, Yang Hui and others could only order the friendly troops around to stay away, and then dodge the rampaging artillery fire. Kyo. What are you doing? Fleet's question attracted everyone's attention. The Gundam HFX did not dodge the destructive bombardment that followed, but used the sea floater to protect itself in front of the two broken vegan mechas. Asshole. You want to die? Get out of the way. SM roared loudly at the Gundam HFX with more and more scars. They are still alive. Kyo's difficult voice came from the communication. They are enemies. Do you want to die for the enemy? They are also human beings. I can't. You idiot. At this time, the protection of the sea floater finally collapsed under the heavy burden, and a black and red beam of light had already arrived in front of the Gundam HFX. Kyo looked at the beam that was infinitely magnified on the screen, and his body felt extremely cold, as if the hands of the god of death with the breath of the underworld brushed his neck. Time slowed down at this moment. The Luna Gundam suddenly appeared next to the Gundam HFX and pushed it away, exposing itself to deadly fire. Boom. Yulin. Dot. In the second lunar command room, Gerhardt saw the strength of the vegan, and finally smiled on his nervous and melancholy face. As expected of the perfect weapon prepared by Lord Isolkanda, it can really suppress the Gundam. In this way, Lord Isolkanda. The brainwave changes of clone number 1, number 2, and number 3 suddenly increased sharply. What? An unknown machine appeared in the battle area and captured number 1, number 2, and number 3. This is. How is it possible? Haven't they been destroyed? Why are they here? Gerhardt's face suddenly became ugly and even pale when he saw 3 SIDs suddenly appear on the battlefield and captured 3 vegan. Since Yang Hui and others had intercepted ExoDB in advance, Gerhardt had no experience of fighting with SID, but the intelligence inside the Federation had never been cut off. He still remembered the intelligence of the 2 SIDs repelling the Shinrun Brigade. At that time, Yang Hui and the other 2 were already quite old, but their strength had not declined much compared to their peak. What kind of strength was it to be able to repel the 3 of them? After seeing this intelligence, Gerhardt raised the threat level of SID to the same level as Yang Hui and the other 2. Fortunately, SID's mission was only to protect ExoDB, and he received intelligence not long ago that SID had been destroyed by Yang Hui and the others, so he eliminated this threat and put it on the Federation again. But now, Lord Gerhardt. Units 1 and 2 are out of control. Rampage, runaway. The Digmason gun was hit and the cooling system failed. If this continues, it will explode along with the second moon. What did you say? Gerhardt was horrified and immediately gave an order, immediately connect Lagrimus and the second moon. Quick. No. Because of the attack just now, the connection system failed and the connection cannot be disconnected. How could this happen? Lord Gerhardt. Gerhardt looked at everyone in the command room, his eyes filled with despair. According to the calculated time, the second moon would not have enough time to complete the evacuation operation, and the second moon was their home. If they escaped, where could they escape to? Order the entire army to give up the fight. Immediately participate in the dismantling of Lagrimus. Lord Gerhardt, the Federation. This is indeed the only way at the moment. Gather the strength of the entire army and physically transcend the Lagrimus fortress, but if they are willing to stop, will the Federation let them go? Send a communication request to the flagship of the Federation fleet. Lord Gerhardt. Everyone knew that Gerhardt intended to ask for help from the Federation, but once he did so, this battle, this war that lasted for nearly 100 years, would be lost. Mr. Yang Hui once told me that soldiers exist to protect the people. Now we can't even protect our compatriots, so what victory can we talk about? Gerhard's shout made everyone bow their heads, with pain, unwillingness, anger, everything, but reality is so cruel. Help me send the communication request, all the responsibilities will be borne by me alone, everyone please believe me, even if it costs my life, I will let you reach Eden, and please help me, please. After saying that, Gerhard sincerely bent down to everyone and bowed 90 degrees. Chapter 222, Burning Killing Intent. Graham. Fleet. Ism. Understood. X3's angry voice reached the ears of the three people. Without any hesitation, they rushed towards the runaway, vegan robot, Sid, under the fierce artillery fire and took them away from this area. The Dawn Gundam came to the side of the Luna Gundam at the fastest speed. The Luna Gundam was hit by artillery fire, and its head and limbs were all gone, and even the armor on its chest was missing. If it wasn't for good luck, the artillery fire that fell on the torso only penetrated from the lower part of the cockpit, and the Luna Gundam really ceased to exist. Yang Hui didn't even care about communication, and directly left the cockpit and opened the cockpit door of the Luna Gundam from the outside. Yulin. This was the first time that Yang Hui felt the panic and despair of almost losing his loved one. The moment he saw the Luna Gundam being hit, Yang Hui's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand, and it was difficult to breathe, as if the whole world had lost its color. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yulin, who was almost unconscious, woke up slowly and answered Yang Hui weakly. The explosion was quite powerful, but fortunately the cockpit was well protected. It was just a huge shock and impact that almost made Yulin faint, and she didn't suffer any other injuries. Great. It's really great that you're fine. Yang Hui hugged Yulin tightly in his arms, tears flashing, and water droplets floating in his helmet. I'm fine. Yang Hui. Don't worry about me. Go to fight. End this battle. Yulin gently pushed Yang Hui away and said gently. But you. Fighting is important, Yang Hui, you are not the kind of person who ignores the overall situation because of personal feelings. Go, don't worry about me. Yulin knew that Yang Hui's heart was all honor at this time, but this should not be the case, because Yang Hui is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private, and should not put himself above the major issues. Yang Hui carries responsibilities and missions that others cannot bear, and she does not want Yang Hui to break his principles because of this. I know. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with rationality again. His absolute rationality suppressed his impulse, concern, and love for Yulin. Grandma Yulin. You're fine, Grandpa Yang Hui. At this time, the Gundam Age FX came to the side of the Luna Gundam. Chio also opened the cockpit. He wanted to rescue Yulin with Yang Hui, but was glared back by Yang Hui's cold eyes. Chio didn't know what kind of eyes that was. They were indifferent, ruthless, and cold, but they also concealed boundless anger, like a volcano about to erupt, intending to destroy the world. Chio. Here. The voice without any warmth made Chio shudder. Send Yulin to a safe place. If she gets hurt again, I'll kill you. I will definitely protect Yulin's grandmother. As a relative, it was his duty to protect Yulin, and Yulin was injured because she saved him. He should do so both emotionally and logically, but now, all Chio felt was fear, because Yang Hui's words were not a joke, nor a threat, but a fact. If he didn't protect Yulin, he had no doubt that Yang Hui would really kill him, even if his grandfather and father couldn't stop him. Hearing Chio's answer, Yang Hui didn't look at Chio again. He was really afraid that he would lose control of his murderous intent if he saw him again. He just said to Yulin, I'm going. Then he returned to the cockpit of the Dawn Gundam and rushed towards the battlefield. After Yang Hui left, Chio breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his body had regained its temperature. He came to the cockpit door of the Luna Gundam and wanted to help Yulin out. I'm sorry, Grandma Yulin, I will apologize later. The battle isn't over yet. I know. Chio was disheartened. Yulin didn't even look at him. She just closed her eyes and lay in the cockpit. Her calm tone told Chio that she didn't accept her apology. This made Chio very painful. He was just insisting on his choice. Why did it turn out like this? Obviously I didn't mean it, but why didn't you accept my apology? Was my choice really wrong? With all kinds of doubts, Chio returned to the cockpit. The Gundam Age FX took over the remaining body of the Luna Gundam and was about to retreat to the rear. But before leaving, he glanced at the two, vegan, floating in the universe. His eyes were determined and he gritted his teeth. The Gundam Age FX forcibly pried open the cockpit door of the vegan. With his bare hands, grabbed the two unconscious clones, held them in his hands, and left this space with a Luna Gundam. What Chio didn't know was that Yulin had seen all his actions. Her cold face softened again, and the corners of her mouth raised a gentle arc. After experiencing a painful lesson, you still insist on your choice? No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must stick to your choice. You are indeed the blood of the Asuno family, Chio, but you are not suitable for fighting. The Gundam Age 1 charged with heavy armor and fierce artillery fire. The heavy shield hit the wings of vegan machine soldiers, SID, in front of it, and at the same time, the guns and cannons fired continuously, exploding and bombarding. Seeing this, another, vegan machine soldiers, SID, prepared to attack the back of the Gundam Age 1, but the Gundam Age 2 had already come to the front of SID at this time, crossed its swords, and fell down with a bang. Bang! Seeing that the situation was not good, vegan machine soldiers, SID, quickly cancelled the shooting, and also protected its wings in front of it to block the sharp blade, and at the same time, the muzzle of the gun was tilted to lock the Gundam Age 2. Don't just focus on the front. The flag Gundam appeared at lightning speed, with the same cold blade, cutting off the steel wings, turning the sword into a gun, and shooting at the back of vegan robot, SID. Die here. Yulin was hurt, and it was not only Yang Hui who was angry, but also Graham. In public, Yang Hui was their core. Graham knew Yang Hui very well and knew that if Yulin got into trouble, Yang Hui would go crazy. Although no one had explained it, Graham and Wong and others who stayed in Promise Fortress had a tacit understanding that whoever followed Yang Hui to carry out the mission must protect him at all costs. Once Yang Hui got into trouble, the entire team, including Promise Fortress, would fall apart. Personally, after living and fighting together for so many years, Graham had long regarded this gentle and strong girl as his own family. Graham was furious when his family was injured and almost died. This kind of anger only appeared when Professor Elfman and Billy Katagiri were almost silenced. Boom boom boom. The electromagnetic armor with super strong protection could not withstand the continuous shooting at zero distance. Soon a big hole was blasted out. Graham did not stop, but aimed all his firepower at the inside of the hole. Got it. As soon as the voice fell, Graham's finger was firmly on the trigger, and he did not restrain his crazy killing intent until he completely blasted vegan robot, SID, into pieces. Uncle Graham. There is one left, kill it. Yes. The two machines were ready to join the Gundam Age 1 to destroy the last SID, but as soon as they turned around, they felt that it was unnecessary. The Dawn Gundam joined the battle with a long tail flame, the floating gun was deployed, and the mirror reflection system was ready. Flint. Understood. Seeing the Dawn Gundam approaching, Gundam Age 1 kicked away the approaching vegan SID, and withdrew. Before it could completely evacuate, dozens of beams of light outlined the Gundam Age 1 and then fell on the body of vegan SID. Boom boom boom. Graham, SM, Fleet, Tactical Formation 0. The sound fell into the ears of the three people without any ripples. The three Gundams moved at the same time, and together with the Dawn Gundam, they were divided into 4 positions, surrounding vegan SID, in the center. Seeing that the situation was not good, it wanted to escape again, but just as the sunshade system was activated, dozens of beams of light fell from the top of its head, all hitting the gaps in the armor, tearing the neat wings into pieces. The next second, the Flag Gundam and Gundam Age 2 appeared on its left and right at the same time, with sharp blades unsheathed, flashing cold light, and in a flash, the cannons on the limbs, tail, head, and abdomen were all cut off, leaving only smooth cuts. Gundam Age 1 came behind it, and its shield turned into a heavy punch, tearing the thrusters and armor on its back apart, leaving only its bare body floating in the debris. This time, I won't let you escape. As the plain words ended, the floating gun surrounded vegan robot, SID, in the center, and the 4 machines fired at the floating gun at the same time. The pink guanhu woven from the dense lines into a seamless cloth wrapped around it, and then gathered on its body. Boom. The sphere composed of pink beams exploded, and the original body disappeared without a trace, not even a fragment was left, and it turned into nothingness in the majestic energy. This is Tactical Formation 0, a tactical formation that will never be used unless it is a special situation. Once used, it will sentence the enemy to death, and it is the most ruthless and cruel slaughter. Yang Hui, where's Yulin? Graham asked anxiously. She was a little shocked, and Chio sent her back to the rear. Chio. Speaking of Chio, whether it is Fleet, Arthur or Graham, there is a kind of anger of disappointment. Uncle Yang Hui. Chio, you'd better not appear on the battlefield again. I know. Arthur was angry, but Chio was his own son, and he was also worried that Yang Hui would be angry with Chio because of this matter. Because of Chio's naive behavior, Yulin almost died. This anger, Chio could not bear it. But after hearing this answer, Arthur was relieved. Yang Hui would not hurt Chio, but from then on, Yang Hui no longer had Chio in his heart. This is also the best ending. After all, Chio's naivety is really not suitable for the battlefield. At this time, Aragurius connected the communication between the four people. Lieutenant General, Commander Vegan sent a communication. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 223 The True Savior. Vegan is asking us for help. After hearing Aruguri's report, Fleet's brows furrowed deeply, but soon his eyes were filled with excitement. Reject them. Promise them, Aruguri's. Yang Hui and Fleet answered at the same time, but their answers were completely opposite. Why? This is the best chance to eliminate Vegan. Fleet asked excitedly. You are wrong, Fleet. This is the best chance to end the war. Hearing this, Fleet fell silent. Yes, the second moon is Vegan's base camp and home, but not all vegans are on the second moon. Don't forget that there are still vegans on Earth. Yang Hui reminded. So what? As long as the second moon is destroyed, the remaining vegan on Earth will be nothing but rootless duckweed. It will be easy to destroy them. Have you considered the cost? Yes, you destroyed the second moon. They have no foundation, and it is only a matter of time to completely destroy them. But what will the vegan who lost their homes, their families, and everything do? Have you ever thought about it? Fleet was speechless. Of course, he knew what people who lost everything would do. The crazy vegan will carry out indiscriminate destruction on Earth. Countless innocent people will die, and the damage to the Earth is unpredictable. Just like Fleet once did, he wanted to destroy everything that took away everything from him. But, is such a victory really called a victory? Is this really what he should do? Or, is this really a savior? Fleet, if you do this, you are not a savior, but a butcher, an executioner. Do you hope that the Dragon Slayer will eventually become an evil dragon? Tisk, I get it, just promise them. Go ahead, Fleet, this is the opportunity you have always dreamed of. Go and lead everyone to save this crisis. Me. Yes, only you can do this. Yang Hui's affirmation softened Fleet's heart completely. His ideal was to become a savior, and he did not waver even when he was old. From childhood to adulthood, Yang Hui, who was pursued and admired by Fleet, had never recognized this ideal, and even had been slandering his ideal. But now, at the end of the war, Yang Hui gave him the task of ending the war, and at the same time, the last chance to become a savior was handed over to him. I see. Gundam Age 1 headed towards Lagrimus Fortress, while Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam stayed where they were. Seeing this, Arthur asked hurriedly, Uncle, aren't you going? No, this stage belongs to your father, and I'm tired too, and the war is over. After saying that, Yang Hui felt that some shackles on his shoulders were taken off, and he relaxed a lot. It's no wonder. Yang Hui has participated in wars for nearly 100 years. Even an Iron Man will get tired. The strength of his personal skills has prevented Yang Hui from encountering many life and death crises, but he has never been alone. There are Graham, Yulin, the Celestial Battalion, and all kinds of companions. As a strong man, a commander, and even a companion, he is responsible for these people and takes them to survive the war. Now that the war is over, he doesn't have to keep his nerves tense and worry about his negligence causing the death of his companions. Okay, Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Gundam Age 2 left, and he was going to participate in the operation of forcibly contacting Lagrimus Fortress. This assignment was also of great significance to him. This was the agreement he had made with Gerhardt, to end the war and find a way for both sides to understand each other. This unattainable goal was achieved at this moment, and he believed that Gerhardt would also participate in it. He also wanted to go and fulfill the agreement with his best friend. The Flag Gundam did not go, but just quietly accompanied Yang Hui to watch the grand occasion in front of him. Yang Hui was tired, and he was also tired. The passion of the battle was also satisfied, and he also needed a good rest. It's finally over. Graham stretched and said to Yang Hui. Yes, it's finally over. The Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam faced the Lagrimas fortress, admiring the end of the long journey, which was also the end of the era. Can you hear me? All warriors in the Earth and Mars spheres, call all Ms within the signal range. I hope you will stop fighting and listen to me. Fleet's passionate voice was heard in everyone's communication channel. If this goes on, Vegan's mobile colony satellite, the second moon, will collapse, and countless lives will be lost. In order to save these lives, we have no choice but to forcibly separate the spherical part that is about to explode. Time is running out. Unless everyone here works together, it will be too late. Infected by Fleet's shouts and sincerity, the fierce battle slowly subsided, and both sides, who were fighting to the death, stopped what they were doing and looked towards the center of the stage. Call all the soldiers of the Earth Federation Army and Vegan. In order to save many lives, we need your assistance. Order the whole army. Stop fighting. Start separation operations immediately. Order the whole army. Stop fighting. Assist Vegan in separation operations immediately. Fleet's declaration paused the battle. At this time, Gerhard and Argyris issued orders to the troops at the same time. At this time, even if they were unwilling to listen to Fleet's request, even if they were unwilling to stop fighting, they had to stop, because they were soldiers and they had to follow orders first. Yes, this is the attitude that a savior should have. Fleet, you finally did it. Looking at Fleet, who was shining incomparably in the center of the stage, Yang Hui showed a relieved and satisfied smile, and sighed that his younger brother had finally grown up. Aren't you always hitting him? Graham teased. Haha, that's because I don't want him to go down the wrong path. It's not a close relationship. He is also our younger brother, isn't he? That's right. Graham shrugged and didn't refute. The reason why people are not machines is because they have emotions. After coming to this world for decades, Yang Hui and Graham really treat Fleet as their own brother, taking care of him, teaching him, and changing him. Even now, they still don't think the world needs a savior, and there is no savior in war, but this does not prevent their brother from fulfilling his ideal in the right way at the right time, even if this ideal is just a bubble in front of them. Let's go. Well, I have to take a good rest. By the way, Yang Hui, don't take me with you on such a mission next time. Although the experience of living again is very good, I still can't stand the war that lasted for decades. Graham complained. I don't take the blame for this. I didn't choose you, Alice. It's my own fault. So you'd better hope that the rules of random selection can be changed after the authority is upgraded, otherwise, who made me get my head stuck in the door? I chose to take risks with you. Whether you choose to take risks with me or not, your head has been stuck in the door. What did you say? Do you want to duel? Why don't you go ask Billy and the professor first? Graham, Greek letter sigma, degree. Gundam Age 2 opened 4 high-energy beam swords and swept all the way, and the network-like spherical part was scattered. Seeing the oncoming Legeris Gundam, Gundam Age 2 stopped and faced Legeris Gundam. Gerhard. Isem. After many years, the best friends met again. They were all reminiscing about the past, the relaxed and happy school days, being enemies because of the war, working hand in hand in the war, and then being enemies again, until now. With silent tacit understanding, the eyes of the Gundam Age 2 and the Gundam Legeris lit up at the same time, and walked side by side, either firing guns or swords. The efficiency of dismantling the spherical part increased exponentially with the cooperation of the two. Hey, Gerhard, our original agreement, is it fulfilled? Isem suddenly asked. Is it? We, and them, the Federation Army and Vegan, are not fighting side by side now. Gerhard said with emotion. Yes, after so many years, it's finally completed. It's really. Arthur shook his head and sighed. Suddenly he thought of something and his expression became playful. By the way, my son has been taken care of by you. Oh, as an uncle, don't you have anything to say? This, that, let's talk about it later. There are still many things to do. That's right. Perhaps they imagined a better future. The movements of the two machines became faster and faster, and the separation of the spherical parts became faster and faster. The Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam returned to the ship. Yang Hui and Graham went to the infirmary to find Yulin as soon as possible. Although they didn't seem to be injured on the surface, who knew if they had any internal injuries? Yulin. Yang Hui, Graham, are you here? Is the battle over? Yulin was lying on the bed. When she saw Yang Hui and Graham coming, she knew that the battle was over. Yes, the war is over. Yang Hui came to sit beside the bed, gently held Yulin's hand, and said in a gentle tone, yes. Yulin was very happy, because Yang Hui didn't say a battle but a war, which meant that the century-long war was over and they could finally relax. How is the medical report? Are you injured? Yang Hui asked with concern. No, I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after a rest. That's good. After getting the final medical results, Yang Hui and Graham finally let go of the worry in their hearts. Yang Hui, the war is over. Should we? Yulin stopped talking halfway through her sentence, but Yang Hui and Graham both knew what she meant. The war in the Gundam Age world is over, but their war is not over yet, and it may never end. This is just a stop on the journey, and an unknown future is waiting for them. Yulin, you should have a good rest. You don't need to think about these things now. Yang Hui said as he smoothed Yulin's messy hair. Well, I know. I'm just looking forward to meeting my sisters. Yang Hui, Graham, Greek letter Omega, Hiya. Chapter 224 Vegan returns to the Federation. The final battle ended perfectly. The Lagrimas fortress was completely separated, the crisis of the second moon was resolved, and there was no resumption of the war after the battle. Vegan knew that they had lost the war when they received the help of the Federal Army. Although most people could not accept this result, the enemies around them had just helped them save their homes. This kindness made it impossible for them to wield the butcher knife against their benefactors. Some people on the vegan side were unwilling to surrender, and some people on the Federal Army side were unwilling to stop the war, but under the constraints of Gerhardt and Argyris, they did not start the dispute again. Moreover, Gerhardt found Mrs. Doreen as soon as the battle ended and told her his thoughts. Vegan had already lost and had no chance to fight back. The second moon had come to the front of the Federal Army. If they did not surrender at this time, the Federal Army would not let them go. Once the war started again, Vegan would only be destroyed. As for the remaining troops on Earth, in fact, if they did whatever it took, there was still a glimmer of hope, that is, to order the Vegan on Earth to use the cities and civilians in the occupied areas as hostages to force the Federal Army to give in. But in this case, Vegan had no other choice but to leave, and Vegan on Earth would definitely become a discarded child, and peace talks between Vegan and the Federation Army would no longer be possible. Gerhardt was unwilling to see this result, because if he could not reach Eden, what was the point of escaping? Mrs. Doreen naturally supported Gerhardt's decision. First, Gerhardt's analysis was completely correct. Second, Gerhardt was the designated Eradicate candidate and was recognized by most people in this operation. Mrs. Doreen could not stand up against Gerhardt and split the already precarious Vegan. Therefore, Vegan surrendered. Mrs. Doreen stood at the forefront again, first, to express her attitude and firmly support Gerhardt, second, to deal with politicians on behalf of Gerhardt. Politicians and soldiers are essentially different. The top political leaders are all old foxes. This is not something Gerhardt can deal with. In order to get a better result for Vegan. However, in order to achieve this goal, it is necessary to get the help of several people. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Doreen. I've heard of you for a long time, Lieutenant General Yang Hui. I'm retired now, just call me by my name. Yang Hui reminded. In that case, Mr. Yang Hui, thank you very much for your help for Vegan. That's right, the person that Mrs. Doreen and Gerhardt needed to ask for help was Yang Hui. Although Yang Hui was retired now, he still maintained a very high prestige. When the war was declared over, even 95% of the civilians called on Yang Hui to serve as the new Speaker of the Federation. The same was true for the military. It was not until Yang Hui made a public statement that he had plans to retire that the call died down. Although people felt sorry, they also understood that Yang Hui had devoted almost his entire life to the Federation and spent it all in battle. He was old and it was time for him to rest. However, this did not mean that Yang Hui's influence was gone. If he really planned to step onto the political stage, people would definitely support him with both hands, and could even directly drive the current speaker out of office. So if you want to get the best result for Vegan, You must get Yang Hui's help. After announcing the surrender, Gerhardt met with Yang Hui immediately and got his guarantee. Vegan is part of the human race. It was, it is, and it will be in the future. It is precisely because of this guarantee that Mrs. Doreen was able to win frequently in the confrontation with the federal government. Of course, Mrs. Doreen is also a smart person and did not push it too far. Vegan returned to the Federation, but as a member country, it has autonomy. The army can be reduced, but it must retain sufficient self-defense capabilities. The people must also obtain the same rights as the Earthlings and be willing to assume the same obligations. This condition is definitely extremely generous for the defeated country, but even if the Federation is greedy, it is meaningless to put forward more conditions. Science and technology? Although Vegan is ahead of the Federation, ExoDB is now in the hands of the Federation, partially, and it is only a matter of time to surpass Vegan. Resources? What resources can Vegan, a tiny place like that, have? Population? Please, the population of the Earth is large enough, otherwise how could it launch a space colonization plan? After all the calculations, the Federation really couldn't get more benefits. It was impossible to ask Vegan to be inferior to others. This was completely a step backward in history. In addition, with Yang Hui's support, they finally agreed to these conditions. In any case, at least the century-long war was finally over. Of course, Vegan announced its surrender, but not all Vegan troops surrendered. After learning that the mainland had surrendered, at least half of the Vegan troops on Earth did not accept this decision and launched an attack on the Federation again. However, under the leadership of the Heavenly Brigade, these rebellions were quickly wiped out. Even during the rebellion, Gerhardt and Mrs. Doreen sent Vegan troops to join the counterinsurgency operation in order to express their hope for peace. Now, the negotiations and counterinsurgency are all over. Gerhardt brought Mrs. Doreen to Earth again and found Yang Hui, one to thank Yang Hui for his help, and the other. Mr. Yang Hui, have you made any progress in the research on Martian rays? Gerhardt asked. The second moon has not returned to the Martian sphere for the time being, but the disease caused by Martian rays has become a genetic disease. If this problem is not solved, Vegan will perish even without war. Although Yang's enterprise has been helping Vegan to produce more inhibitory drugs, inhibition cannot be treated after all, so developing a way to treat the disease has become their biggest concern. There is progress. Combining the age system with the technology of ExoDB, we have found a preliminary direction. The next step is to conduct a large number of experiments to verify the results. This matter still needs your help. Yang Hui said to the two. Please go ahead, Mr. Yang Hui, as long as we can do it, we will do our best. Mrs. Doreen and Gerhardt were very excited when they heard this. The research has found a direction, so it will not be far from completion, and the people of Vegan will soon no longer have to endure the pain of illness. I hope you can gather a group of volunteers to participate in the experiment. Of course, it is best to be voluntary. The ultimate goal of the experiment is to cure diseases and save lives. Yang Hui said. I see. I will return to the second moon right away to issue a call for volunteers as soon as possible. Thank you. We should thank you, Mr. Yang Hui. You are a great man. Mrs. Darling left. Yang Hui stood in front of the window and looked at the scenery. Thinking of Mrs. Darling's praise for him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Great? Haha, I'm just afraid of having nightmares. Sure enough, Mr. Yang Hui hasn't changed. Gerhardt stayed and did not return to the second moon with Mrs. Darling. If you are staying to monitor me, you don't have to. Yang Hui teased. How could it be? If even you can't be trusted, then there is no one on Earth that can be trusted. Gerhardt said with a smile, although the negotiations are over, my work on Earth is not over yet. It is enough for my wife to preside over the second moon, and I also have a lot to learn from you. Learn from me? What? Are you planning to change your career to become a scientist? No. Then what are you learning from me? I won't deal with those old foxes. Oh. Gerhardt's mouth twitched. Yang Hui's retort made him speechless. Under his influence, Yang Hui seemed to have never been involved in politics, but how to say it? Although Yang Hui had never touched politics and even kept hiding, it seemed that every time a major event occurred, there was Yang Hui's shadow, or, it was all moving in the direction that Yang Hui hoped for. Is this? It is because he does not contend that no one in the world can contend with him? Awesome. Gerhardt suddenly thought of an ancient book he had seen recently, and the famous sayings in it. He didn't understand it at the time, But now that he saw the examples, he realized that he had really learned it. Now it was Yang Hui's turn to be depressed. Why did this kid Gerhard start to become a fool? He just didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Besides, the mission was about to end, and he would have to leave eventually. If he sat at the top, what would happen if he left? What excuse would he find to leave? So it would be better not to participate directly, saving a lot of trouble. Okay, you go and do your thing. I have to go to the laboratory and get the results as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Yang Hui. Just as they were about to separate, Gerhard suddenly thought of something and called Yang Hui. Please wait, Mr. Yang Hui. Anything else? Qiao's coming of age ceremony is in a week. Can you go? Gerhard asked. Yang Hui, who cared about his family, rarely answered Gerhard immediately. To be honest, he hated Qiao, especially because his naivety almost killed Yulin, but he didn't hold a grudge, he just didn't want to contact him and was cold. In the past few years, Yang Hui had met Qiao very few times, and he would never give him a good face. Isem and others have been trying to ease the relationship between the two, but have not made much progress. Did Isem say that? Yang Hui asked calmly. No, it was Ms. Yulin who said that. Yulin. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment and looked at Gerhard. Yes, Ms. Yulin. Gerhard nodded sincerely, his eyes sincere, letting Yang Hui know that he was not lying. Okay, I got it. Then I'll leave first. After Gerhard left, Yang Hui did not go to the laboratory immediately, but came to the window again and looked at the scenery. Is that what you mean? Yulin, I really am. He. Shaking his head in self-mockery and smiling bitterly, Yang Hui understood what Yulin meant. On the other side, Gerhard sent a text message to Sim after getting in the car. He agreed. Then he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest, sighing that Sim and others finally got smart once and found Yulin as the middleman. Lord Gerhard, where are we going now? Asked Fram Nara, who was sitting next to him. Well, let's go to Suno's house. Yes. Door, Offa, Dieter, you guys will take a holiday later and come pick me up the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work during this period. No, Lord Gerhard, our mission is to protect you. Dalfrost, who was driving, answered. Offa Dieter and Dieter Lance, who were also bodyguards, nodded in agreement. The war is over, No, Lord Gerhard. You. Oh, forget it, come with me to Suno's house. Yes, Lord Gerhard. The three people who answered had a relaxed smile on their faces. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.